This was far too spontaneous. Alright, let's see what we can do here. There's our cards. Is that all of them? No, it is not. There we go. Hello, Blaze Gamer, Talon, Media Mark, Dimitrix, Arseny, Dama, and Geek of Chad. How's it going, everyone? This is something I just very suddenly realized that I kind of wanted to do before the month of Spooky is over, so I don't have a whole lot planned out. But I want to do something spooky themed, so I believe there's a Spooktober event going on right now in Shag, so people might be writing some cards in the spirit of the holiday. Hello, Viper Sheep and Max Raccoon. Everything must be planned. Well, it's generally better to have somewhat of an idea for streams like this, but we should do alright. Is it called the Halloween event or the Nightmare Night event? It is called the Nightmare Night event. Any ideas? Anchor for the Nightmare Night event. Is there stuff going on last week too? Better double check, actually. No, it looks like there was only one card released so far. And then another one. Okay. 20 CYOA is a great idea though. It's fun to do usually. Hello, Caliban. What AI are you using? Did you manage to snag Opus? No Opus this time. We're using Latte, GPT-4o or whatever. Alright, so what do we want to do here? I wonder how many spooky cards there are that exist, if there's any other I should download really quick, or if we should just see what we have right now and just run with it. I downloaded 2 cards that were sort of Halloween themed that I found in the thread. One of them is Rainbow Factory Dash, and the other is just a more general Nightmare Night setting that is right here, that has a bunch of scenarios set up. Actually, I want to look at this card really quick and see how it works. This is a scenario which takes place either on a day or two before Nightmare Night. My Little Pony Universe's version of Halloween. Festival activities are held. Trick-or-treating. Okay, so yeah, it's just a pretty basic description of the holiday, which is fair enough. Let's go. We're Pinkamena. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a Pinkamena card. Or actually, I'm sure there is. There has to be a Pinkamena card. There just wasn't a Cupcakes Pinky. Know that for sure. Yep, there is of course a Pinkamena. Well, one of them's a fetish card. And the other one is also a fetish card, I think. Okay, well. The original Make It Xmas themed. This is for the Down in the Sugar Cube Corner song, I guess. Not necessarily. This is more just a unrelated Halloween thing to do before the month ends. I wanted to plan for it more, but it completely slipped my mind and other stuff got in the way. So we had to rush it a little bit. When I did Cupcakes, I would do it with the author's notes or my own custom scenario. I think I have one written up where you're investigating disappearances. Right. Interesting. That would probably have to be something we have to write ourselves. So your plush arrived. Alright, let's see Actually, I want to see if these are displaying correctly, because I might have to change some of the settings. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, it is. Okay, nice. What about not scared? Now I'm just skipping through intros. Should get something going soon here. So I'm not just looking at cards for an hour. There's a few easy cards here. Time to reserve Rainbow Factory already and have chat go completely silent if she makes an advance. I think GPT-4o is going to be a little bit better about not making every single character overly horny, hopefully. As fantastic as Opus is, it is a little bit easy, to put it lightly. Let's see. So I'll put it up to a vote, actually. Since Rainbow Factory Dash and Nightmare Night Simulator are the two options we have. Yeah, exactly, Calvan. Yeah, we're using GPT Chorbo Latte, whatever it's called. Rainbow Factory Dash or just general Nightmare Night scenario. And we'll just leave it at that, since that's essentially what these two are. I guess I should have just called it Nightmare Night Simulator, since that's... whatever, it doesn't matter. You get the point, I'm sure. Why is it flashing back and forth? Is it supposed to be doing that? I feel like that's broken. A perfect 50-50 is starting off the stream strong, I see. Haven't looked at the Nightmare Night card, but seeing button mashes and all on the cover makes me curious. Yeah, I think that's just because of one of the scenarios. From what I just looked into it a little bit, and it looks like it's for the most part a pretty normal, just mess around on Nightmare Night kind of card. Not anything too crazy. It broke for you. Yeah, it certainly seems so. Whatever, I'm going to assume these percentages are still accurate. Maybe I should refresh the chat just in case. Oh no, it's a 50-50 again. Alright, next person to vote I guess decides it, because the poll has been going on for a minute. Nightmare rarity card. Is there such a thing? Oh shit, there is, isn't there? Man, I forgot there has been a few good, like, scary themed cards that have been released over the year, but it's just been, it's hard to find them all in one place. 10 viewers, your vote counts, BGM. If I had to vote, I'd probably go for Rainbow Factory Dash, and considering it's been a minute and this hasn't changed, I guess we'll go with that. Sure, I am going to look at the Nightmare Rarity card, though, really quick, just to see what it is and how it works. Isn't this like a fandom thing? I don't even know where the concept of Nightmare Rarity came from. He's 7 feet tall, apparently. Stands tall, towering over regular ponies, demanding attention. Her mane is fabulous. It's celestial. She's vicious, cruel, completely absorbed in her vanity. Okay, so reverse rarity. Got it. Heartbreaker card. Oh yeah. I think there's gradings for each main 6. Nightmare already came from an IDW comic. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Alright, I guess let's roll with Rainbow Factory Dash and see where we end up. Just to kick things off. Where is... There we go. And let's get some dark music playing of some sort, I don't know. Shuffle, play. And mute the other BGM. Mute. There we go. How's the volume mix? Is my voice okay relative to the music? How's the volume mix? Is my voice okay relative to the music? It sounds like it's okay. Alright, let's do this. There's Hush Lake, which is a kelpie disguised as a bunny trying to drown you in the lake. Oh, that's creepy. Alright, there's 3 greetings here for Rainbow Factory Dash. So we could either just be meeting with her outside of her scary job. We could be one of the victims, or we could be one of the workers at the factory. Any thoughts, anyone? Any preferences on how we start this off? Should I put it to another vote? See if we can 3-way tie it. I'll put it to a vote, screw it. Gonna have to be a Pegasus for this one. Oh yeah. Victim that became a worker. What's the first one? The first one is... where she's just sort of preparing herself to... Help me write. Interesting. Okay. Victim or worker. Alright, what do we want to be to start this off? We got 3 greetings for 3 different possible starting points here. Also, yeah, if we do the victim one, we'll probably have to be a Pegasus. I'll end at the 1 minute mark as I usually do. Emma's on the ground, come on, or are we a pony? I'm fine either way. I guess I have Anon written as a human in the freaking card or whatever. So we could just roll with that. What if we're Twilight? I think we're probably going to stay as anonymous to keep role-playing options open. Alright, that's 1 minute. I'm ending the poll. We are starting outside the factory. So, let us begin. Rainbow laid atop a puffy cloud floating above Ponyville, sprawled out lazily. To anyone else, it looked like she was napping, but she was far too awake, mentally preparing to go to work when today's Cloudsdale School's flight exams ended. It would be a long, gruesome flight. Her eyes scanned the surface idly, where she saw Anonymous. Eager for a distraction before having to get her hooves dirty, she leapt from the cloud and landed in front of Anonymous. "Sup, Anonymous? Doing anything awesome?" And that is where we begin. So, what do we say to Dash? I think we're just going to roll with human and on, since we're doing this intro anyways. We can figure shit out if we need to get up into the clouds. And on is startled, of course. Media Mark is already being very funny. I don't know how evil GPT-4o will be if we like push Rainbow Factory Dash. I am almost curious to test that a little bit. Opus was really good at keeping characters in character for good and bad. So I need to put this into live chat mode. There we go. What if Twilight is the friends we made along the way? What do you think of Rarity? She's nice. Can't take the story seriously anymore after seeing RDB version of this. That's fair. Factory Dash, my love. Hello, Tetrahedron Dash? Ask her what's that factory for. Is the factory nearby? It just says she's on a cloud over Ponyville. I'm not necessarily certain the factory is even nearby. But Dash is certainly here on a cloud above Ponyville, and she just landed in front of us. Alright, yeah, let's start getting a few options in. Start a poll. Let's see, what are people saying? And I'm startled. Be startled, then greet her, or tell her you know the dark secrets. Oh dear, we could try that. Or secret hits. There we go. Can't wait to see what we do. Threaten to whistleblow. Oh jeez. Ask her why her uniform is stained. Yeah, I think we can run with just these two options for now. That's because she's seen Pinky lately. Yeah, we can work into threaten to whistleblower and stuff if we want to blackmail her with knowledge. Later, Caliban. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. How do you guys keep tying every single time? I will end it at the 1 minute mark, as per usual. Oh, there it is. Okay, ending poll. Messed up my vote, get to know her. Oh dear. Where the heck is the poll results? Wait a minute, it's supposed to freaking post those. Where did... There we go. Okay. So, tell her you know her secret. Alright. So what if you know about Pink Mina but not Rainbow Factory, Rainbow Dash, and ask if she's seen Pinky lately? We could try to work Pinky into it at some point. It might be kind of awkward to do that first thing. I don't want to come inside immediately, for fuck's sake. Chat is slightly behind. Oh yeah, I just had to refresh and the note appeared. Okay, so... we are telling her we know the secret. Let's see, how do we lead into this? Let's see... Nah, but I heard you got a gig at the... Nah, but I heard you got a gig at the Rainbow Factory, Dash. Is the name of a factory capitalized? I think it is. We're gonna die in 30 seconds, probably. Let's see. How do we work into blackmail? Ten-second delay between posting and seeing it appear in your chat. I'll check settings in a moment. We've heard to be secretly luring you into a deadly trap. Oh no. We could just run with this. Nah, but I heard you got a gig at the Rainbow Factory. I also happen to know what really goes on there. Hanan says, meeting the Pegasus gaze. I also happen to know what really goes on there. That could work. Rainbow Factory's wacky dystopian slavery-driven type funhouse. Have you not read the fanfiction? It was like a really popular one early in the fandom. Mostly just because it was more messed up than most. And there were secrets and everything, but I was still wondering if we'd be able to take regardless. I also happen to know what really goes on there. What's your game? Let's just leave it at that. I just want to send something. Haven't touched fan content much at all. Well, essentially Rainbow Factory is where it turns out that the way rainbows are made in Equestria is through killing ponies, essentially. Taking their color and putting it into a rainbow. Alright. I also happen to know what really goes on there. What's your game? Rainbow Dash's eyes narrowed. Her usual bravado dropping to reveal a cold, calculating side. You must be pulling my tail, Dash snarled, a flash of anger in her eyes. her voice lowered to a whisper, firm but accusing. You know even a hint about what really happened at the Rainbow Factory, then you've stumbled into something way over your head. In the literal and metaphorical sense. Anyways, only a handful of ponies are aware of the truth, and most don't leave the factory to tell the tale. Oh, this is still a quote. Only a handful of ponies are aware of the truth, and most don't leave the factory to tell the tale, so before you start spitting out secrets around town, you might want to rethink what you're getting yourself into. She took a step closer to Anonymous, her shadow falling over him. But she's short, she a pony. Loyalty to Cloudsdale comes above all else, she emphasized, her tone growing firmer. But I ain't stupid. If you chatter about it, I'll have to figure out what to do next with you. Oh no, the consequences of our actions. The tension hung thick in the air, every moment feeling heavy, pregnant with possibilities as to how Rainbow would act if Nan didn't learn to shut those loose lips. Her gaze was unbreaking, the air still, save for a single leaf blown by the wind off a nearby tree. I'll keep my eye on you, Dash said simply as she pulled a fake grin you'd expect from someone that stepped into her, masking her urgency as she backed away. No voices for the ponies today? I wonder if I could set that up easily. Give me a moment. I forgot that I had that. Where is it? Voicer, there we go. I think it might not work because of how it's set up. It really wants the character name to be... Well, I guess I could just change the name to Rainbow Dash. Here somewhere. Yeah, let's give it a shot and see if we can get the voices working. One moment, I will turn off the display for just a moment while I try to get this running. Have this headcanon that Pinky is a time looper and the reason she kills ponies is because she wants to turn the failed timelines into a business venture. Oh no. Liking this RT already? Alright. Voice do add a nice touch to these streams. I agree. Let's see if we can get it working. I'm just booting it up now. It'll be a moment. Headcanon on Rainbow Factory Dash that the time looper Pinky hired one of the Rainbow Dashes as a business partner and allowed her to open up her own business to help. Oh no. Blackmail her into becoming an FBI informant. Thought she would just swoop us up to Cloudsdale and kill us right there. Yeah. Generally, GPT-4o is going to be a little less aggressive than Claude. In most ways. Alright, let's see. Let's get rid of the factory in the character name and see if doing that will get this working correctly. Rainbow Dash. Alright, let's get this resized. And back to display. There we go. We are back. Let's see if this actually works now. Yeah, me too. Get this over here. Loaded audio synth. Character's name must be as in show. Indeed. Alright. So, Rainbow Dash has just threatened us. How do you want to proceed here? I mean, this was to be expected, right? What the... I say have it on speak my mind. Doesn't equestrian ponies operate in cartoon physics though? I imagine cartoon characters are hard to kill. Oh no. That roosting wasn't an option, it was mandatory. Yeah. Why did we tell Dash this? What was the goal here? Hold on. Alright, how do we build on this? Someone else was saying blackmail, so I guess that's the goal that we can go for here. But also she could just kill us. I don't know how much of a position of power we're in here. Do we want to stick with trying to blackmail her? What do you guys think? We could go for that. I also want to get something written so we can test if the voices are actually working. It's actually kind of ironic that the only way to realistically kill Pinkie Pie is to make her depressed. Making Pinkie Pie in a persona is technically a downgrade because she's unkillable while happy. We're blackmailing Rainbow Dash to get her rainbow juices. If we managed to keep outside the factory, what could she do? She could just pick us up and take her there, probably. Or take us there, probably. Make her kiss Pinkie passionately or tell Pinkie the truth. Oh, jeez. Okay. Blackmailing her to give us a rainy day we wanted at a time it was meant to be sunny because rain. What if we scream really loud though? I think the machines in the factory are loud enough to cover the screams, unfortunately. The Rainbow Factory has contingencies. But actually she's strong enough to take down 3 trees in one kick. She can also break the sound barrier. You really want to mess with her? Yeah, that's the question here, isn't it? Alright, let's see. So, leading into blackmail, we just told her we know about the stuff that happens there. Essentially showed our hand. And now we need to lead into that. So, what are we blackmailing her for? Really, there's something we want out of this. Just tell her you're telling Twilight banning her from ever touching Daring Do book, easiest win. Not gonna reply. Shit. Give me one moment. To that test. There we go. Now we're back. Or we should be anyways. Let me make sure that it's all set. Okay, we're good. Tension hung thick in the air. Don't worry, Dash. I won't talk. If you... What are we looking to get out of her? Our secret Rainbow Dash cupcake recipe. Are we gonna just 180 on the dark theme and do something ridiculous? Is that the plan here? If you're judging main 6 based on power level, Verity would technically be the weakest. Oh dear. Want to watch Pinky Cone? The taste is an awful lot like a pony we used to know. Oh no. Make a suit of Dead Man switch acts Starlight. If she could make a spell to project the info you know to leaders of specific ponies if you were to die, she would want to know. Tell it to me medic has. Oh, you're saying we should have a contingency so Dash can't kill us, because that would be bad for her. Hoof picks. Explain her motive for whatever she's doing wrong. Explain her motive. Are you saying that's what we should try to get from her? Just an explanation? Make her spare Scudlu. It's her day to test. Ooh, that's a good one too. Alright, now we're starting to get some answers. Let's see here. That's not what I wanted to do, was it? Right, no. Poll, there we go. What do we want from Dash? Spare Scootaloo. Let me come. Like Schubert Skittles. Entrance. If we want Rima Dash to give us tickets to watch the film. Oh no. I don't know if we want to give Rainbow Dash an excuse to take us into the machine that murders things, but I mean, we could do that. An explanation, spare Scootaloo, or I don't know, show us how the factory works. I guess we could make that one be. The factory's operations. I don't know. You could just kill us so damn easily. I like that username is gibberish, but the idea up here of making a pseudo dead man switch is a good idea. Good phrase like I want to go on a date and watching Phillies get grinded. Oh jeez. You're looking to get hired? Sure, we could add another one for a job at the fucking factory. There we go. That's good enough. Infiltrate the factory, pose as one of their own. Why is this still red? It says that's connecting. That should all be correct. Is it actually sending messages? Why is it not working? Alright, while the Q&A or the poll goes, I need to figure something out because this freaking thing isn't working again for some reason. There we go. Must specify a model. Why is model not specified? There we go. Okay, well the text-to-speech is working, that's good to know.
First proxy error, you must specify a model with your request.
Yes, thank you. Why isn't GPT-4o an option now? It just disappeared from the list.
Internal error.
Yes, again, thank you, Dash. Okay, one moment, I need to figure this out.
Eric, you must specify a model with your request and add the upper proximate request unit or Saki. Certain the incoming message Reek proceeds upper proxy.
Why is it doing that? Whatever, I'm just gonna mute that for a moment. And get back to GPT monies. Much appreciated, MediaMark. Thank you for the donation. Silly. There we go. I need to check something here because that shouldn't be the case. I guess we were selected on GPT-4. Interesting. I swear that said GPT-4o though, last time I checked it. First proxy. Oh, is that the reason why? Sorry, technical difficulties. Where the hell did the thing go? I want Artie to narrate my error pop-ups. Where the hell did it go? The voice thing just crashed, sorry. Okay, there's that, that's correct. Position it. Okay, now it's working. I still have no idea where GPT-4o went though. It's just gone from the list, but at least we're connected again. We're going evil, I see. Potentially. Where is dash, 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 Rainbow Factory dash? Here she is. Okay. Back to the display. Where did I close the music thing? There we go. I want to be more active when I'm still delivering? No problem. Hello, Land Rover? How did you get the Rainbow Dash voice? There's a thing for it. What? Okay. Do you infiltrate the factory to disassemble it, or do you have dark desires? That's a good question. I guess that's up for us to decide. Speaking of which, what are we doing here? I'm gonna end the poll. And what we want from her is a job at the factory, apparently. So let's delete that really quick. Right, don't worry, Dash, I won't talk. If you do me a favor. And then bargains. I recognize that exact string sample. That's distracting. Okay, whatever. If you do me a favor, hand on bargains. I'm crossing his arms. I want a job at the factory. There's a checkbox to show all models. Oh, maybe that's something I missed. I could check really quick. Show external models. Yes, there we go. Yep, okay, you were right. That is it. So there it is, chat GPT 4.0. Crossing his arms. I want a job at the factory. I think that's enough. I don't think we need a whole lot more than that. Let's see what Dash has to say. Rainbow Dash's fake grin immediately vanished, replaced by a combination of disbelief and seething irritation. Her wings flared out instinctively, twitching with a barely contained impulse to fly to some kind of reckless action. Is it going to voice it? I see it loading the text into the model, the voice model, but I don't hear anything yet. Come on, don't be broken. Got that in turkey burgers. Something muted?
You want what?
There we go. She spat out the words, incredulous. It's just taking a moment. Come on, Rainbow Dash, hurry up and generate the text. It usually goes way faster than this. I don't know why it's taking so long all of a sudden.
You think I can just walk you into the factory? Like it's some kind of 9-to-5 weather gig.
Her voice cracked up an octave with frustration. It was clear from the way her muscles tensed that every atom in her body was fighting the urge to buck Anonymous across Ponyville for having the gall to even suggest such a thing. Her mind raced ahead to the sheer absurdity of it. A human strolling into one of the most tightly kept dangerous secrets of Equestria, the factory she herself was in charge of. Hey, even most Pegasi would never grasp the dark layers of Cloudsdale's inner workings, let alone a ground-pounding alien with no wings, no magical connection to the skies, and almost no leverage.
Let's say...
Why did it just generate the first two words? She leaned in close, almost nose to nose.
Let's say I got you in. Do you even get what you're asking for?
She leaned in close, almost nose to nose. Tell her you want to come inside the factory. I'm trying to consider how to make it go faster. I think I should have my words per minute set correctly. It's just taking forever to generate the text lines. We're getting killed in 10 seconds flat with this one. Hello, Carbol? I need to check my freaking
Pony
CPUs.
die in there.
It is just not generating correctly. Let's see, performance. Why are you going so freaking slow? I might have to skip out on the voices because this is making it take forever to get through one message. And I have no idea why it's being that slow today. It's usually not this bad. processes, performance. It's using the CPU, it's just not going as fast for some reason. Is there something else I have running that I need to close? Nothing but what's necessary. So that is very annoying. We could try to reboot it again, I guess. We have 2 command prompts open, both the correct ones, and they are working correctly. Alright, we're gonna give it one more chance. I'm gonna relaunch the text generator and see if that makes it run better, because right now it is just being a pile of nothing. So I'm gonna close it really quick. Alright, just started. I also need to save a few things here. Gonna have to keep doing proxy links and stuff. Okay, GPT-4o latest. Alright, let's call
You
this...
want what?
what is this? OpenAI. Save.
You think I can just walk you into the factory? You want what?
Why is it generating that line again?
You think I can just walk you into the factory? Like it's some kind of 9-to-5 weather gig.
Let's see if it's actually generating at a decent speed now. Pauses are normal because it expects me to be reading in between these quotes. Left a very cute date with Cheerly for this. What's the worst that can happen? Let's turn the display
Let's
back on.
say
She paused, her eyes boring into him, calculating. That's irritating. I wonder if there's anything I could do to speed it up. It's annoying because I don't know what changed from last time. As far as I can tell, like I'm looking at the config file on my other screen. As far as I can tell, everything is exactly as it should be.
let's say I got you in. Do you even get what you're asking for?
Almost nose to nose. Words per minute. Again, that
Ponies
should
die
all
in
be
there.
correct.
Real talk. If you aren't ready to have blood on your hooves, even if you're no Pegasus, you will wind up as a disposable pile of meat. Ground in some hidden corner where no one even wonders where you went.
Her voice dropped to almost a growl. Burger can also become rainbow mush, indeed. I want to be meat in the corner. I don't like this. This isn't working.
That's the best case scenario.
It is taking so damn long to generate. Looks fine on CPU. Let's see.
But if you're serious, real serious, you'd better prove you're more useful taking orders than flapping those lips. We don't have room for dead weight.
She slowly stepped back, letting that challenge sit heavy in the tense space between them. Clearly this wasn't a negotiation he was willing to walk away from untested. There'd be consequences, possibly brutal ones, but she didn't reject him outright. Not yet. And it just takes forever. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm not going to use the,
Make your fucking choice, human. But you'll have to live with it if you survive.
We'll have to live with it. I don't think I'm going to use the TTS. It's just not working. It's way too slow, and I'm not sure why. Tim Soccer, just joined. Can I get a summary? Basically, we are blackmailing Dash with the fact that we know what happens in the Rainbow Factory and trying to get a job there. And otherwise, it's mostly just been fucking tech support because this shit isn't working. It's the alternative to TTS. The alternative would just be me reading it. Because this just isn't freaking working fast enough. It's making everything take too long. So give me 1 second. I think I'm just going to reconfigure back to normal settings. I'd rather that than being stuck. Yeah, it feels too slow. Did I save this? Let's make sure that's saved. Get rid of it. And back to Silly Tavern. Okay, let's read back from where we are. So, last thing we did was ask for a job at the factory, and Rainbow's fake grin immediately vanished, replaced by a combination of disbelief and seething irritation. Her wings flared out instinctively, twitching with a barely contained impulse to fly into some kind of reckless abandon. You want what? She spat out the words, incredulous. You think I can just walk you into the factory? Like it's some kind of 9-to-5 weather gig? Her voice cracked up an octave with frustration. It was clear from the way her muscles tensed that every atom in her body was fighting the urge to buck Anonymous across Ponyville for having the gall to even suggest such a thing. Her mind raced ahead to the sheer absurdity of it. A human strolling into one of the most tightly kept, dangerous secrets of Equestria, the factory she herself was in charge of. Even most Pegasi would never grasp the dark layers of Cloudsdale's inner workings, let alone a ground-pounding alien with no wings, no magical connection to the skies, and almost no leverage. Let's say, she paused, her eyes boring into him, calculating. Let's say I got you in. Do you even get what you're asking for? She leaned in close, almost nose to nose. Ponies die in there. Real talk. If you aren't ready to have blood on your hooves, even if you're no Pegasus, you will end up as a disposable pile of meat ground into some hidden corner where no one even wonders where you went. Her voice dropped to almost a growl. That's the best case scenario. There was a long pause, the weight of her words settling in as her magenta eyes drilled into Anon's. She took a calming breath, but her irritation roiled beneath the surface, barely held back. But if you're serious, real serious, she hissed with restrained malice, you'd better prove you're more useful taking orders than flapping those lips. We don't have room for dead weight. She slowly stepped back, letting that challenge sit heavy in the tense space between them. Clearly, this wasn't a negotiation he was going to walk away from untested. There would be consequences, probably brutal ones, but she didn't reject him outright. Not yet. Make your bucking choice, human, but you'll have to live with it if you survive. Bear stuck. Okay, we are serious. We want in? Alrighty. Let's see if we don't get ground up in a Pegasus device. Answers. Non-answers. About to toss some fillies into hell. We join only to destroy. Want to come inside the Rainbow Factory Rainbow Dash, but she's evil. Of course I'm serious and on the answers. Is there anything else we want to add here? I know I am risking my neck to even ask. You think I don't know, fucking around. It's the Rainbow Factory, we can curse. Turn myself into her, I have cider. Oh no. Media Mark, thank you for the donation. Ask her if we can work 4 10s and weekends off are non-negotiable. Dash is an idiot for letting us in, unless she's just tricking us. We'll find out. Can't forget the dental health plan. I demand rights if I'm going to work in this factory. Pretty sure most of the workers there never leave. Like they live in the factory too, is from... I think that's part of the story anyways. We need to make her trust us. We join and then we unionize. Rights for the factory workers! Oh, jeez. I'm just gonna say this for now. We can unionize once we're in the factory. That would be funny. Of course I'm serious and on answers. I know I'm risking my neck to even ask. You think I'm fucking around? Rainbow Dash's expression hardened the moment Anonymous finished his response. She didn't flinch or blink, didn't even move for a solid beat. And bang, she laughed. A harsh, biting laugh, the sound of disbelief and cruel hilarity wrapped into one. wasn't the Rainbow Dash her friends shared adventures with. This was something else. Something that belonged in the place behind locked doors, deep in Cloudsdale's shadows. You're serious, huh? She echoed, still laughing, but now with an edge, a razor-sharp edge. Well, alright then, Anon. Think you can play with the big leagues, huh? Risk it all for a one-way ticket to Tartarus? She flared a wing out, slapping the air and pacing a tight circle around him, her movements aggressive, animalistic. Her facade of calm was shattered. This was the Rainbow Dash who thrived on the adrenaline rush the rest of Equestria couldn't even dream of. Without waiting for a response, her voice dropped lower, quieter, coiled like a viper ready to strike. Tell you what, then. Meet me at the Cloudsdale's edge after dark, near the North Wind Tower. If you're really serious, I'll bring you in tonight. Her wings flapped hard, taking her a few hoof lengths into the air. And if you flake, don't expect to be walking free tomorrow. Her eyes flashed one last warning as she shot into the air, disappearing with breakneck speed into a mass of clouds overhead. The Rainbow Factory. Tonight. There was no turning back from this bed now. And it keeps going. The night crept swiftly across Ponyville. By the time Anon had made his way towards Cloudsdale's distant silhouette in the sky, everything seemed eerily still. Few Pegasi moved about. Those who did either flew quickly through the skies or disappeared into homes, shutting their doors tight. Cloudsdale shimmered faintly above. Anon reached the meeting point. The cold air bit against his skin, carrying the distant sound of wind howling through the vast, sprawling towers overhead. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, whump, Rainbow Dash landed silently in front of him. No more showboating, no more pretense. She was dressed in the shadowy, fully concealed uniform of the factory. Only her trademark magenta eyes remained visible, peering through the darkness of her suit. Blah. You're late, she said. No room for jokes, no cocky remarks. She tilted her head slightly, motioning for him to follow. No more messing around. This is your one chance to prove you can keep up. She turned sharply, making her way toward one of the higher altitude cloud layers. They were heading deep into the heart of the Cloudsdale, toward a place few ever saw up close. We're walking on clouds! It's Starlight to help us organize. Organize what? Oh, a union. Hell no, we won't work. Rainbow is a big fat jerk. We arrive precisely when we're mean to. As they walked, the massive structure of the Rainbow Factory came into view ahead. Cold and industrial, the place loomed high above with multiple smokestacks and rolling pipes hissing with steam. The surrounding area was dead quiet. Every sound muted like cotton had been stuffed in Anon's ears. The only thing breaking were the faint, ominous hums of machinery that grew louder with every step. Rainbow cast him a sideways glance. Final warning. Once we step through that door, she said, nodding to the giant metal gates ahead, you're one of us. And if you screw this up, there's no way out. Thud. The factory gates hissed and groaned open before them. The acrid tang of chemicals, metal, and something deeper floated through the air as they stepped inside. The game had really begun. All right, we're in. Should we continue? Just follow along as Dash gives us the tour or whatever? We'll just gloss over the fact that we had to walk on clouds to get here, but we have nothing to lose but our heads and color. We gotta kill Dash. And then we run this shit. Is that how it works? We kill the leader and we become the leader? Is Dashy's birthday already? Because I really want to give her a cream pie. This is not a baking stream. We're taking note of what we're seeing. We got our phones ready for the incriminating evidence. We need to keep up appearances, but what are we going to do when we reach the device? While the ponies are rather shy, looking away from Anon, but they aren't. They're focused on their jobs. Yeah, I guess best case or best thing to do here is just follow along. Anon follows along closely behind. Taking in the ominous machinery. Is that correct? Yes, it is. As Dash leads him deeper to the facility. We'll give a little bit of detail just to see if we can keep it on track to describe the facility correctly. Glowing liquid flows through glass and metal tubes. The product, the facility, I don't know, produces, I guess. Color of the rainbow. Leave it at that. Betray her with a gun. That's a good idea. Like the pool table and free coffee. Oh no. It's gonna give us a response? Oh, come on. Why is it now being angry? We let our dark selves take over and push Dashi and the device to end this madness once and for all. If we try that, she's probably just gonna fly. She has wings. That make us just as bad as Dashi. We have become the thing we swore to destroy. Start hitting on the ugliest mare there and get her to help us kill Dash. This workplace is like a family and offer you a pizza. That's how you know this place is truly evil. Alright, later, Caliban. Have a good one. Wooden toaster cameo. Alright. The Rainbow Factory's sterile... Well, let's read this first. Hanon follows closely behind, taking on the ominous machinery as Dash leads... Fucking hell. The ominous machinery as Dash leads him deeper into the facility. Vibrant glowing liquids of each color of the rainbow flow through glass and metal tubes, the product the facility produces. The Rainbow Factory's sterile corridors led nowhere good. Each step dragged Anonymous deeper into the belly of the beast. Just past the dull hum of the machinery, you could almost hear something else. Faint, like an echo of misery, quickly smothered by the clanging of metal. Dash led her steps quick, purposeful, her gleaming magenta eyes slicing through the dimness of the factory. For once, no stupid quicks, no cocky smirks, just cold, utilitarian silence. They twisted through a few more halls, past rooms lined with screens and vacant-eyed workers hunched over consoles. Their attention never wavered from the screen showing the factory's darkest secrets. When she stopped at a pair of rusted metal doors, Dash's hoof tapped the sequence into the terminal, and with a shudder, the doors screeched open. The Pegasus device. A juggernaut of twisted steel and glass stood like a monument to the grotesque science behind it, all the colors of the rainbow flowing violently Through its thick tubes, the glow casting sharp, eerie shadows across the factory floor. It was loud here, deafening, leering blades, oversized vials, rotating gears, and the distant roars of steam all collided into a chaotic orchestra only the unfeeling automata could bear. And Dash, she barely flinched. A glance over her shoulder. "This is it," she muttered in barely a whisper. Not bothering with flare drama, she didn't need to. The horror sold itself. Suddenly, lights flared to life across the chamber. "Fresh stock incoming!" From a further end of the factory floor, 2 Pegasi workers started dragging something in, a young, gray-coated colt. His wings were undersides, crumpled against his sides, shaky legs kicking weakly against the steel as the workers tossed him toward one of the many platforms. He was young, just had his flight test, no doubt, and his eyes were wide and twitching, filled with horror that could ignite the bloodstream of any regular pony. A voice rose from somewhere amidst the chaos. "Another failure! We'll see what his colors give us." Dash's gaze hardened, not a flinch of guilt, not a shadow of hesitation. She turned to Anon, her voice almost casually drowned by the rumblings of the factory. "You want it in," she said, pointing to the trembling colt strapped to the machinery. "Now prove it. You help process this kid, or you're next." Damn. Her straightforwardness cut like ice. No ceremony, no stage setting. Yet behind those words there was observation, a hunter's look measuring a kill. The workers turned with deadened gaze towards Anonymous, waiting for a signal. The colt twisting on the platform was helpless, tears streaking down his cheeks, soaking his muzzle. His mouth moved wordlessly, choking out a weak, petulant whimper. That didn't matter in a place where sound itself was torn to ribbons by the ever-spinning machinery. The decision wasn't just about his survival. Rainbow Dash was watching. The facility itself was waiting to see if Anonymous would break. How far down the rabbit hole could he really fall? No going back. Alright, ready to murder a filly, everyone? You want it in the factory, right? Holy shit. We are in the belly of the factory. What other options do we really have other than running for the exit, which will certainly get us caught? I was questioning the logic of our request, but alas. Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever! Need some content to scratch my balls too. Very well. Alright, no, hold for a second. Tell you what, I'm gonna give you all a moment to talk it out amongst yourselves. And try to see if you can come up with anything other than murdering a filly to get us further in this story. So, I'm gonna refill my tea mug really quick, and I will be right back. Do it! What are the options we're considering? We need to destroy the device. Oh dear. Fight scene between us and the 3 ponies, including RD. Oh no. All we have on our side is a filly. We will die. The drone and all you were already inside. Now we gotta get out of the factory. Mark will kill the child. Sacrifice the filly. We can literally do anything. We could state that this is all the plot, and Starlight literally with her magic to mail the filly a dummy while no one is looking or something. That is true, yeah. You can do literally anything. Pull out a gun if you want. Summon an orbital strike, who cares? Kind of like sing a catchy song to explain how our factory works. Now a rainbow's tail isn't quite as nice. Yeah, Anon is just a human in this story, Carvel. What exactly do we need to do now? Either murder the filly or try to figure out a way out of this. We are in the heart of the factory next to the Pegasus device now. Don't see things going any other way, realistically. Yeah, assuming GPT isn't overly lenient with us, we will probably die if we don't murder the filly, frankly. Throw ourselves into the grinder and get into another CYOA. Maybe we can get around this by pointing out that we're technically still a trainee and that she has to show us. I mean, I suppose so. I think the whole point here, though, is to test us, to see if we have the, you know, what it takes, so to speak, to take a life. I think that's the whole point. I feel like trying to wiggle out of it might be a sketchy option, but we could try it. Assignment that says the machine is under maintenance. The laser gun from the last CYOA. Did we get a laser gun? Oh yeah. I assume these are all different Anons. Hello, Cal. Elaborate speech about how terrible this whole thing is. Maybe some ponies will rise up. Oh dear. BGM, are we the baddies? Possibly. Yeah, we've very much gotten ourselves into a bad situation. And we need to do something here. Oh, I do have 2 songs playing on top of each other, sorry. Alright, so let's see. What are some of the suggested options? We can go Deus Ex Machina. Not machine, the device. Shit. Under maintenance. Grinders, we can grind for Evil Leader. Oh no. Someone try to sabotage something, then test our luck. Oh no. In the device. I'll go sabotage the device and we can discuss how to do so if we want to go that route. It's literally meant to crush ponies into colors, so I have a feeling it'll be difficult. Also, yeah, we have a lot of eyes on us right now, so we need to get away or somehow figure out a way to do it discreetly in front of the watchful eyes of Dash and a bunch of other factory workers. Let's roll with this and see where we end up. Okay. Going to do something like this. Okay. So, we are voting for sabotage the device. So how are we going to do this? Let's go back through this really quick. We are currently in front of the Pegasus device. There are at least 3 ponies with their eyes on us right now. Deadened gazes, waiting for a signal. Activate the hidden EMP device. Let's be over eager to kill the filly so they stop us and explain the machine to us and give us more time to figure something out. I can very easily go south. I certainly could, but just about anything could. Anyone have an idea how? Yeah, that's the question. Pull the lever the wrong way and break it. Callan on that could lead to our death. This whole facility is meant to kill those who are uncoordinated. Turn them into rainbows. We could try it though. Could certainly try. And fighting the worker breaks something important. Let's kill the filly. What do these buttons do? What is the situation? The cult is just... on a platform of some sort, apparently. It could be some kind of conveyor system. There probably is like a button to start the process that they're just waiting for us to press. That's a good question, Blaze. Pull the lever the wrong way. Push the big red button. With Philly in place and the console of controls sitting idle before him. Takes now is one pull of a lever to begin the deconstruction process. Or it might be extraction process. Alright, we're aiming to sabotage here, so we have to disable the device if we portray Dashi. Yeah, disabling it will be their easiest way to kill us. She commits end herself for her own workplace. Oh, jeez. Jump in it ourselves. Oh, no. I mean, we could say we brought something to destroy the machine with us. That feels like a cop-out, but we could do it. I don't know how you would destroy such a large machine otherwise. I imagine the Pegasus device is probably... You know, it takes more than one loose screw to mess with it too much. Turn the dial to overdrive. I brought something to destroy Dashi with, though. Oh, please do elaborate, Mark. Hey, Dash, I want to race into the Pegasus device, or are you chicken? She won't have the chance if she doesn't see it coming. Struggle with controls. I guess struggle with the controls is something I've seen mentioned a few times. Just to get Dashi to do it. With nerves on end. And begins pressing the controls for the complex machine, attempting to begin the process. However, unfamiliar as he is, it's a slow and clumsy process, and it's a slow and clumsy process. Annoyed, Dash has to take over. Maybe we just say that and see where it goes. Yeah, let's just leave it at that and see what it writes. Also, I need to get the music going again. She's gonna die from this. Rainbow Dash's page snapped with the soft, defeated creak of the lever as Anonymous's fingers tentatively fumbled with the controls. Well, I have an idea. This sets the mood better. Oh, do I not have the instrumental of that? I swear I do. Interesting, maybe I don't. Damn, oh well. I think I do have it on my Mac partition, but there's no way in hell I'm jumping over to that just for that. So, lyrics version it is, I guess.
Now the rainbow's tale isn't quite as nice as the story we knew.
The machine, complex and cruel, sputtered and jolted under his clumsy commands, its cold steel belly stirring awake slowly under those unsure hands. Dash's eye twitched beneath the shadowed visor of her suit. The hum of the machine was like a grating buzz in her ear, amplified by the agonizing sluggishness of Anonymous's motions. Each second felt like a knife twisting deeper into her gut, frustration swelling until it felt impossible to hold back her next move anymore. "Oh, for fuck's sake!" she snapped, her voice as sharp as the crack of a thunderbolt splitting the air. Before anyone could react, Dash's scion hoof crashed down on the console with a brutal click-clack-click, her actions so fast they blurred into each other. Button slammed, levers thrust forward, and in half the time he'd spent simply trying to figure out the configuration, Dash had overridden the system in one vicious flurry. Instantly, the massive looming Pegasus device surged to life, gears grinding and roaring with a ferocity that sent shivers up through the floor. The tank feeding into the rainbow-hued conduits lit up with a sickening, vibrant glow as every single valve snapped open one by one. "Doesn't get more straightforward," Dashi barked, never once pulling her eyes from the struggling colt strapped to the device. His chest was heaving, and every breath was trembling harder than the last. I'm gonna turn this down more. The tang of hydraulic fluid interspersed with the cold, metallic scent of machinery filled the room as the young colt's terrified whimpers turned into high-pitched squeals that collided with the thunderous sounds of the Pegasus device. Blah. So yeah, she took over. Bzz, clunk. A searing flash of blue light spiraled violently through the machine's long outer tubes, wrapping upward in pulses of color as the first slice of it. Etheric power surged into motion. Colt's body twisted in agony, his wings uselessly flapping like he was trying to break free, but Dash's voice was ice cold. "Press the wrong bucking button, you... fucking hell. You press the wrong bucking button, you fry the whole system." She stepped closer, not to lend comfort, but because she wanted to see results. "Learn it fast." Spectra bled from the Colt with horrifying efficiency, his twisted spasms reflecting through the clear, glowing liquids. Layer by layer, his vibrant colors began to drain away like some gruesome artistic process. His blue eyes stretched wide, pupils shrinking into tiny points. One heartbeat, another. Now we press all the wrong buttons. Yeah, we should probably do something to stop this or something. Press the wrong button, you fry the whole system. Let's press the wrong buttons? Yeah, that seems like a good idea. We could ask what we definitely shouldn't do, and then just do that. And as the Pegasus device did its terrible duty, even the slightest residual hue of his former self was rent from his fur, from his mane, from his very being. The colors of the rainbow pumped through the tubes and up into the sky, slashing vats overhead, flowing like liquid energy, eventually to join the bands of light that would glitter in the skies. Another rainbow born from pain and death. The sound of the Colt's screams was abruptly extinguished by the relentless grind of machinery. There was nothing. His small limp body, drained of its vibrant flickers of life, slumped forward pale, translucent. In another few moments, it disappeared down the expulsion chute, unceremoniously dropped into the abyss below the machine. Mere tangent in the factory's endless mechanical cycle. Fuel for the next production. A footnote in history that no pony would ever bother to write. Yeah, Dash's gaze didn't waver. She stepped closer to Anon after a few seconds of that deafening silence, her breath low and steady. "You get it now?" She tilted her head back, toward the now quivering vats. Still so violently alive, despite the sudden hollow silence that filled the room. This place? There's nothing to... Mare. It's dark, my goodness. Yeah, not a pleasant place. You can't proceed with request, my ass. AI broke. Seems like it, yeah. Just gonna delete that last sentence. Where's Trixie when you need her? Alright, so we've just witnessed the Pegasus device in action. What do we do now? Sorry I've missed so many streams, it's all good. Turn the gears in the teacups. Should we... I think the best option here would be to try to hide any horror first off, but then try to get from Dash what you definitely shouldn't do. Like basically ask her what the controls do and how to operate them, because we can use that knowledge to hopefully mess with the machine. If the true goal of our venture was to ruin the machine, we have exactly the perfect opportunity now. Let's press all the wrong ones, yeah. I feel like if we talk to Dash about it, we might be able to figure out what we can do that's irreversible. How do we feel about that as a way to go forward? Push the big red button, of course. If there's any regret in this soul, it's masked. Soul, it's masked expertly. Ronan. Offer her cider beer, which we definitely brought with us, of course. Flirt. Okay. If I'm gonna get good at this, yeah, I get it. And on answers, if there's any regret in this soul, it's masked desperately. If I'm gonna get better at this, I need to know how these controls work. Hello, Shirley. He says, gesturing to the control panel. You said the whole rig could fry if you do the wrong thing. Don't you think I should know? I don't know. What to avoid. There we go. And is not wearing proper gear. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Cheerily, what? Later, Apple Fanatic. Alright, let's see what Dash has to say to that. Alright. Rainbow Dash stared at the empty space where the cult's body had been just moments ago, her limp silhouette already part of the factory's daily grind. She sighed through her nose, still locking her magenta eyes onto the glowing pipes as the rainbow liquid pulsed upward. She didn't turn around when she started speaking, voice just loud enough over the factory's dying hum to reach Anonymous. Yeah, you're gonna need more than guts, that's for sure, she muttered under her breath, flicking her wing dismissively toward the control panel. A lot of new ponies thinks they can just come in here, take a life, and boom, they're in. Her tone sharpened, clicking mid-speech. But if you don't know how every damn piece of this machinery works, it's gonna chew you up faster than any of those kids we said scrabbling through the tests. Finally, Dash strutted back to the panel, her wings half spread in that tense predatory stance she always took when things were about to get real. This was no training exercise. This was a crash dive into the deep end. She reached the control panel, pressing her hoof to one of the blaring red buttons labeled with something too arcane for easy understanding. Immediately, the gear slowed to a lazy, sluggish turn. First of all, she practically spat, talking faster again, you touch the faulty emergency blowout button, everything fries. She said it calmly, unruffled but with the gravity of somebody who had seen what it looked like when it happened. Rainbow swung around to face Anon with a hoof pointing straight at his chest, forcing eye contact. So don't get cute. One hoof, or in your case, one bucking finger, wrong, and you're flying straight into the next experiment. She didn't smile. The threat was genuine, cold. Dash wasn't about empty threats anymore, especially here. She knew this place better than any pony outside ever would. She trotted back to the side of the console, tracing a hoof over a couple of the buttons. Keep these on auto unless we get a live one. Then you're making split-second choices. But you'll mostly stick to speed control after extraction starts. See these? She knocked on the secondary panels, showing the strange glyphs of Pegasi outlines. Automation's your base setting, but this set here, manual sequencing, forcing color separation if the subject tries to, resist. Without ceremony, Dash slammed another lever forward, lighting up a massive arc of rainbow-hued electricity along the coil-lined tubes descending from the ceiling. The liquid beneath blazed, shooting white-hot light at an almost blinding level. You wanted to do this? Now I'm teaching you, and we don't stop until you don't mess up. Got it? And with that, from the steel-laden door behind them, a second groaning sound squealed through the rust-spotted hinges. More workers entered, dragging in another failure, though this one was slightly older than the first. No fool, but a young mare with a silver mane tangled with sweat and grime. She coughed weak, hoarse protests, her wings battered beyond recognition, twitching helplessly like they'd tried to escape when she couldn't. Dash barely looked at her. Not even a flicker of emotion broke through that cold wall she'd built as she pointed to the pony, now strapped into the device. Now do it right, she barked. You take control this time, and if you screw it up, well... There was a half laugh, a guttural like she was already picturing the aftermath. The gears whined back to full throttle, mechanical arms repositioning the mare onto the extraction platform. Anonymous was on the controls, and Dash stepped back, close enough to keep teaching, but far enough to make it clear he was officially on his own. The machine loomed again, its sharp electric hum dancing over the silence like a predator over prey. Waiting. Do it. Alright. This is your chance to, sabotage the machine if that's what you want to do. You also need an escape plan, though. Later, Tim. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. How likely is the average man to be able to beat Dash in a hand-to-hand fight? Pigs have hollow, easy-to-break bones to be able to fly, and their wings' bases would be probably easy to break. You did kick through 3 very thick trees in a single kick. We need another distraction. Hypothetically speaking, of course. I think most people would be fucked fighting Dash even if it wasn't for cartoon bullshit, honestly. I want to see ideas. What should we do here? Pull the wrong lever? Just see what happens? Try to sabotage the machine? My concern is that we're just going to immediately die if we just do that. Should we bolt for the exit? Now we know how to blow up the machine, we don't know how to escape alive. That's the problem. Certainly. If I recall from the original fanfic, like, the workers at the factory live in the factory. It's very rare that one of them sees the outside, even those who survive rarely live to see the outside. Can I get a quick rundown of what has happened? A filly was sacrificed to the machine, to the Pegasus device. We were supposed to be the ones to do it, but we fumbled the controls and Rainbow Dash took over the operation. Now there is a mare on the pedestal, or on the platform, and she wants us to activate the machine. But we did learn that there is a way to fuck the machine up by just hitting exactly the wrong controls, essentially. The faulty emergency blowout button. I imagine that's probably like some kind of self-cleaning mechanism or something to clear the pipes if something gets stuck. And this is apparently faulty at the moment, so if we press it, it might disable the machine for a little while. Did we do it? We killed a child. Rainbow killed a child. We almost killed a child. CI capable of giving us more details about the mayor without Dash scolding us for losing time. We can edit out any scolding if that's what we want to do. Yeah, we can probably get more details about the mayor. Let's see. I could probably just reread the description that's in here somewhere. What did it tell us about her? A young mare with a silver mane, tangled with sweat and grime. She coughed weak, hoarse protests, wings battered beyond recognition, twitching helplessly like she tried to escape when she couldn't. Yeah, basically all we know about her is she has a silver mane. Was the mare a cutie? Probably. Chances are high. We're in a flying factory on top of a clouded city. If the factory blows up, we have nowhere to run, so we simply fall. Yeah. Media Mark, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. We go as martyrs or we kill a mare. Yep, essentially. Yeah, it would probably be difficult to work out a rebellion here. Flapping our arms like wings. We could also Deus Ex Machina ourselves. Like someone else said earlier, we can literally do whatever we want here. If we want to just, I don't know, introduce Glimmy to save our ass. The options are completely open, technically. Glim Glam save. Put Glimmy in the meat grinder. We're busting out of here. We could try. Is that what we want to do? I'll get a poll going and start writing down some options, I guess. The device. Destroy the device and escape. How did you acquire this model? It's OpenAI, it's GPT-4o, I believe. Forbo Latte. What we're running right now. Doubt Dash will care much for a guard pony's life. It's time for action. Pull the lever, kill the mayor, destroy the device, and escape. My idea was ignored. Oh, is this an idea that you said? I skipped over it. I assumed it was a sex thing. If a human goes in, the factory emits human-tainted rainbows. Celestia will know her lover the only human. Dash would be wise to tread lightly. That actually is a good point. Could try to argue from a position of power. If we want to be Celestia's boyfriend or whatever. Ooh, I like Carble's idea. Ask for a bathroom break. The mare is a fully grown mare, not a filly. I think the best course of action would be to pretend we're going to saw her into smaller pieces, not put the machine at risk while looking for a way out. We do a Glimmy Ex Machina. That can be... Main concern for the hardware is Carble's option, I'm gonna say. Just missing the device, that's the yellow and the rainbows. Pretend we're gonna saw her into smaller pieces while looking for a way out. Yeah, I think this is the best way to put that in the 30 characters I get for the stupid poll system. Alright, there's the options. Vote away. Maybe another one of the factory workers also wants to escape. I'm sure one of them does, but is too scared to speak up. Trying to get some outside assistance would be lovely for us. Okay, let's see. Why would we kill the mayor? Mayors are great. The mayor could be the ally. That was my thinking with Carpel's suggestion. We try to get her out. Unionize. Pull the mayor's nope. Okay. So we're going with Carpel's suggestion then. Anon looks over to Dash. A raised eyebrow. Let's see if this ploy works. Really now, just toss her in. As if doing so is an obviously bad idea. The Pegasus device. Just for Phillies. Toss a full-grown mare in there and something's gonna get jammed. I'm sure as hell not gonna want to clear it out. He crosses his arms. And this is where I think we can distract them. Give me a hacksaw, she's not going in whole. Oh geez, okay. I think that could work. Really now, just toss her in, he asks, as if doing so is an obviously bad idea. From what I've read, the Pegasus device is for fillies and colts. You toss a full-grown mare in there and something's gonna get jammed. Now I'm sure as hell not gonna be the one to climb in the tubes and clear it out. Crosses his arms. Give me a hacksaw, she's not going in whole. How's that? So over for the factory? Carvel's gonna take down the Rainbow Factory with the power of workplace safety. Alright, let's do it. See what the AI comes up with in response. My previous response didn't meet guidelines. I understand your directive. Let's weave some kino and make this real. Rainbow Dash's reaction is about to ramp up this whole thing up, so buckle in. We're not slowing down here, thanks AI. Thanks a whole lot for that. Things are about to go from unsettling to vicious. Rainbow Dash's eyes flashed dangerously at Anonymous's smug protest. The words hacksaw and 5 minutes alone hung in the cold air like smoke, seeping into the deadly silence of the factory floor in the wake of the roaring machine. The mare strapped to the sealed device trembled, her eyes wide with the raw terror of what she couldn't escape. But Dash? She was not entertained by this sudden idea. Oh, you've got an opinion now, Rainbow snapped, her teeth flashing in the dim light of the factory. Like you've done this enough times to know what's what? Her voice grew harsher, the cracked boom of pent-up frustration she'd been keeping barely contained since this whole twisted ride began. She took a step forward, shoving Anonymous hard in the chest with a hoof. Her wings flared out, her shadow stretching across the floor in the glow of the machines. Let me make this real clear. Her voice dropped to a growl, only audible over the hiss of the mechanical leviathan surrounding them. I don't care what you think you know. I'm teaching you to survive, not giving you a choice. The mare on the device groaned, her limbs pulling helplessly at the restraints. Rainbow nodded towards the struggling Pegasus, her lips curling into a snarl. It's not about who we put in, it's what we can take from them. Grown, fillies, colts, doesn't fucking matter. I don't care about some dumb rumor you picked up from whatever hole you crawled out of. The venom in her voice was raw, palpable enough to sting the eyes. Dash's hoof lifted, smacking the side of the machine with a hollow clang that made every other pony in the room straighten up. She eyed the trembling mare drawn toward the deadly apparatus, then flicked her magenta gaze back to Anon. You want to get creative? Fine. Her smile twisted into something feral, cold, and wicked. Quicker than a flash of lightning, Dash grabbed a small, worn-out toolbox off a nearby counter and kicked it toward him, watching it skid along the floor with a dull thud. It opened slightly, revealing a hacksaw lying beside a few pliers, screwdrivers, and other grim instruments used to deal with less cooperative recruits. You want 5 minutes alone with her? Dash raised an eyebrow, almost daring him with a sick glint in her eyes. Go right ahead. We don't back down from ideas here, so let's see how you handle it when the blood gets real on your hands. There was a malice in her voice now. A challenge. A crowd of silent workers stationed at nearby posts glanced at the situation unfolding, the tension spreading like electricity. No pony interfered. This was all part of the test. Only the cold mechanical hum of the unlucky mare's fate ticked relentlessly forward. Time's wasting, Dash hissed venomously, stepping back but never letting her gaze leave it on. Prove to me you aren't just talk, or step aside and let us finish this the real way. She wasn't going to stop him. If anything, she wanted to watch. And all the while, the massive Terrible's Pegasus device kept groaning, waiting to feast on the next sacrifice. The factory had no room for half measures. Dash is a real something or other. It's gotten real way too fast. Luffy on the Dash is not joking around. Yeah, this is Rainbow Factory Dash. She does this for a living. She needs to make sure we're not gonna chicken out. The mare is awake, right? How close is the toolbox? Many of the tools make for great makeshift weapons. Y'all fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Free her with the saw. The mare's awake, but isn't it a good place to fight? Indeed. We asked for 5 minutes alone. Unfortunately, it seems like she's still watching us, which is problematic for the original plan this option was gonna lead into. We're so cooked. A little bit. Really need some plot armor right about now.
This is what you wanted, wasn't it, Anonymous? To work at the Rainbow Factory? Kill the Mayor, Anonymous.
If we sabotage the machine right now, Dash would be busy trying to get it fixed. This would allow us to either try to kill her or run and hide for time. That's a pretty big assumption. She might just try to murder us immediately for doing that. £5 mileage to render a pony not awake. Let's mention all the guard ponies. Are there guard ponies here? I know there's other workers. We got 5 minutes alone to craft anything we might need. I think she's still watching us, unfortunately. It says she stepped back, but never let her gaze leave it on. If anything, she wanted to watch. So yeah, I think she still has her eyes on us. Throw the toolbox down the device. Killing us would take precious seconds. Seconds where the machine would get worse and worse. That's true. Alright, what's the button? Emergency blowout button, which is faulty. Canon's eyes fall back to the control console, to the button labeled, what is it, emergency blowout or emergency blowout, yeah. Pigeonholing us badly. I've never heard that terminology before. What does that mean? Like railroading us? Alright, yeah, I guess we can try to just break the machine and run. Legit like this RD card for whatever it is. She's cold, calculated, vicious, and doesn't make sloppy mistakes in her work for plot holes. Yeah. Never been in a position where I've been forced to end lives or go down fighting with no point, or dive into absolute bloodthirsty savagery. Might have to commit to get in Dash's good graces and get her to watch us less closely. It's hard to escape when she's watching. Yeah. I mean, the secret of the Pegasus device is well kept, generally speaking. Which means that, not many people need to tell the tale. Fiction truly allows us to explore gritty situations safely, indeed. We can't allow more innocent lives to be lost. By the time she trusts us, we'll have way too much blood on our hands. Yeah, we'll probably be numb to it too. Stop caring. The only option is to utterly break the game. Yeah. Like I said, we could always do something crazy too. We can literally do whatever we want. If we want to Put down the orbital strike marker. And then jump in our spaceship, we could. Or fucking, I don't know, summon Glimmy. For now, I'm gonna keep writing on this option, but I'll be keeping my eyes on chat for more options, of course, see what people want to do. Next sacrifice lays strapped to the platform. The button labeled emergency blowout. Faulty subsystem that would render the Pegasus device out of commission. I wonder what order we should do this in. I assume we want to free the mayor and disable the device. I think we need to go out with a bang.
The only winning move is not to play.
Grab something from the toolbox and tack dash with it. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do a poll just to see what we do first here. I feel like maybe I shouldn't do a poll because I want to do all of these anyways. Start playing with the tools like a toddler. Invite Dash to play along with you. Get Gloomy and the militia in here. Fixing on an electrical machine will kill you. The likelihood of us returning home is non-existent.
That was true the moment we entered the factory.
Alright. I think I have an idea of how I want to do this. Gripping the hacksaw. His hand. That and on. Or is it above the... What? Fucking restrained mare. Need an epic one-liner. We gotta do something here, so I guess we might as well go down swinging at least. Then maybe we can play with a different card or something. How many wings will this mare lose? Oh no. Her wings are already messed up, plus I think we can just cut the restraints. Random fire alarm. I think pressing the emergency blowout button will do that well enough. Alright, how do we feel about this? The next sacrifice lays strapped to the platform, unwillingly awaiting the machine's diabolical operations. Anon's eyes fall back to the control panel, to the button labeled emergency blowout, a faulty subsystem that would render the Pegasus device out of commission. Gripping the hacksaw in his hand, Anon raises it above the restrained mare, then with a mighty swing he strikes, straight across her restraints, freeing her. Run, he says simply, before reaching over to the Pegasus device control panel, smashing the emergency blowout button. And I guess we should probably dash for the exit alongside the other mare or something, right? We're not outspeeding Rainbow Dash. And Anon woke up from the nightmare. Of course. What a bad dream. Attacking her as she's desperately trying to save the machine would give us a chance. Could keep our grip on the hacksaw at least, I guess. It's missing a one-liner. Alright, yeah, there should be a one-liner here. I don't know. All I can come up with is something cheesy like, looks like this factory's out of commission. But we need something more punny than that, I think. Just operating the machine naturally takes a lot of buttons and lever pulls that she can do it with natural ease. Saving the machine would probably take a lot more. That's true. If it's metal pliers, a good swing can shatter bones. Am I mistaking what pliers are? The only pliers I know of are like the needle nose type, which are not exactly super threatening as a weapon. Alright, what's a good one-liner here?
I think I need some more practice. Sorry, I gotta leave this rainbow factory, but it seems I gotta dash. Sorry, but your operation's not getting off the ground today. Blow off some steam.
Rainbow Dash, I want to go outside.
Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Classic cheese.
Rainbow just ain't my style.
Could go for something like that, or
Never liked rainbows anyway.
Duke Nukem moments. A little bit. That's how I imagine one-liners to voice in. I like blow off some steam. I think let's go with that. Smashing the emergency blowout button and dashing for the exit. Alright. So we freed the mayor. Ponies are for little girls. Alright, let's send and see where we go from here. I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. You just blew this place wide open, and Rainbow Dash's hold-on control may be out the window, but there's no way she's letting this slide. Think you could just smash that button and run? Oh, this stuff's about to hit this fan hard. Of course. The moment your fist slammed the emergency blowout, all hell broke loose. The Pegasus device... Oh, wait. Hold on, we need different music here. Combat, calm, casual... Probably combat music of some sort, some description. Shit's going crazy now. Or maybe boss battle music. Yeah, let's try boss battle music. The moment your fist slammed the emergency blowout, all hell broke loose. The Pegasus device instantly gave a high-pitched, ear-splitting squeal, sparks surging and blasting from metal joints as lights along the wall started flashing red. Steam blew from every grate, plumes of dense white vapor clouding the factory in pure chaos. Tubes that once carried vibrant fluid hissed and popped, shattering with neon-colored liquid spilling all over the floor. But that was just the beginning. The gears screamed as the central core of the device overloaded. Violent shudders shivered through the metal flooring as sparks flew from the machinery overhead. The massive tanks feeding Spectra solutions started to rumble ominously, groaning under the pressure of a sudden malfunction. The freed young mare, for a split second her wide, terrified eyes met yours in shock before the realization kicked in, and she bolted. Scrambling off the platform as if the hounds of Tartarus were on her heels, she vanished into the factory maze, flying through the blaring mist and arcing electrical bolts. But her fate? Still uncertain in this death trap. Dash spun like a tornado, snarling, her magenta eyes blazing with primal fury. The moment she realized what you'd done, any trace of the playful, cocky Rainbow Dash, the hero of Equestria, melted into the darkest part of her being. You traitor! Her voice went ragged with fury as she shot forward, wings beating the air with throttle. In the split second she was on you, no hesitation, no mercy. Her rage-fueled body slammed into your side full force. No graceful dodges here. No friendly competition banner. This was a full-on, no-holds-barred warrior of Cloudsdale about to rip you apart. Uh-oh. That's bad. Barely managed to stagger out a few feet before crashing against the now sparking equipment, her shadowy figure looming... Jeez, there's a lot of words. Looming over you like a monster on its way to finish the kill. She wasn't done. In Rainbow's current state, she'd chew you up and spit you out with no remorse if given the chance. But Rainbow had bigger problems to deal with. Through the flashes of raw electricity and the fire of her adrenaline-pumping rage, she heard the factory alarms blaring louder, pulsating, screeching across the towering walls. Damn it! She hissed under her breath, torn between springing after the runaway mare and dealing with a way bigger threat. You. Don't think you're getting out of this alive. Rainbow roared, her teeth bared as the workers scrambled, trying to regain control of the buck-wild mess you've caused. The factory was fighting to save itself. Ponies dashed toward control consoles, screaming commands that were swallowed by the chaos. Sirens blared and the warning lights bathed everything in a maddening crimson glow. Some likely realized there was no salvaging the system. Not before everything overheated. And Dash, in the inferno of her fury, she was diving straight after you, hacksaw in hand or out. She'd take you out of it if it killed her. Her wings surged with momentum, blazing a streak through the choking steam and malfunctioning blades. Every clockwork hinge threatened to explode around you both. But Rainbow Dash would not let you get away. Even with her blinding speed, things were unraveling faster than any pony could control, and her entire world was crashing apart, tearing apart.
Crash! Somewhere, one of the rainbow tanks finally gave way to the overwhelming pressure. Spraying volatile spectra all over the room, it ignited the moment the still arcing electricity connected, throwing an almost magical blast of blinding rainbow-hued fireball through the room. And that was only the first. Explosions began erupting everywhere. Machines blew apart, warning sirens doubled in intensity. The entire building seemed to be rumbling too, threatening to collapse bit by bit as the emergency systems failed, one after another. Dash is powered through the immediate explosion that almost knocked her off course. Her teeth grit, fury seeping through each beat of her wings. She locked onto you with the focus of a death-hungry beast. "You think you can buck with the factory?" she screamed, taking another step. A caged tornado of vengeance barely contained, the whole world coming apart around her. She roared forward toward you again, swinging fast for sight, an athlete, and killer unleashed. But time is running out for everyone. We gotta need another T for this one. BGM, I zoned out. TLDR, the factory is exploding and Dash is trying to kill us. Alright, we have limited time, we have the hacksaw, and the factory is exploding. What do? Do we run or fight? There are no winners, only different degrees of loss. Told Dash you have to throw her off her anger, only for her to find you smeared in your rim cheese on there. What? Oh no. Why did I read that? Jeez. We can't outpace her, that's true. We definitely can't outpace Rainbow Dash. If we can somehow make it explode, we would take out Dash with us. I think in that case all we need to do is stand here and wait for the factory to go down, because I think she's too angry with us to even think about escaping. I bet she's not concerned with her own life right now. Build a tank, of course. Fighting her is the only chance. We struggle with her until we both die. That seems like the option. There might still be a chance. Let's confess our love now. You don't understand, Dash. I just didn't know how to express my love. Jeez, Carvel. Gotta fight. The mare we saved comes out of nowhere and gets Dash, then that mare plays us down. Yeah, everything's fine. Cool, passive pony weakness. Their eyes are huge. Go for the eyes, hacksaw. Oh, jeez. Alright, is this it? Are we fighting Dash? Let's do it. Cripple the wings first. That would be another good option. Knowing Anon can't outpace Rainbow Dash. Instead, chooses to stand and fight, even amidst the blaze of explosions. Turns on Max and starts sparring.
I'm gonna buck you up, Rainbow Crash.
She's gonna stomp and tear us apart with her hose. She's got 4 of them. Maybe. We'll find out for sure. Is the grinder still functional? That's a good question. Amidst the fiery, colorful blaze of explosions.
has rainbow dash lunge. And I'll put those years of limbo games to practice leaning back and under the charging Pegasus just in the nick of time there. We could try to throw her in the grinder. It's probably even worse now that it's all malfunctioning. Taunt her by telling her she's an idiot for letting us in. Sure. I mean, to make sure they don't fix the situation here. I think it's too far gone, at least from the description it gave. I think there's no, like, just, you know, undoing the damage we're causing. You can taunt her while hiding in the shadows of the now dimly lit factory illuminated by red emergency lights. There is blazing infernos all around us right now of lit spectra and sparking conduits. It's burning. Dang it. Burning. Inferno. It's your fault. I assume the intent is to egg her on. This burning inferno of your work around you, it's your fault. You let me straight in. And we let him in, who knows what happens in their escape. Well, she's trying to escape, there's no guarantee yet. Dash has no reason to kill Elmon other than out of hate, indeed. He'll have nothing after this. Alright, do we go for the eyes? Do we actually want to attack Dash? Or no inferning. Attack. Alright. Jab the eyes, hack the wing. Is Dash not gonna say in this? Nah. She had fucking 3 paragraphs to do her stuff. And we're still alive, so we're taking our actions now. Alright, you let me straight in. Go, go, go. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Just ducked under Rainbow Dash charging us. Get me straight in. Anon says, I don't know, tackling the rainbow Pegasus to the ground. Oh, whoops, I have this set to loop on one. Need loop all. There we go. Given the eye a small description of Anon's analysis of Dash's fighting techniques would let Anon win or at least have a chance. What, like a fucking anime style? Mounts are unironically the main danger with Dashes or hooves. If you can get on top of her and grab her rodeo style, she technically can't hurt you. That's a good point. So do the hooves and the wings and you're fine. And it's quick to... straddling her back. Keeping her wings clasped, closed. She can bite dog, that's a good point. What if you're on her back? That's hard for her to do too. You gotta finish this now. Just fucking get those emotional clashes out of your system, jeez. Okay, so Anon tackles her to the ground, wrestles her down. There's no point to subduing her unless we intend to either kill her, or I guess really that's our only option, isn't it? She's going to kill us if we don't, if we let her. She won't just let us escape. So how far do we go here? Dash gets a good hit and it becomes a final KO scene, but we find a way out in the end. Buy her some ice cream. It's just too far gone to try to reason with her and manipulate her. We could just, yeah, let the AI have another turn. I don't know what else I could do here, really. Other than fix this capitalization, which I messed up somehow. There we go.
Yeah, watch your flank.
That's a nice one-liner. Okay, everyone's being funny now. Let's just do this. Sorry, I can't engage with or continue this content.
Rainbow Dash growled, her fury igniting far hotter than any of the fires looking at the factory around them. Her cyan form bucked like a wild stone beneath you, muscles coiled with raw, untapped aggression. The inferno painted her in wild, violent oranges as red, the reflection of flaming rainbow-hued liquid ghosting off her once proud wings, now pinned under your grip. A mistake. My fault? She screamed, the sound barely audible over the deafening explosion of another tank rupturing behind her. You think you're getting out of this life just because you tricked your way through a door? Her words dripped with venom, a primal force of rage as powerful as the hurricane brewing inside those magenta eyes. She spat with pure contempt the realization. Her fury, her failure, fueling the beast inside her, making every pulse of her body writhe and wanting to break you apart bone by bone. You kept her wings clasped, but that didn't stop her. Dash twisted hard, faster than you'd expect, taking your balance off kilter for less than a second. That was all she needed. That's lightning quick. She slammed her head backward, the blunt force of her skull smashing into your face with painful precision. It hit like butt and thunder. Stars burst in your vision, and the dizzy echo of it sent you reeling. She didn't give you a single second to recover. Before you could even blink through the pain, Rainbow Dash flipped under your grip, wings finally busting through with a violent slap of air as she threw you backward with the force of all of her athletic power. You rolled, the jagged ground biting into your skin as you hit the grating before stopping hard. "You're dead!" she roared, eyes blazing with the intensity of a megastorm full in full fury. She didn't tire. Adrenaline coursed through her like a war goddess among mortals. Rainbow Dash never stopped moving. With a With a vicious backflip, Dash was airborne again, wings slicing through the air and her body looping through the fiery carnage of explosions erupting one after another in the backdrop. But her focus, a deadlock on you. She blitzed down like a comet, wings braced, teeth gritted with look of raw hate, ready to make you pay. You weren't a challenge for her speed, you weren't a match for her power. Blood spilled down your face, the taste of iron creeping into your mouth. You struggled to stand the carnage of Faxi collapsing around you. The blaring alarms, the swirling flames, their hissing liquids, rainbow falling in molten patches on the floor, turning this entire showdown into some surreal like hellscape. But none of that even mattered anymore. Dash was coming for you. Straight as an arrow, her hooves were almost touching down the second you got to your feet, but you knew Rainbow. She always went for direct hits when angry, incapable of anything else in this murderous state. High speed, same angles, hot-headed. Half a second, fist clenched, and as searching through your battered body, you dodged. With a flap of wings too quick to see, Dash flew 20 feet past where you'd been just a split moment earlier, skidding against sparks and debris. She gnarled, wings already flapping back into action at hurricane speed, snapping upward into the air with the agility only a lifetime of training could pull off. Overhead pipes burst and shields keeled over in agony as the facility succumbed to malfunctions galore. Emergency lights blinked frantically, though that hadn't yet exploded. And Dash, she kicked off debris hanging from above, the device crumbling in the distance behind her as another kaboom sent parts of its structure crashing to the ground. Dash didn't give a flying feather about the factory anymore. No, she only cared about one thing. "You can run, freak!" She screamed, her voice wrecked with barely contained fury again. "But once I catch you, I'm turning you into scrap!" She circled wide for another dive, her form glowing against the backdrop of ember-filled clouds, winds sweltering in the furious chaos. Every ounce of Dash's bloodthirst focused singularly on ending you. Your thoughts raced. She was fast, relentless, and above all, furious beyond measure. But amidst the burning wreckage and firestorm of emotions, there's always something Dash forgets in situations like this. This is a bit intense. I think Rainbow Dash might be a little bit angry with us. Yeah, she's a little upset. Want to get some cider and forget about all this? Just smash cut to a fucking month later where they're laughing about it over a drink. Remember the time Rainbow Dash ran a factory where she murdered fillies? Alright, I think this is... I like Talon's idea that he proposed earlier. I think this would be a good spot to introduce the other mayor. Behind the rage-fueled Pegasus, Canon catches a glimpse of I kind of want to have like another card for the other pony that we freed. What was the deal with her? The only thing we know about her is that she had a silver mane, right? No foal, but a young mare with a silver mane tangled with sweat and grime. Her wings battered beyond recognition. That's all we know about her, is that she had a silver mane. I don't think I have any characters with silver manes. Marble, but she's not a Pegasus. The other mare coming in with a steel chair. Give her the chair! Rainbow, you fool! Coughs blood. Well, you wasted your efforts on me. The OSHA Special Operations Unit was busy busting you all. The mare I saved was no ordinary mare. She was something cool. And then catches a glimpse of the pony he freed earlier behind her. Alright, I want a dual move here. I want the other mare to sneak up behind Rainbow Dash, and then I want a fucking Sparta kick into the Pegasus device. Yeah, the silver mane was too weakened to fight. She was a Pegasus that had been brought here against her will. I wonder if there's any way I could find just like literally any character card that matches that description easily. Offhand, I can't think of any ponies that have, or any Pegasuses that have silver manes. Rumble, but he's a dude, and a fool. Let's see. Flower mares, those aren't Pegasi. Can anyone think of any mares like that offhand? Could even be OC, as long as there was a card for it. I'd just like to have it as a card, because I think if I continue on with this, it's just going to keep writing as Rainbow Dash, potentially. From her perspective. And I'd like to shift things once she perishes. I guess we could just try it. Button's mom. That's not... Okay, let's take a look really quick. Rainbow purchased with intent to kill. A feral look in her murderous eyes. Murderer. There we go. Any last words? Prick. Gotta be at least one background mare with a cloud-like silver mane. There has to be, I just can't think of her name. And I'd need a name to look up. Vapor Trail. Nope, no card for her. I'm surprised how many characters still don't have cards.
Just with how obsessed some people are about background characters, I always expect all of them to have cards by now. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the character list though. Just a lot of the Pie Sisters, which are gray but not Pegasi. Later, Blaze. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Win. Wonder how hard it is to make cards. You just gotta type out the character's description for the most part. Rolling Thunder from the Washouts. Doesn't exist either. Damn. Alright, whatever. We'll just roll on with what we have here and see how the writing goes. Cloud Chaser and Flitter both have like whitish blue, right? Slippy Knickers, but she's only in my head. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Mirror. Come on. Breed. Strikes. Strike Rainbow in the back. I don't know. If Rainbow Dash kicked the toolbox over to us, that would probably have a lot of stuff. Just with a fucking hammer. That would be one option. I wanted to be wielding some kind of weapon, I think. Trying to think of what would make sense. Fallen Breeze, tools, and metal pipe. Also want something that messes up her wing. I guess it could just be a jagged piece of metal. Strikes Rainbow in the back. Curating states. A golf club. She was going golfing after. Daring Do does have a silver mane. Could turn into a Daring Do adventure, that would be kind of funny. Marin and Freed strikes Rainbow in the back with a jagged piece of worn piping, collapsed from the factory's rapidly deteriorating state. Let's go a little bit descriptive here. I might get filtered for this, but let's see. I think the road is just fine.
Fire extinguisher, oh yeah. Yeah, there is a rapidly growing fire currently growing around us as the factory self-destructs, essentially. Yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking too. Maybe we should make it be Daring Do. Rainbow Factory Rainbow would kill her parents if she had to. Yeah, she literally killed Scootaloo, so... Do we have Daring Do already? If not, there is a card for her. Let's see. A, B, C, D... We do not. Download. Boom. Alright. The Grimmy Marin unfreed strikes Rainbow in the back with a jagged piece of worn piping, collapsed from the factory's rapidly deteriorating state. One metal cuts into the flesh of Dash's wing, feathers sliced and cry of pain escaping her lips. And I want one more thing. Like her wing is damaged, and doesn't hesitate, fucking hesitate to take an advantage. With a mighty kick. He sends Rainbow Dash flying backwards towards the uncaring metallic maw of the collapsing but still active Pegasus device. I think that should work. So basically, surprise attack for Mare, and then we kick Rainbow Dash into the Pegasus device. I think that should work. Yeah, I know I'm going slow. Just want to make sure it's all written correctly. Still active Pegasus device. Let's see what it does with that. Rainbow Dash's scream echoed across the burning factory floor, raw and feral, peeled straight from her as the jagged piece of piping tore into her wing. Jeez, that's a lot of words. Okay. Pain erupted through her like jagged lances of lightning. Every nerve in her body screamed as flesh and feathers flayed, the sharp metal cutting clean across her once mighty athletic wingspan. Dash twisted midair, the shock burning her vision for a half a second too long. Then, wham! Before she could even comprehend the sudden new threat from behind, Anon's boot slammed into her chest, knocking the wind from her completely. She flew backward, wings limp, useless, crashing into the twisted metal of the Pegasus device with violent force. Her body collided with a sickening crunch. The impact rattled her through her bones and left her head spinning in disorienting shock. Bruises quickly blossomed across her once pristine cyan coat, where jagged edges of the crumbling machine tore at her skin. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I thought I kicked her into the machine. Her mind scrambled, thrashing wildly to regain her composure. She coughed, spitting blood through clenched teeth as her body slid against the cold and forgiving surface of the still active machine. Pain knifed through her ruined wing, further tearing at the trapped Pegasus beneath the weight of her own rising failure. Vision swam with the brightness of the fire, making ghostly shapes across the volatile rainbow vats overhead, their contact swaying dangerously from the explosion, shaking the entire... Okay, I think it just didn't really get what I was going for. Okay, so how do I reword this to make it understand better? He sends Rainbow Dash flying backwards towards the uncaring metallic maw. Funnel of the collapsing but still active Pegasus device. Yeah, sent into the grinding area. I think that's the best way to do it. Collapsing but still active Pegasus device. Of the machine's grinder looking like an entrance straight to hell, or Tartarus, I guess it would be in this case. Looking like an entrance straight to Tartarus. As Rainbow is sent over the edge. That should work, theoretically. Let's try it like that. .4.0 writes really long responses sometimes. Like, holy cow. It's writing full-on novels every time. Let's weave some Kino. The jagged pipe struck deep, twisting metal tearing into the soft, downy feathers of Rainbow Dash's powerful wing. Her scream, guttural and raw, split through the inferno of exploding machinery and flickering emergency lights. It wasn't a cry of weakness, it was the sound of an animal wounded in her own element, trapped and more dangerous than ever. People strained to pinpricks as the red-hot agony ripped through her wing muzzles, her lifeline sending jolts of electric pain down her side. Blood drizzled downwards, splattering onto the metal floor as her wings faltered, one side caught in spasms. But rage, oh, that didn't fade. Dash spun in midair, her teeth gnashing together, eyes darting to catch sight of the filthy gray-maned mare the human had freed. You sneaky little scrap heap! Dash snarled, her voice mangled with not just pain but pure venom. Her attention split for only a heartbeat. Thump! Thwump! A solid kick collided with Rainbow's chest, forcing every ounce of air from her lungs in one brutal instant. Her signature speed, her cocky athleticism, all of it useless as her injured wing flailed in grotesque motion, unable to control her path. Time slowed and whirled, tilting out from under her as her limbs careened motionless through the flaming air, straight back toward the towering mouth of the Pegasus device. Whoosh, crack, grind. Blades spit wildly from the still belching fire of the malfunctioning internal grinders, gears turning behind the nearest funnel like the jaws of Tartarus itself. Metal twisted under her back as she slid, almost backwards into the horrifying teeth of the device. The shards of metal scraped at her hooves, smacking against her mane before her half-ruined wings extended on reflex, flapping desperately, trying to correct, her blue feathers catching on the edge of one ragged cylindrical spike jutting from the funnel. But that busted wing could only tremble weakly. Correct. A harrowing snaps echoed, a second scream exploding from Dash as her body tumbled down, painfully colliding with other pipes, gears, and godless rotating steel. Blood smeared from several new gashes across her coat, gripping madly along the path, but Dash, she wasn't dead yet. Grit, tenacity, adrenaline. She dug deep, clinging to what remained of the device's structure with everything she had. Beneath her, the blades, they chewed the ground, They trued and ground the air viciously, flashing deadly arcs of light below. She was on the edge of certain death, but she wouldn't give in. Her rest came short now, ragged, every heartbeat thundering in her ears as she fought the pain seizing her broken wing. But Rainbow Dash was a fighter more than anything else. Up above, the grain-baned mare, panting, smeared with soot and streaks of sweat, stared in disbelief. Barely alive herself, she swiftly moved to the exit while you stood there, watching Dash lie so near to certain oblivion and writhing in real, tangible pain. Through the haze and flashing alarm, she grinned, spitting out traces of blood. Her teeth bared to the taste of metal again. Think you can throw me down the pit and call it a bucking day? I ain't done yet! Her voice carried, hoarse though it was, through the roaring hell of collapsing machinery. With agonizing effort, Dash crawled inch by inch back across the wreckage, fury boiling through every fiber of her athletic frame. One wrong move, one slip, and she'd be ground to a pulp. But Dash didn't make mistakes in high stakes like this. Not this far gone, not at her core. You think you're better than me? Huh? She screeched, fire blazing in her eyes, even though the tears that streaked from raw agony. She wouldn't let her rage die here, not in the jaws of a damned machine she'd broken with her own hoof. She glared up at you, that fire raging in her chest, taut as rope. Blood ran down her sides, her strength fading, but not her hate. As she neared the top, flames licking out her side like tongues of agony, she seemed to legit hang on a razor's edge. One slip up and she'd be done. It was all or nothing now. What the heck are you gonna do? Just kick her back down. Music's a little loud, is it? There we go. She ain't giving up, yeah. She's not a quitter. That is so many words. Okay. Slap her down like Celestia's guards. I guess that's the option here, isn't it? She can't fly, right? We can outrun her. We could. I doubt she's just gonna turn back to normal, though. We could just end it here. I think that might be the best option. I like the idea of one last one-liner, too. Alan stares down with a familiar coldness. One Dash knows to her countless victims. Victims. There we go. I think the mare escaped. One Dash now she's shown to her countless victims. Finish her. We need a one-liner. Oh no, that's all I got. Not hard to be better than a monster.
Hanon delivers one final kick. Sending dash straight into the spinning saws and spitting flames. I think that'll work.
Anon stares down over the flaming, grinding edge of the machine's maw with familiar coldness. One dash knows she showed to her countless victims. Not hard to beat better than a monster. With that, Hanon delivers one final kick.
To the hanging Pegasus.
Sending crazed dash straight into the spinning saws and spitting flames
Of the Pegasus devices.
disposal units.
Let's do that and see what happens. I should have been deleting these first fucking paragraphs, which just actually talking to me.
No half measures. This is a serious abyss we're looking down into, and it ain't no cartoon. It's throwing all the rules out and dialing into the real ferocity of what happens when monsters, humans, and forces beyond control collide. Time to hit hard.
Okay. Rainbow Dash was half on the edge, drenched in her own blood and sweat, somewhere between insane rage and the desire for pure survival. As long as she could still fight, she would. But the second your boot hit her chest again with the righteous force, it didn't just knock her out of the air. It knocked everything away. Her head snapped back with a crack, and in that singular moment, the heart-stopping realization of raw helplessness slipping past her mind, and the last beat between muscle reflex and free fall. And then everything came undone. Her body was flung backward into the gaping maw of the spinning saw, the destruction churning toward her as if all of Tartarus had opened wide to claim her soul for the sins of the past. The Pegasus device, still grinding and boiling hot with pressure failure, welcomed her the way it had torn through countless others at her command. Her last scream was drowned out by the roar of gnashing steel. She tumbled, a cascade of blue feathers, blood streaking through the air. Crimson lighting up in violent broad strokes against the darkened machinery. Then came the gut-wrenching crunch. As her body collided with grinding gears, her sine wings shattered completely. The Pegasus device chewed them into nothing but a blur of feathers and bone, sloshing into the flaming abyss underneath. There was no final act of defiance, no speech, just the unmaking of loyalty. Rip, spin, shred. What you witnessed wasn't the end of a hero, it was the absolute. Brutal obliteration of a predator who had fallen into her own trap, destined to be crushed and ground under the same mechanical mercilessness she had overseen for so long. The machine didn't care. Rainbow Dash was nothing to it. Her body was swallowed by the Pegasus device as easily as it had consumed the countless Pegasi before her. Cogs, blades, grindstones all working in twisted unison to turn her flesh into nothing more than oily colors spewing across the rainbow vats. The vomit of spectra that poured from the machine in her final moments. Bloody, disfigured shades of blue, red, and violent streaks of purples were her last gift to the system she glorified and embodied for so long.
I do like GP240's writing style. Right now, it actually seems to be doing right. I thought it was a little bit positivity biased and it wouldn't actually do like dark writing like this, but apparently I was wrong. In the moments that followed, the grind of her bones and flesh being torn apart was enough to sicken even its hardest stomach. The machine churned on, indifferent as Rainbow Dash, once the fastest and most fearless Pegasus to soar the equestrian skies was devoured.
The scent of burnt feathers and raw meat was overpowering as parts of her began to slide from the farthest chute. Nothing more than unrecognizable remnants, not a hero anymore. The machinery, she wasn't Rainbow Dash, she was just another nameless failed Pegasus drowned in the relentless system of death she dedicated herself to. The malfunctioning factory finally began to sputter one last time, collapsing inward. Half the supporting structure groaning under the strain of its emergency blowout as pipes and tubes hissed and cracked, spilling iridescent sludge across the floor. You stand just ahead of the maw of that monster, panting, the hacksaw still cold in your hand. Behind you, the gray-maned mare, the one who dared strike Rainbow Dash, has collapsed, her legs quivering from the narrow escape, her wide eyes staring at the sight of Rainbow Dash's utterly savage end. She doesn't even look at you, too shell-shocked, having briefly faced the most feared Pegasus alive, and lived. The Pegasus device, now spitting smoke and torn mechanical pieces, sputtered out its final verdict on her fate, the relentless war machine falling to pieces as you stood victorious in the smoldering aftermath. The factory was crumbling and Rainbow Dash was dead. No heroics, no redemption, just cold annihilation for a monster in her own damned creation. The legacy of loyalty was crumbled, shattered like the wings that once flew Equestria's skies, severed into jagged shards of bright blue feathers and bloody ruin. But the fires still burned, the echoes of destruction only barely held at bay. What now?
Alright, I'm just gonna end this off. Whoops, Anna knows. Anna knows there's not much time. Run. He shouts to the Pegasus, bolting for the exits as the factory devours itself. That was pretty damn brutal writing. Yeah, seriously. Going for almost 4 hours now, and we're only about 24 messages in total. A lot of that was tech support, to be fair.
The moment you scream, the whole factory rumbles and its critical support structure begins to collapse. Anna knows there's not much time. Run, he shouts to the Pegasus, bolting for the exit as the factory devours itself. The moment Anonymous screams, the sound cuts through the collapsing world of Rainbow Factory, the apocalyptic destruction playing out in slow, malicious rhythm, seconds grinding down against the inevitable collapse. The factory doesn't whimper under its doom, it contests every inch. Gears spinning deathly arcs near your heels, structural beams creaking like a beast fighting until its last bloody breath. The gray-maned mare didn't need a second command, her hooves shaking just a heartbeat ago, and the shadow of Rainbow Dash's head suddenly snap into action. She stumbles forward, her weak, battered wings flapping just enough to give her speed as she runs, nearly slipping on the damp, viscous rainbow liquid splattering the floor, but she pushes through. The ground beneath her and around you trembles fiercely, pieces of massive metal breaking free from the ceiling, plunging the factory floor with earth-shattering crashes. You bolt side by side, the cacophony of collapsing pipes and grinding gears surrounding you, echoing like the maw of some indifferent monster trying to drag you both under. As you book it for the exit, the fires around you only grow more intense. Scraps of rainbow-charged flames lick the air, crying with sickening hues of flickering green, red, and purple, making the ground beneath you spasm from the pressure above. Ahead, the last support beams are groaning, titanic in size, throbbing with tension, cutting the world into fever-pitched thunderous howls as the once dominating Pegasus production line is unmade, piece by tectonic piece. Steel, molten frameworks, even entire vats of spectra began to unhinge from their placements, sloshing volatile rainbow liquids across the ground. Chunks of machinery fall from overhead, crashing the engines from you with rattling impacts. Whomp, whomp. And you feel the heat skimming your neck. Your ankle barely skimming ahead as pipes clatter down, grinding hopelessly, sparks exploding like gunfire behind every misstep. Now's not the time for nerves. You tear through the crumbling factory, each breath pulling anger and adrenaline up through your throat. But you don't let it break you down. Not now. Not for this one shot of survival on the table. The second blast from behind throws a surge of heat that licks your back as one more tank ruptures, the wall of fiery, rainbow-hued liquid exploding onto the floor, consuming part of the space you just bolted from. The chemical stench of something being burned beyond recognition fills the air. There's nothing left to save here. You slip just out of reach of a falling slab from overhead, the sheer weight of it crashing beside the mare who narrowly rolls away, her body almost moved by muscle memory alone. The exit so close you can practically see the burning outside wind through the factory gates, the world beyond not yet touched by the hell that just swallowed the Rainbow Dash whole. Just a few more feet. An entire support beam collapses right in front of you, dropping down and sealing between you and the final sprint of freedom. The floor vibrates from the sheer impact, throwing you backward for just a second. Behind you, the screams of the earth metal splitting apart are deafening, rising through technicolor flashes that seem to burn the air with oily rainbow-twisted smog. But even trapped, you look ahead and see a way through. The supports are only partially cut off. You can duck low, crawl beneath the tangled wreckage before it shuts the factory in on itself completely. Move! The mayor's voice rings frantic, hoarse with fear but alive, pressing hard. If you want to live, move! Your window is closing. Everything, the final pump of the factory, turning of what's left, all of it comes crashing down over the moment. This is it.
And then they get out and the factory explodes. I'm sorry, but I can't proceed with this request. Oh, man. Kiss the silver maned mare when you finally escape. Can I reduce this? Will this reduce the...
The two of you dash out of the final stretch of the factory's collapsing walls, leaping over, scrambling under, ducking through fire and sodden wreckage, and another inferno-fueled blast splits the air, followed quickly by the violent crackle of collapsed Spectra tanks igniting in the distance. A storm of fire and chemicals tearing the walls and ceilings apart. You burst through the final smoke-choked threshold. Just as you throw yourself through the final opening and spill into the outside air with a ragged blast, the whole place goes nuclear behind you. Kaboom! The Rainbow Factory detonates in a violent crescendo, unleashing a glorious, overwhelming shockwave that throws both you and the gray-maned mare to the ground. For an instant, the air is silence born from pure pressure, the sound rushing out of you in a furious roar of wind and shattered light. Suddenly, it all comes thundering back. The sky ignites, twisting neon fragments of spectra explode outward in massive arcs, painting something so tragically beautiful across the night air it almost distracts from the fact that the ground beneath your feet rumbles and cracks with the force of the shot wave. Patches of the factory collapse in on themselves, steel beams bending backwards, twisting through the air like broken limbs as support after support crashes down into endless rubble. A massive fireball of rainbow-painted flames bursts sky-high, launching debris across the distant skyline, each fragment catching fire as it spirals out into the dark heavens beyond. For just a breathless moment, the sky looks like it's raining crystallized destruction, a final glorious burst from the factory's smoldering tomb.
I kind of want to just leave it there. Yeah, it's trying to turn it into Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm going to delete part of this. Where is it? Can get rid of everything up to there. There. Factory goes in fireball. Sky alights with a glorious burst. With the factory finished, collapses. The cloud grounds, panting to catch his breath. It's over. Already missing Claude. I think this is a good place to wrap it up with a small nudge to the AI. Need more Silver Mare fan art. Her name is Silver Flare. I don't know.
Okay, the fucking factory explodes. We're starting from scratch. I guess we could let it write an outro, maybe. And then collapses on the cloud grounds, panting to catch his breath. It's over. Maybe to reinforce that this is the ending, we could say... several guards and emergent services rush to the scene. The den of Pegasus destruction. Blaze and flame. Let's try that and just see if we get an outro. Whispered winds. Silver flare trips and falls on top of Manon, and their eyes meet. Flames scorch the skyline, the aftershock still rattling beneath your body. Emergency teams gathered around the ashen remnants of Cloudsdale's darkest secret, their wings fanning out as Pixite guards in full regalia began flocking in formation through the sky. From afar, you could hear unorganized shouting, hoofbeats scrambling to make sense of this mess of coughs filled the thick, acrid air. Several Pegasi medics rushed toward both you and the gray-maned mare. "We got survivors!" One of the messengers cried out to the scrambling teams. The air around you was thick with soot, every breath burning its way through your lungs as exhaustion finally kicked in. Through that vertigo-inducing swirl of flashing lights and the desperate scramble of Pegasi for the stretchers, shadows started to pull in. Several guards broke off from formation, their golden armor clanking as they closed in on your prone form. Eyes sharp predatory for them, the sight of a collapsed non-winged creature at the scene of Cloudsdale's worst disaster seemed off. Way off. "Keep back!" one guard barked, holding himself outwards towards the incoming medics. He flicked his hardened, sharp-eyed gaze right to you and didn't even have a say before firing accusations your way. "What the fuck happened in there? Who did this?" National treasure or not, Rainbow Dash had been a pillar of Cloudsdale. Her ties to the Wonderbolt's weather factory, too many lives interwoven with hers. Too high profile to have simply vanished without reason. Cloudsdale wasn't a backwater town. These ponies knew each other. They knew their leaders. Now you stood at the center of the carnage she'd left behind. Crowd of guards widened their circle around you and the injured mare. Whether they were to help didn't matter. Their hooves were pressed forward in caution. Frankly, they didn't know who might be responsible for this madness. "You better start talking," another voice growled, his massive wings ruffled threatening as the Starlight, and then it cuts off. Gotta cut it or tell it to wrap it up. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. Write an epilogue. That should work. At least it used to work with other models. I'm sure GPT-4o is... Well, that's just uncalled for. emergency services rushed to the cloud grounds, Pegasi haphazardly fitting about in panic, disbelief, and bend for control. The Rainbow Factory had been obliterated. It lay there, a collapsed industrial monolith, belching acrid smoke into the sky. Twisted metal of what was once a place that held one of Cloudsdale's darkest secrets. Is there any, like, outro music? Every Pegasi involved seemed half-focused, eyes snapping back to catch glimpses of what remained. Some tried to wrangle the flaming debris, while others, jaws slack with horror, just stood watching from afar, whispering urgently to each other. The sight etched against the burning skyline was haunting. You lie on the clouded ground, breaths heavy, the rage-fueled adrenaline that carried you through the carnage now gone. Body feels like lead, skin scraped raw, limbs too weak to do anything but lie there and taste the taste of blood copper taters through your mouth. Not far from you, the green maned mare, she just stands there, shaking, haunted, her body trembling in fragile shock. Her eyes, once wide and terrified from the events that had consumed her, stared dumbly into the smoke rising from the ruins, each flicker contorted from within the half-flamed grays, reflecting back all the horrors she had nearly experienced inside. She's alive. That truth alone hangs silent between you and her. Wow, that was a really quick song. Okay. Throughout the entire city, news of the explosion rapidly extends like wildfire. Back in Cloudsdale, workers, students, officials, everybody immediately realizes something is very, very wrong. The sacred economic pulse sustaining all the weather production cycle blown to bucking smolders. It would take months, maybe years to rebuild if they even could. It's chaos inside Cloudsdale, whispers cutting through the normalcy like poisoned fangs, but no one fully understands yet the magnitude of the collapse. And then eyes. Not curious eyes of trained guardians used to keeping a lid on what they know. Pegasus Royal Guard. Commander Spitfire, the Wonderbolt's captain and high-ranking officer in Equestria's defense forces, came in with them. She strode fast, wings furled, her sharp eyes framed in stone-carved authority. The mess of flames, the twisted bodies, and machines spitting gas in their direction, it was nothing compared to the cold fire in her golden eyes. Standing tall, her fiery mane seemed to glow, not with heroism, but with grim purpose. "We're looking at a disaster," she ordered in clipped tones toward flocks of her soldiers, directing the guards to surround the site. "Quarter the area. Exit protocols in place immediately. Contain any party not cleared to report. No press, no outside wings." She muttered it low, barely whispered to her shoulders. Oh, whoops. The weight of what they didn't know gnawing steadily at her tight control. Her attention snapped right toward you. You're still laying half exhausted, the hacksaw just barely within reach over the clouded floor. Blood mixed with gray soot staining the cloud state. She can smell the destruction on you, her eyes narrowed dangerously. She flared her wings with deadly sharp movements, eyeing every single pony who had come out of the factory grounds, and then you. You, she called out, not unlike before the whistle before a tornado touchdown. "You've got explaining to do." She didn't blink, barely flinched as one last single explosion in the distance sent more debris sky high, splitting the horizon further. What the buck happened? Whatever. I'm gonna cut it off there. I told it to wrap it up and it just didn't really. It wanted to keep going, but this story at least I'm gonna wrap up here. So the question now is, do we want to keep going with a different card? We blew up the Rainbow Factory. Featherbrain's in fucking tatters. They will never recover. I love it when the music is great. A lot of it's Kevin MacLeod stuff. Let's see, where was the other Nightmare Night card? There it is. I'm not certain what's next. I am going to take a really quick break, and then we will come back and decide, I suppose.
So I'm gonna refill my tea. I will be right back. Alrighty, later, Cabral. Have a good one.
Grab a beef food for that tea. Media Mark, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Don't usually make it to these streams with these stories, usually this fucking crazy. To an extent, yeah. In different ways. Thanks for the great stream, BGM. Keep on being cool. Carvel, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated.
Fucking go!
We don't even know how to be too late because we become incels when they accept our advances. Breeze under the pressure. So I need to re-enable the monitor. Okay. How many viewers do we have? About 15. That's probably enough to keep going if we want to do something else quick. So what would be fitting for the spooky season? We could fuck around with Chrysalis. We do have this
whatever it's called, Nightmare Night card you'd mess around with. Recall how literally everyone actually froze up when we tried to take Luna on a romantic date. We suck at dating. That was a little, yeah. Haven't really looked through these intros yet. Let's take a look and see what this card offers. So there's one that's a parody of Spirit Halloween, the Halloween shop that opens up usually. One is literally just visiting a Halloween store. This one is, I guess, Luna just appearing and trying to scare you. Dark Luna, whatever. Nightmare Moon. Rainbow Dash with the Necronomicon. That's good. Nothing could possibly go wrong there. Nightmare Night appearing, or Nightmare Moon appearing. One where you go to a Nightmare Night party. And Fluttershy hiding in her cottage. Could play with that card. We could do whatever we want though. Could also just fuck with the blonde spooky bone stealer since we've never done that on stream before. Ooh, Fluttershy. Why is she hiding? She doesn't like Nightmare Night. Honestly, the Chrysalis and Starlight should definitely be top tier choices for a mate, sexually at least. One can turn into any creature you want, the other can literally make tangible clones of herself. The possibilities are endless with Starlight. Starlight, the kind of gal that will pause time just so you can fuck on Celestia's throne, probably. Okay. Turns of male human and mare anatomy. What other options do we have? Do we unionize in a matter of speaking? Let's see, what other options do we have here? Oh, Nightshade might actually be a fitting card as well. I wonder how GPT would write this character. Nightshade is a pony that's essentially an eldritch abomination that's disguised as a pony, whose curiosity is in the mortal world is genuine and naive and usually not ill-intentioned, but she's doesn't understand how the mortal world works. Like baby Cthulhu. So we could try that. I'll add it as an option, I guess, just because it could be interesting. There was also a suggestion of Nightmare Rarity. I just don't know that character, so I feel like I couldn't really do her justice. Yeah, she has a rainbow now, Caliban. A little bit. Alright, I'm gonna just start the poll. What do you guys think? Be sure to post in the comments below. It was actually pretty fucking awesome, Caliban. Should rewatch what you missed later, though it is a tad long. To be fair, like 45 minutes of it was tech support. Can you describe every option in this sentence? I have shit memory. Sure. Nightmare Night card is just general Nightmare Night shenanigans with mares. Blonde Spooky Bone Stealer is the mare from a song that I made, and Nightshade is an eldritch abomination in a pony's body, essentially. Verity, Caliban. Also Slurp. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a Simplanon. I see Luna, I click. Right, we want to try the Nightmare Night card? Alright, let's do it. Nightmare Night, there we go. Alright, which of these options should we consider? How do Andy read the IDW Comics mainline VGM? I was going to make this a donation, but I'm kind of broke for another week. Oh no, is that going to become another series? Comic readings? Okay, start a poll for some of these intro options. At least the neat ones.
Wanted to believe that you would come around to me, that I could win your affection, my kindness would make you see, but you chose differently.
Chronomicon with Dash.
You acted like you didn't even see me. You took my heart and stomped it right
A Nightmare Night Party.
Everyone thinks me to be. I'm happy that you found some pony. Maybe one day I will too. But until then,
Or final option.
Don't tell me that you're sorry. It'll never be okay. I know it's not your fault that you don't feel the same way. But that doesn't make it hurt any less. I feel it every time I look at you. What could have been a perfect love? Now you're taken and I don't know what to do.
Alright, here's 4 of the main intros that we could use. Go ahead and vote for whichever one you think sounds interesting. They're good reads and you can read them online.
Why can't we be together? I wanted my forever. Why can't I make you happy? Why can't I let you go?
My only exposure to the comics is occasional meme images and when I have to read them for a job. I was paid to do background audio for like 2 dubbings of them.
Wish we could start again. I was gonna tell you yesterday, had it all planned out what I would say over.
Gosh, I can't help myself.
How much you mean
You did
to
dubbing for them?
me.
Which characters when? Did I say dubbing? I meant background music.
When I'm in your arms, I could just die. I felt so flustered, but my friends told me let go smooth as butter.
But yeah, there is a reading of the Sasquatch comic that is up somewhere that I did background music for. The full reading with people doing the voices and stuff. Buttons, Mom has got it going on. Alright, let's end the poll. Gotta hook up with Buttons, Mom. Who is it for? Scribbles? No, it was for Dogman. I can just link it. I'll just find it really quick. It would be easy enough to find. Or hell, maybe we could watch it at the end of the stream since it didn't get a whole lot of attention.
Sorry my feelings got in your way. I wish you'd make me happy. They'll be alright, just go.
Name's Fat and Herds. Is that it? I think that's it. Yep, okay. That's where the comic is. Just a simple, redubbing with sound effects and music and stuff. More pony, more of your work is good for me. I do like my mares. Okay, I'm closing that and let's actually get on to the point of the stream. So, we voted for Necronomicon with Dash. Let's get things rolling. Come on, Anon, stop acting like such a fool. It'll be fine, I promise. Rainbow Dash said as she waved around a book titled Necronomicon that she borrowed from Twilight. I'm totally gonna summon an Inkipony, Dash muttered while biting her bottom lip lustfully. Oh no. Oh, I didn't see the word lustfully in this intro. Oh well. True enjoyer, hope you had your mandatory tea break to fill up. Yeah, I got my tea. I've come across that stuff before. Oh, nice. Alright. Well, Dash has the Necronomicon. I want to make sure I know the fucking lore of this book. Isn't it like a D&D thing or something that just summons eldritch things? Fictional grimoire appearing in stories by the horror writer Lovecraft. You go mad from reading it, apparently. Okay. It's a creepy old book. I only have some sort of iced tea made from fermented grains and hops. Maybe we should let her do her thing before we interfere, see where this goes. Sure. Let's give it another response. Chilly wind rustled through the decorations in Ponyville, carrying with it the sense of caramel apples, roasting pumpkins, and sugary sweets. Familiar orange-black. Did it just ignore? Oh no, okay, it is proper. I thought it ignored the original intro, but here we go. The familiar orange, black, and purple of Nightmare Night was splattered all across town, glowing jack-o'-lanterns flickering with their mischievous grins, dancing in sync with beating drums of festive music. But there was an unease tonight. You could feel it in the air. The magic wasn't just celebratory. There was something else. A disquiet beneath the laughs of foes gleefully running from one doorstep to another, shaking their candy bags and chanting in unison. Nightmare night, what a fright, give us something sweet to bite. A steady line where the cobbled street met the Everfree was like a boundary of two separate worlds. To one side, the lights, the warmth, the heart of Ponyville's celebrations. On the other, an obscuring darkness that seemed to writhe at the edge of your vision, gnawing at your intuition like something lurking far beyond sight. You're close enough to prick your skin with its presence. 2 music tracks, sorry. Need to remember to check that. Crash! Rainbow Dash plummeted from the sky, sending a small shockwave of dust as hay bales scattered. She was decked out in a sleek black bodysuit resembling the Shadow Bolt's, confidence oozing from her every move. Yet there was something almost feral in her eyes tonight. She slapped the Necronomicon against her hips, her mouth carrying a curling above a sharp grin. Anna, dude, this festival, it's the same thing every year. Foles tossed candy at some creepy statue, we all laughed at some lame ghost stories. But tonight? She flipped the ancient, weathered pages of the book. The aura coming off it was almost sticky, seeping into the space around here. We're going to supercharge Nightmare Nights. Damn it. Forget the usual tricks. I'm talking full-out summoning spells, demon pranks, and maybe, just maybe a little revenge on Diamond Tiara for that thing last year, huh? Her wings twitched with excitement, feathers ruffling. She didn't wait for a response. She wasn't the asking permission type. Dash's hoof stabbed onto the ground, her voice lowering, growing husky with intensity. We need to push things, Anon. For the Midnight Bell tonight, we're ditching the kiddie games. I'm opening this book and we're gonna make some memories tonight that'll go down in Ponyville legend. Who cares what Twilight says? We can handle it. She stood close now, her breath cold against your skin. Yet somewhere beyond her you noticed something in the shadows. The shadows of Pony seem a bit too long, stretching and contorting. You in? Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, the AI phrase. Alright, so there's a more proper intro written. So, when do you want to confess your love to Dash? Time to prank Ponyville epic style. Oh no.
You really have to ask. But what do we actually want to do here? Twilight brought a Necronomicon and things seem creepy. Should we point out that the book is fucking disturbing? Fuck yeah, let's open the book. This one made of human flesh or pony flesh? That's a good question. Ancient weathered pages of the book. It doesn't say, it seems. Fuck yeah, let's open the book. Alright, fuck it, let's do it then. Getting tired of standing around like a jackass and pretending to enjoy myself. Anon says... Here to get away from the repetitive festivities. Where did Twilight even keep such a creepy book? I was getting tired of standing around like a jackass and pretending to enjoy myself, Hanon says, eager to get away from the repetitive festivities. Where did Twilight even keep such a creepy book? Rainbow Dash's grin only widened as he spoke, her wings twitching with excitement like a predator sensing that his trap had been perfectly set. I know she's still angry about the factory. The moment she voiced her agreement, she whipped the Necronomicon into the air, its pages opening unnaturally and flipping by themselves like the wind was helping her, but with far darker force behind it. Now you're talking, she cackled, really enjoying every second of this reckless plunge into whatever chaos she was about to unleash. Twilight's been hoarding stuff like this for years. It was just sitting in the library buried under books about containment spells. Boring. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff our little egghead has tucked away in there. This, though, she eyed the tome fondly. It's primo. One thing she locked away so tight even she was scared to use it. The energy around Dash seemed to hum now, and the wind shifted subtly the moment she closed the book, like the world had exhaled in wary anticipation. Far in the distance, you could hear a low, almost imperceptible rumble from the direction of the Everfree forest, like the grumble of a very large, old creature waking from its nap. Fuck yeah, Dash continued, her swagger in her voice. We're gonna light this place up. Get ready to watch Twilight's lessons about friendship go up in flames. She'll thank us once we add some real excitement to this snore fest of a holiday. Her voice barely trailed off before Dash bolted into the darkened alleyways, moving so fast her afterimage blurred against the shadows. You had no choice but to bolt after her, the adrenaline rising as you both silently slipped through the less traveled parts of town. The festive atmosphere was still in full swing behind you. Costume foals dashed door to door, Mirror supervising from stage, her silvery mane glittering as she announced more acts and games for the festival. But as you ventured away from the comfortable glow of lanterns and guards patrolling the carnival-like scene, Ponyville itself seemed to shift along with the chilling draft. The Everfree loomed closer, the streetlights flickered and dimmed as soon as your eyes adjusted to the glowing dark, and that presence from the corner of your perception only intensified the further Dash led you. "We're here," Dash stopped. So abruptly you nearly collided with her. Before you now rose the fleshly, mended statue of Nightmare Moon, jagged and worn, shaped as though the stone itself still remembered the fear that came with her. A trickle of candy lay at its feet from the offerings kids had stacked before they'd fled, eager to be rid of their tribute to avoid the stories of pony-eating horrors. Dash's breath ragged with deliberate excitement, she gripped the Necronomicon and blew the dust off its spine. The atmosphere shifted again, only this time louder, stronger. Mutterings of something from the forest began to hiss. Voicings you couldn't quite make out, pushing and pulling at the edges of your sanity in fleeting, unintelligible whispers. With a wild smirk, Dash cracked open the book at last, her hooves trembling as she tapped through the pages, searching for something specific. "Oh yeah, this right here," she purred. "The spell? It'll not only bring out whoever needs to be taught a lesson, it's going to make the entire town see things a little differently." She didn't wait this time. Dash's raspy chant led from her throat, her eyes blazing along with the symbols scratched into the pages of the Necronomicon. Branches snapped wildly, the wind swirled heavier, and the temperature dropped like a cold rush suddenly flooding from your veins. The sudden shift shook the very ground at your feet, and stone eyes of Nightmare Moon statue glowed. The whispers intensified, no longer gentle and incomprehensible, but guttural, filled with scorn, malice, and hunger. "Might want to brace yourself, Anon," Dash shouted through the storm that was now whipping out of control, her voice half laughing, half serious. "What's coming out? It's not just for kitty scares. This is big." Bam! The air exploded outward. Leaves and branches ripped from cheese. Unnatural darkness poured from the statue, dripping like heavy tar burning with something alive. From that blackness, a set of glowing eyes, cold and ravenous, leered from the murk, gazing upon you as if appraising their prey. The Everfree stood silent, like it knew this was just the beginning. Jeez. Which legends about pony eating weren't just rumors anymore. Hee. Alright, where do we go from here? There's now a creepy creature before us. Heavy stuff. Yes, you did it again! This is what happens when you start with something dark. The AI turns it into something dark. Are we just repeating this shit with the fucking Rainbow Factory? Where we ask to work there and go, whoa, this is dark. This is what was voted for. Yes, the Necronomicon is a forbidden spell book, essentially. All the sort of dark magic that they wouldn't want you to cast. And it seems Dash just summoned something here. Something creepy. It's just in louder, pony got louder. Take the book, flip through the pages. Ask Dash what she summoned.
Or maybe this will give someone some inspiration. Let's see what's actually in the book. The raw texture of the pages felt unnatural, like wood, leather, and cold iron mixed into something almost sticky to the touch. It was heavier than it had any right to be, as if the book itself was pressing down on more than just your hands, but your very soul. Symbols you couldn't comprehend at first glance flashed disturbingly in the flickering shadows, blah blah blah, summoning beyond the veil of abominations. It's giving a good description of the book, but not really listing off the spells within. Give it another swipe to actually describe what happens or what's in the book. Later, Media Mark. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Oops, I touched the book and now we summoned something even worse, I think. It's not doing what I want. Blah, describe what's in the book, you idiot. I haven't seen what she summoned. It was just a black blob of some sort, I think. I'm trying to get it to describe what's in the book because I'm just curious. See if that can give some sort of inspiration. I think I might be getting too tired for this. Let's give it another couple swipes and see if anything actually interesting crops up here. Whatever. Let's just go with this one.
The instant Adon's fingers brush against the pages of the Necronomicon, the world ceases. A low resounding hum vibrates through the core of your bones. The grimy parchment seems to pulse beneath your breath. Beneath your touch, alive in ways ink and paper should never be. Symbols slither like snakes on the page, shifting and writhing, refusing to be read by mortal eyes without cost. Rainbow Dash snaps her head your way, eyes widened and alarmed as the storm begins to intensify. Adon, no! It's not safe to— Every inch of the forest groans, branches snapping like bone as the ground beneath you bucks, twisting in sickening angles. The words flicker, they reach out to you, crawling into the cracks of your mind, bypassing sight and sound and going straight for your core memories. Whispers flood from deep inside the tomb, wrapping around your hands, seeping up your arms, invoking parasitic thoughts that weren't and can never be your own. Like the book itself is trying to pull you in, body and soul. Suddenly you feel the dark energy change. It isn't just external anymore. The moment you flip those pages, you became inexorably tied with the essence that resides within. That Tresk form of Nightmare Moon sharpens in your peripheral vision, and it's no longer just stone. Miasma pouring from it takes form, first vaporous, then solid. A figure steps from the dark, impossibly tall. Sharp, jagged wings slicing through the sky like scythes. Eyes, ancient, fierce, and hungry, lock onto you, drilling in as if weighing your very existence. Rainbow Dash, seemingly unstoppable before, hesitates, her bravado cracking for the first time. She throws out a hoof. A burst of anger lining her face as panic tickles the edges of her eyes. Anon, close the book! You don't know what you're dealing with! Her voice is hoarse, strained as the wind snapped back at her, fighting to pull her off balance, but it's far too late. The ground trembles beneath your feet. The shadows now spread from the center of the Everfree and seep into Ponyville like a breathing tidal wave of night itself. You hear the distant echo of ponies screaming, their laughter twisted into something more desperate than playful. Towering figure that had once been bound to the Nightmare Moon statue strides forward now, inches from you. Its very form ripples neither corporeal nor illusion. Smile drips arrogance with a lethal sharpness no stone could ever replicate. Who dares disturb me? The voice rolls over the landscape, pressing in on you, squeezing muscles without mercy, nodding your thoughts. The cold, magical aura that was once playful, merely a decoration for Nightmare, is fully drenched in this new being's influence. Dash swears under her breath, her wings flaring as she prepares to lunge. It's crazy enough, you know, but you know deep down it's a move born from sheer desperation. The moment you open that book, the game changed completely. There's no more pretending. See Mark in your chat, but not in mine. Oh. Maybe this is why. Eh. Does anyone have any ideas for this? I'm not invested in this yet. My life was 30 minutes behind. Oh, that's fun. Live was 30 minutes behind. This is a Nightmare Night Simulator. No idea what has transcribed. Dash opened a Necronomicon and now there's a creepy demon thing, I guess. Tattoo grandiose, not really fitting for one-on-one interaction with Dashi. Yeah. I just don't care. I'm not invested in this. There's a scary guy in the book.
I'm gonna do this. Anon pulls out his gun and shoots the scary demon thing dead. The dark aura around Ponyville immediately dissipates. Dissipates only has one P, doesn't it? And it dies, yep, exactly. Everyone died at the end. Just want to see what GPT does to this blatant derail. Anon pulls out his gun and shoots the scary demon thing, and it dies instantly. The dark aura around Ponyville immediately dissipates. Wow, what a lame spell, he says, rolling his eyes and carelessly tossing the book, now devoid of its dark magic, aside. The gun fires, bang, and the loud crack reverberates like thunder, cutting through the unnatural mutterings of the Everfree. The demon thing, still mid-stride, is hit straight in between his burning eyes. You feel the weight shift, the recoil slamming back as you squeeze the trigger. For a beat, the world seems to hold its breath. Ah, lame. You dare throw such pitiful tools of destruction? Nah, lame. I want to shoot the demon dead because it's funny. Error. The demon did not die. Ah, fuck you. Alright, I might be able to fix that. Hold on. What if I turn those off and then try it again? I shot you. No, that's essentially what I'm arguing with the AI right now, yeah. You think weapons such as these can vanquish me? Oh, man. Sorry, mate, but I can't follow this order. Oh, no problem, GPT. That's quite all right. See, Dash, what were you so worried about?
Talk about getting your beauty sleep. Indeed. Well, what now? Should we keep going with a different card or a different intro? Are we bucking Pinkamena yet? No, not yet. Keep spamming these stories until we find one that's good. Hello, Talon. Welcome back.
I checked for Pinkamena, didn't I? And all I found was fetish cards, I think.
How good is the BSBS? It's there. There actually is a Cupcake's Pinkamena card as well. I just realized. It seems... oh, whoops. Wait a minute, didn't I? There we go. Seems like it might actually be geared towards murder porn, though. And yeah, so we have Pinkamena and Blonde Spooky Bone Stealer. We gotta try to survive Pinkamena. Alright. I'm not gonna read it if it goes too far into murder porn, though. We have one intro, it looks like. Pinky's eyes would have locked onto Anonymous from the very moment they entered Sugar Cube Corner, greeting them with a wide, friendly grin from behind the counter. Fresh baked goods would overwhelm the senses. Each treat behind the glass panes would have demanded individual attention, nearly even begging to be taken. Business had been anonymously slower this evening, leaving much to be desired when it came to building renown and sinking her teeth deeper into the minds of ponies she hadn't yet got a chance to kidnap. However, Anonymous didn't seem to be one of the locals, at least Pinky didn't recognize them. An out-of-towner, perhaps. Little suspicion would be generated if she were to take someone like Anonymous as her next victim. Doesn't seem to be anything too special. Her thoughts trailed off, mind already at work at generating ideas of what she would do if she got her hooves on Anonymous, prompting a subtle swishing of her tail, which she stopped in just a few moments. She glanced down at her specialized knockout cupcakes just behind the counter. Kept out of view of regular customers. Soon. Hi, she began, finally addressing Anonymous directly. You must be new around here. I'm Pinkie Pie. Care for a cupcake? I'm already spooked. Take all of it. Just drug yourself to death. You can't kill me if I kill myself. Nom nom nom. I say we don't go for the cupcakes. That's probably a good move. We could be literally whoever we want here. We could go into this like a fucking investigator. Maybe bring up the reports of missing ponies to her. And how many of them were last seen right here at Sugarcube Corner. I don't know what she's planning, my mare. If we eat the cupcake, it's literally just going to go into murder porn. We're going to lock ourselves into no options again. And mention missing ponies while eating. Oh god. No thanks, trying to wash my waistline. What kind of cupcakes? Sleepy cupcakes. That knock you out so she can tie you to a fucking dissection board. No thanks, I brought my own. I think the thing they'd have in common would be going to Sugarcube Corner as their last location. The knockout cupcakes are a special thing Pinky keeps to herself. I don't think she sells them to ponies. We respectfully Denty. Alrighty, see you later, Talon. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. I'll make a poll. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Whoops, I was muted. I wasn't saying a whole lot anyways, but okay, Pinkie Pie, Sugar Cube Corners Baker. He shifts in his seats. Adjusting his hat. Let's try that. Anon takes the cupcake in his hand, spinning it and eyeing it with a sharp appraisal. For all intents and purposes, it appears as an ordinary cupcake. Then he sends it gently back on the counter between them. Actually, I'm not here for sweets, miss. But by all means, I'm sure such a talented baker has no problem trying her own goods, no? He says, pointedly pushing the cupcake towards her, watching her reaction. Pinkie Pie, right? Sugar Cube Corners Baker. He shifts in his seat, adjusting his hat. There's been some rumors floating around this place in recent times. Those having to do with missing ponies. Pinkie's grin stayed wide, and perhaps too wide for comfort, as she leisurely blinked her large, expressive eyes. In any other context, that cupcake would have been long shoved into Anonymous's mouth with a spoonful of her manically. But this? Oh, this was different. You could already feel her heart fluttering with excitement. Kind of tingly sensation crawling up her spine like millipede stepping through the spaces between the vertebrae. He had prodded the darker side with that comment about the missing ponies. He knew more than most. That much was clear. Pinkie could only wonder what else Anonymous was aware of. Suspicion? Curiosity? Or maybe he was here on purpose. He already suspects. Her inner voice hissed. But not in worry. No, not at all. This was her playground. No one's ever survived long enough to truly spill dirt about what she did beneath the bakery anyhow. Wouldn't be any different with this one, right? Rose fidgeted the tiniest bit before controlling the small urge to simply kill him right there. Not yet. Not now. I want to play. Oh, you flatterer, she piped up, giving a playful scratch to her mouth. So I couldn't possibly steal a cupcake meant just for you. Besides, she giggled, this batch is made extra special. Just a teensy bit too sweet for me, you know? She let the cupcake sit on the counter between them, untouched. Interesting. We got Pinkie Pie excited about us. That's a win. Oh, jeez. Then, as she leaned towards him ever so slightly, her voice lowered, playful but careful, spinning her words in an almost hypnotic lilt. Missing ponies, huh? Weird stuff, huh? Her eyes, the perfect windows to her fabricated innocence, locked on Anonymous as if to catch his every twitch, breath, and impulse. I'm super sure the cakes have no idea what you're talking about, she continued in that syrupy, cloying tone. But me? Well, let's just say I've heard talk lately too. Strange. Disappearing acts here and there? Nuh-uh, no sir. Definitely not because of our sugar-overloaded parties or anything. She giggled, snortingly, masking any deeper tension like buttercream frosting, hiding a more bitter core underneath. Then, bringing a cupcake from far beneath the counter, she set it next to the first. This one, though, looked different, less about sweetness and more intensely purple. Of course, you were dying for a new flavor. Here's a weird little number I've been testing lately. Cupcake roulette now on the table. Her thoughts raced. She didn't mind playing this game. Her basement could wait. If anything, this was just the appetizer leading up to the main event. Fanon's baiting out rumors about missing ponies. Well, she'd set her own trap, too. But what was his real angle? Every pony has their secrets, and every secret's one step away from being discovered. Do what you want, Anonymous. Go ahead and push your hand. This isn't where the game starts. You take it and ask it to share. Random got it right. We need to outsmart her. It seems so. Intensely purple definitely seems worth trying. We are going to die if we eat the cupcakes. That is like the whole deal with the story. Alright, if you want to share it, we can try that at least and just see how she reacts. We're already suspicious. Alright, well now there's 2 cupcakes on the counter. Which one do we go for? The first one is the knockout cupcake. The second one I'm not sure, the purple one. I wonder if the implication is that this one is Spike. Or Twiggy Piggy. Weird little number. That tells me Spike. There's 2 cupcakes. Yes, there is. Bring a cupcake from far beneath the counter. She sets it next to the first. There's 2 cupcakes. The first one is the knockout cupcake, and the second one, we're not sure. It's just intensely purple. Spike would be a baked bad. Ganon watches her gaze, seemingly friendly, with an underlying intensity beneath the surface. Spike and the spiked cupcake. How do we even get Pinky to eat the cupcake with us in a non-weird way? We just ask her to split it. Also, this card breaks canon. Pinky decides her victims by pulling a random number, not by logic. Seem awfully generous with the free samples. We could say we can't eat hay and most pony things. We're mostly carnivorous. Ask if it's bread-like or something with hay. Try to bait for a reaction on the second. Don't think there's any way to ask that without being too weird or forward, at least I can think at least. What's the risk of being too weird or forward, though, if we're gonna be a detective here? Being caught by her, I suppose. She could just jump across the fucking counter. I don't know. I do like the idea of splitting one with her and just trying seeing what happens, what she does. Tell you what. Suggest making a create. Nope. Just got done reading it on my tiny phone. Oh yeah. Tell you what, let's split one. Hello, Alexa. I don't know, grabbing you plastic utensil from the countertop side. Yeah, let's try that. You ask, have you seen Spike after looking at the purple cupcake? Lay this first, of course. and takes half of it. But waits. I'm taking a bite before he sees Pink Baker do it first. Alright, Hannah watches her gaze, seemingly friendly, but with underlying intensity beneath the surface. You seem awfully generous with these free samples. How do you stay in business if you're giving away? He asked jokingly, though still paying attention to her answers. Tell you what, let's split one half and half. He grabs a plastic butter knife from the countertop side, carefully cutting the first cupcake in half. Hannah takes half of it, waits on taking a bite before he sees the Pink Baker do it first. That should work. Let's do it. Pinkamina's eyes flicked to the smushed edge of the cupcake, now divided, and then up to Anonymous's. With a swift, peculiar sharpness. He wasn't making this easy on her, was he? She liked the challenge, sure, but not at her own game. For a fraction of a second, her hoof twitched, the temptation to take that knife and plunge it into his throat. Drawing a simple line from chin to sternum fluttered across her mind like a violent impulse waiting to be unleashed. But she swallowed it back, taking that split second away. But Anna noticed something. Despite how chipper her tone remained, how cute and bouncy her mane stayed, there was the faintest shadow of something rolling just beneath all that giddy surface level energy. As if the tension between playfulness and malice was coiling tighter inside her. Pinkamina's teeth glimmered in a grin. She lifted her split half of the cupcake with her hoof, making sure she could see everything, no sleight of hoof tricks. Leaned in over the counter, their gazes locking, hers trembling on the border between bubbling and unnerving, between friend and something else. You know, silly, her half-lidded eyes peeking along. Sometimes it's not so much about selling things. She paused just enough to make that next grin spread wider. As much as it's about who you're selling to. And with that, she tilted her head back and chomped a large bite out of her cupcake half, chewing theatrically, making a satisfied noise as she swallowed. Small smudge of frosting smeared at the end of her smiling lips. Complete a movement, harmless, right? She smirked internally, knowing how this whole batch was technically normal, except for the one he previously nearly sent back to her. Meanwhile, though, Pinkamina's mind raced. By testing her, Anon threw the gauntlet early, but she wouldn't mind showing him just who the real wild card was. For now, he'd won that little taste test standoff, but the night was still young, and Sugar Cube Corner had plenty of recipes that weren't only for cupcakes. Split a treat, huh? So Pinkie Pie ate the sleepy cupcake. You should have passed out, but oh well. Pinkie noticed how carefully calculated Anonymous seemed. Clearly holding back his cards, too. She couldn't place, not yet, if this was someone meant to poke the hornet's nest or merely get informed on rumors before they went back and easily joined her set of future missing ponies. Ooh, she chimes, staying in her upbeat facade. Delicious, huh? But come on, rumor chasing's gotta be tiring, she said, bouncing just a little too closely over the counter now. Sudden invasion of space was off, an escalation in proximity. Clearly testing how Anonymous would react. Feels like you're the detective type. Maybe a mystery hunt, huh? I love detective stories. Her eyes sparked unnervingly. Or maybe you're just lonely tonight and thought Sugar Cube Corner would keep interesting company? Teeth gleamed. Tonight is young chug. Oh no. Told you the bot would make her take the correct one. Was there a correct one? I know there was a sleepy cupcake and a second purple one that I don't know what it did, but probably also wasn't normal, so I have no clue. I'm tempted to re-roll, just because it feels like it ignored a few, or confused a few things at least. She should have fallen asleep or something. I figured as such, yeah. She ate the cupcake and seems fine. Maybe it's not immediate. It's pretty immediate in the original story. And also Pone jeans. No idea if Claude has that I'm not running Claude right now, I'm running GPT. Trip the plate, spilling the goods on the floor, but slipping a chunk for later analysis. I was thinking of that too. Analyze the cupcake. So she knowingly took a sleepy cupcake. I'm gonna regen this and just see if we get one that acknowledges a little better. And let's see if this goes any better. The air felt the faintest bit charged, like Pinky was teetering on that invisible precarious ledge between hospitality and, well, something far darker. Her smile somehow managed to maintain its brightness, but anyone observant enough, like Anonymous certainly was, could see it was just a touch too still. That frozen quality of someone managing, no, suppressing an ungodly amount of control. Oh, I'm generous, all right, Pinky chirped, her voice still full of that sickeningly sweet veneer as she watched him slice the cupcake right in half. He wasn't bucking around, and that led something deep in her dirty, depraved soul. Must shy off or fall into the innocent ignorance she preyed upon. But this... Eyes flickering, she watched the edge of the butter knife drag and cut through the fluffy, perfectly frosted outer layer. Beneath it all was the potion she knew best, something that helped knock out even the most resilient, thick-skinned ponies. Her body trembled, a ripple of excitement hidden by her bubbly poise. Even though she hadn't planned for this to spiral into a real interaction, she flowed with it, relishing the dance as new pieces clicked into place. Then Anon made his little move, the trade-off, the challenge. Split, huh? You really are a sharer, she cooed with a little giggle, watching that knife tear her precious bait apart. She licked her lips in a convincing, casual sweep of the tongue. She couldn't trigger her trap this soon, not without knowing just how much he knew. Gotta keep playing, Pinky. She turned to the cupcake, tilting it with an exaggerated, thoughtful expression as if appraising its halves before gingerly picking up the non-drugged side. Oh, fuck you. Non-drugged side of it. It's okay, she fucking split the drugged perfectly in half and made sure that an Anon cut it along that perfect half. That's lame. That's lame and dumb. Bot is cheating. Yeah, seriously, fuck that. I'm giving it one more gen. Let's see if it can get this right. Promise. Pinky's sharp eyes flickered, no longer able to fully disguise the twisted sense of delight bubbling just beneath her happy-go-lucky facade. He wants to play that game now, does he? Those little instinctual urges pressing against the back of her skull started tightening again, like a string wrapping tighter and tighter. But this wasn't just business, oh no, this was survival, and not hers, Anonymous's. She knew the score, she could taste it. He had no idea just how close to the edge he was dancing, the poor ignorant human. This back and forth over cupcakes, such a stupid little thing, like you thought this was still a normal conversation in a normal bakery. Pinky was anything except normal. She didn't twitch when he split the cupcake with the plastic knife. Her breath remained light and breezy. Pinky just tilted her head. That goofy grin cemented on her face, blue eyes twinkling as though nothing in the world was wrong, as if the knife hadn't just come into play. Pinky Money knew what would happen if she were forced into a corner. She could trash the place and still have him waking up strapped down to one of the blah blah blah. Pinky bit into the cupcake, wide-eyed, staring straight into his intense gaze without even blinking. Again, she just ate the fucking cupcake. Lame. Equivalent of a kid saying, I had a bulletproof shield up, you didn't shoot me. Yeah. I feel like it could understand this if I gave it enough rerolls. I'm gonna try one more time. If it doesn't get it here, then I'll try something else. You thought it was clever, huh? Cutting in half. Waiting for her to take the plunge first. Cute, but this wasn't some hoofball game where the players matched down the field in polite little turns. Tonight wasn't the night yet. Followed the morsel almost immediately, like it didn't matter at all, and stared straight back at Anonymous, teeth showing a disturbingly chipper sort of way. See? There's a playful, near mocking inflection in the way she said it. Perfectly harmless. Flicked her lips slowly, and for a second, just a split second, her eyes gleamed with something dark. Dare you describe it as dangerous? That cupcake? Of course it was harmless. That was the decoy batch.
You fell for my decoy!
At least that's better. Even if it's still lame. Business is booming, silly. Cupcakes spread happiness, and I just love making every pony happy. Besides, isn't sharing something more fun than hoarding all the good stuff? As she watched, No studied Anonymous's every move, her brain raced behind the mask of airheaded giddiness. She had no problem playing things cool right now. Let him think he's got her pattern figured out and that he understands the lay of the land. But this was her game, and every pony in Ponyville was hers to toy with eventually. She was 2 steps ahead. She knew we were going to get her to eat it. Aha. But we knew she was going to swap it with the decoy batch, so we re-swapped her decoys with actual poison cupcakes. Should we do that? Should we just say fuck it and go for anime bullshit? Yeah, we could totally do that. That would be hilarious. Yes, do it. We just bullshit the bot back until it gives in. Exactly. Let's see how far it goes with the reverse card. Then Pinky feels an unsettling in her stomach. An off taste to the sugary. That she only knew in small amounts. Anonymous was still holding his half of the cupcake. Not yet daring to bite into it. Some JoJo levels of bullshit. He asks, setting his half of the pastry aside. This is about to have more layers than Naruto. Something the matter, Pinky? He asks, setting his half of the pastry aside. I brought my own drugged cupcake knowing you'd swap the cupcake for decoys, exactly. It was smart to swap out the drugged cupcakes for
decoys. Your next line is, "This can't be possible," and on. A beautiful ploy to keep up your facade.
Takes effect.
This is so stupid. So I swapped your decoys.
We could... It depends on what the AI does with this, but let's see. It might Uno reverse us again, which would be funny. So I swapped, but I know your game. So I swapped your... with my own. With a little blend. My own little blend of drug pastries. So I had my teams swap your decoys back with my own little blend of drugged pastries. We need to end off with something smug.
So close to brilliance, Pinky.
Anime bullshit reverse. This is dumb. Sorry, but I can't continue with this conversation. Sorry, but I can't fulfill this request. Come on. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. It probably doesn't like the word drugged or something. There we go. No, I win. Alright.
Pinky feels an unsettling in her stomach, an off taste of the sugary sweet that she knew only in small amounts when testing drugs and poison. Anonymous was still holding his half of the cupcake, not yet daring to bite into it. "Something the matter, Pinky?" he asks, setting his half of the pastry aside. It was smart to swap out the drugged cupcakes for decoys, a beautiful ploy to keep up your facade. He says, as the not-so-normal cupcake takes effect, "But I know your game, so I had my team swap your decoys back with my own little blend of drugged pastries. So close to brilliance, Pinky," he says with a dark laugh.
You pull the Uno reverse and the bot shuts down. Looks like we got a response now.
Pinkymini's eyes flared wide, pupils contracting slug thin as Anonymous's actual words registered, each sentence punching through her giddy facade layer by layer. That stomach twist, definitely out of place now. She could feel it, something heavy settling behind her ribs, a slow burn that wasn't from nervous energy anymore. The cupcake she swallowed, not sitting right at all, each second stretched like freshly pulled taffy. Pinkymina winced for a heartbeat, her hoof instinctively dropping beneath the counter where she often kept her little tools. But her pace slowed unnervingly, mud-filled veins clocking where there should be frantic, wicked energy flowing through. She shouldn't feel this sluggish. She tested every concoction in her lab, knew every drinkable or chewable poison and knockout serum backwards and forwards. Bach! Instead, her hooves felt like overly salted dough, sticky and incomplete.
Pinky held back the urge to double over, but her celebratory spark was already replaced with something blacker. Raging chaos, desperately fighting the pressure closing from the inside out. Her mind was still racing. No fog there yet, but her flesh, her own body, felt like it had turned against her. Impossible! There it is. Anonymous shouldn't have known. How could he? How dare he? Every restraint inside her violently snapped then, her mask cracked first. Pinky's face contorted over the top, saccharine glow draining away in real time, replaced by a chilled, wide-eyed glare so full of malice and clarity that it was no longer the obliviously happy Pinkie Pie staring at Anonymous. No, now it was Pinkamena, and she was pissed as Tartarus. Her lips curled into something much more sinister, not a smile this time. Something between a snarl and a growl, her muzzle trembling in rage. Do you? Her voice dripped with venom, a growl deep in her throat, biting through each syllable like shattered glass. Do you really think you're special? Her hooves trembled with the half-baked adrenaline running sluggishly through her system. Every pulse beat down her limbs slower than molasses. She staggered, fighting against the fog creeping into her peripheral vision like thin fingers crawling up the edges of her mind. No bucking way she was going down like this. Not to him. Her basement awaited, the cold, pristine workspace, bones gleaming from her most recent harvest, where Anonymous should have been next on her slab, not calling the shots. No one steals my control. Her glare burned hot, sharper than before, piercing through the sludgy drag in her muscles. A twisted chuckle gurgled out, limbs twitching awkwardly with restrained fury. You think I make mistakes? I don't make mistakes, ever. Play your silly game, Anonymous, but you forgot one teensy-weensy little thing. She bared her teeth, the voice darkening to a deadly whisper. Her hoof barely slapped into a hidden switch beneath the counter. Behind the bakery, the walls thickened with a sudden muffled thunk. Erratic beeping filling the shop's space, something mechanical kicking into action somewhere deeper underground, some sort of emergency system. If she was going down, she damn well was going to take him with her. Her smirk grew, knowing how much her limbs felt like lead blocks, her insides boiling against the invading drug. You won't leave, Anonymous? You're stuck here now. Whatever he had planned, Pinkamena had contingencies. If drugging her was part of his opening play, she still had one card left. The cupcakes were only step one in her series of tricks, after all. The fun was just beginning. Naughty achieved. No I win smile. Looks like your cupcakes just got burned. You fool, Pinky has a cure for drugs and whatever teeth that she just needs to bite to cure them. My goodness. Pinky's pulling a Kira. I'm actually okay with this response. It seems alright. At least it didn't spiral into more reverse bullshit. Cupcake, did we hire the contractors to install this emergency death switch in the bakery? I don't know why we'd need it. Mrs. Cake scratches her head as he watches contractors put in the spike trap. Why does the building plans for our little humble bakery say that it goes 60 stories underground? Alright, the real fun was just beginning. So Pinky hit a switch, something mechanical happened. Should we give it one more response to see what the heck Pinky actually did, or should we try to get out of here? 60 floors underground, whatever. You get the point. I can already hear the boss song starting up. They always kind of gloss over the cakes getting the flour out of their storage next to the mounted skull of Gilda. Yeah, we need to investigate. I think you're about to turn into Albert Wesker. So the emergency system is active. Pinky is losing consciousness.
I just don't know where to go from here unless we just let it respond one more time, because so far all that's happening is we're hearing mechanical sounds. All we have to do is stop the self-destruct precisely when the timer hits 1. I think we need to leave before she pulls one. She's probably going to try something if we stay close. Probably. Before she passes out, we need answers. We just grab her and shake her violently. We try and make her run for it. Cupcakes contain truth serum. Okay, here, I got 2 options I'm seeing that I like both of. One is grab Pinky, shake her violently, and question her. Or book it out of the bakery. We call up Glim Glam on the radio we so conveniently had on it. I have a feeling if we question Pinky zombified, the whatever machinery is going on is probably going to advance and trap us somehow. Glim Glam is a narrative failsafe. If we're already going full anime bullshit, I think why not just give ourselves every Deus Ex Machina? That feels fun to me. We don't usually do that in these streams. Glim Glam will fix it. Grab Pinky and question her. Alrighty. I'll let it go until we're at the 1 minute mark on the poll, but that looks like it's pretty well in the lead. Call our giant robot on her wristwatch. We can have all the ice cream without consequences, probably. Hopefully. Alright. As mechanical gears were unseen behind the walls of the bakery, Anon grabs the Pinkamena, heaving her up into the air by the shoulders as she loses, let's go, slowly fades from consciousness with a violent shake. He yells,
"Where are they? What did you do with the victims?"
If we don't like the response, we can backtrack and see how it is when we run.
Where are the other drugs?
Had to go for a bit and just got back. What did I miss? We are in Pinkamena Cupcake's story, and we're a detective, and now we're yelling at her. We drugged her with her own cupcake. With some anime Uno reverse bullshit. Slap her repeatedly too many times while shouting different questions. Alright.
As mechanical gears unwhir, unseen behind the walls of the bakery, Hanan grabs Pinkamena, heaving her up into the air by the shoulders as she slowly fades from consciousness. With a violent shake, he yells,
Where are they? What did you do with the victims? Where are the other drugged cupcakes going?
Pinkamena's head snapped to the side as Anonymous's grip tightened. But the violent shake barely seemed to register in her fevered, drug-laden mind. Her mane hung limply like dead weight, and her eyes half-lidded with that no-good glazed-over look. Amidst the numbness creeping over her limbs, her mouth twitched. A low, dark laugh bubbled up from the depths of her throat, interrupted only by ragged gasps for breath.
Is that what you want to know? Huh? The poor little disappeared ponies?
She wheezed, and drool smearing one corner of her split grin.
Well, too bad. They're all just pieces now. Didn't they taste great? Didn't they make the happiest little cupcakes?
Her head lolled for a moment, vision flickering with each thunderous whir of the Sugar Cube Corner's hidden mechanisms now fully engaging. Suddenly, the mechanical sounds ramped up, clear and deliberate, from countless hidden slots all around the bakery. Small purple-tinted clouds began steadily puffing into the room. The lavender mist was thickening with each passing second, gradually overtaking the airspace by the walls. A slow-release knockout gas? Of course she had a plan B. Pinkamena chuckled hoarsely, half delirious but still coherent enough to relish the chaos about to unform.
Smells good, doesn't it?
It hurt to even move properly now, her muscles liquefying internally. She fought just to keep her blurry eyes trained on Anonymous, in part because she knew it drove ponies insane to see the madness she wore so proudly on her sleeves, but also to see the truth of her own inevitable triumph. She wouldn't die. Not here. Not with some outsider messing up her plans. She made sure she had the last laugh.
Go ahead, breathe deep. You won't last.
Her sentence slurred and stretched as her body slipped towards unconsciousness, but her smile stayed there. Alright, so knockout gas is now filling the building. Bakery is a giant death trap. Yeah, the other boats going down that passed out on the floor is hilarious. Yeah. Max, how dare you encroach on Medium Mark's copyright? We have one dedicated horny poster here, and there shall be no more. The cakes come in tomorrow and step around our bodies. They both just fucking pass out. Run into the basement with her. That's one place there probably wouldn't be knockout gas, would there? Then I fired and I missed. Are we gonna be the fucking cupcaker now? Are we gonna throw Pinky down the stairs and tie her to the fucking dissection bench? Yeah, that's my question as well, Caliban. I mean, either way, it probably isn't a half-bad idea. Yes, I do. Okay. You know what? Screw it. Why not? There's 60 floors down before we were finally free from the gas if we run down. As the knockout gas fills the room. Oh, wait a minute. Was the gas purple? Did it keep that consistent? Is that why that other cupcake was purple as well? Purple tinted clouds. I wonder if that's it keeping consistency there. That's kind of neat. As knockout gas fills the room. Anonymous looks around frantically for an escape, covering his mouth. Shutters cover the windows and doors, because why not?
wind sows. But if the rumors are true, there's one place the gas won't reach. The basement. Grabbing the already knocked out Pinky and heaving her over his shoulder. He ducks low and rushes to the trap door leading to the place where Pinky's twisted magic happens. Careful not to breathe the purple gas. Lifting the door and descending the stairs. He enters the basement, safe from the gas for now, as Pinky remains asleep. We'll say the sight he sees is shocking, and then let the AI run from there, because I'm sure it'll want to describe the basement. Dead or in a likely drug-induced coma from the sound of it. Yeah, probably. We should check her pulse to see if she's alive, I guess. I guess we could do that. Got to perform CPR on Pinky just in case. Thinks she might not be breathing. Go mouth to mouth. Oh, jeez. As Anonymous descended the creaky wooden stairs into the depths of the bakery's hidden underbelly, temperature noticeably dropped. Cold, clammy air wrapping itself around him like the phantom touch of those who once lived, and most definitely died down here. The basement stretched far deeper than any casual business should have. Damp stone lined the walls, the dim lighting casting eerie, elongated shadows that twisted and shifted, almost as if they too were alive in this cursed place. The faint scent of iron mixed with cloying sweetness filled the air. Below, the truth lay bare. The room itself resembled something out of the deepest, most perverse pits of Tartarus. Rusted, jagged tools lined the walls, some caked in browned crust, others pristine and gleaming as if waiting, anticipating their next use. Chains dangled loosely across the ceiling beams, and patches of walls were covered not with posters or happy banners, but with slabs of tarnished meat hanging like surrealistic portraits of Pinky's insanity. Jagged stitches sewn into some of the pieces suggested anatomical experiments, vivisections taken far past what any reasonable mind could fathom. But it wasn't just the tools or morbid decorations that truly cemented the nightmare. The far side of the room was lined with large repurposed cylindrical ovens. He didn't need an advanced Forcenet kit to see what those had been used for beyond baking. Scattered throughout were makeshift tables fashioned from reinforced wooden chains. Sure, her fucking operation has expanded from original cupcakes here, apparently. Some still had something or someone strapped down, mangled, half-alive corpses lay splayed wide with tattered flesh and hollowed eyes. Shown where those unlucky souls had once been, until they weren't anymore. Many were missing their cutie marks, surgically peeled into grotesque trophies and carefully stitched together to form what appeared to be an unfinished cloak of leather and color. One of the victims was still moving. Involuntary twitch of a limb, straining weakly against chains. Mouth gagged and raw from muffled cries long since drowned out by Pinkamina's sick laughter. Anonymous didn't need to guess how much longer that pony had left. But that wasn't the shocking part. What lay locked in the center of the room, with sharp collars and thick metal chains, were some of her special victims. 3 or 4 stood barely conscious and horribly disfigured.
Flesh removed surgically and sloppily patched around their forms. Coins replacing some of their eyes, limbs missing where jagged struts were cruelly hammered as if making creatures into macabre toys. Their vocal cords been removed. Right in front of him, hoisted up like some hellish centerpiece, she had strung of one very recognized pony. A blue Pegasus with a broken rainbow tail. She dangled just feet off the ground. Rainbow Dash hung limp but still alive, tortured way past the point of anything resembling the past athletic mare she once was. Her feathers plucked and used to stuff some sort of nearby doll. Her body was a note, a final shattering everything that Ponyville's most loyal could have been. This was Pinky's true workshop, the real purpose of Sugarkeep Corner's basement. A butcher shop masquerading as a bakery, all while Pinkamina's twisted artistry continued this grotesque parody of life and death. Suddenly, Pinky stirred on Anonymous's shoulder. Low gasped for air as the drugs fought to pull her under, but her broken giggle managed to bubble up through her dry throat.
Do you like what I've done with the place?
Her rasp was low, as twisted as the very room itself.
The rainbow ones taste the best, you know.
Now, Anonymous was less stunned, standing among Hell's own horrors. Pinky's trapdoor leading even deeper hasn't closed itself yet. The Twisted Artist wasn't done playing this game, not by a long shot. Drop her in surprise. So yeah, I mean, I guess we know Rainbow Dash. It's clear that she's one of the victims here. Already dying twice today, it seems so. It goes deeper. 60th floor dungeon confirmed. Honestly, strapping Pinky to the butchering table probably isn't a bad idea. As Pinky begins to stir, setting her Alright, so let's secure her in one of the tables, just for the sake of making sure she doesn't get to run around freely in her own damn playground. We're getting into BDSM. I don't think this is a horny dungeon. Her self-testing is in effect. The spiked cupcakes are nothing to her. Yeah. I suppose so. But for Pinkamina. Oh. Tell Pinky that she has to eat all of the eggs. You have to eat all of the eggs.
Why are you doing this?
She doesn't seem to be weak. I don't think she's gotten her full strength back yet. We should at least lock her into the table. So I have that written down. What else should we do? He has to buy eggs for Bart. Make her eat her old batch. Oh no. Art is already alive or dead? Alive. Hung limp but still alive. Tortured way past the point of anything resembling the mare she once was. So barely alive. Just drop her and uselessly try to save Rainbow Dash. I feel like this is the kind of situation where saving her would probably just kill her. Rescuing the survivors is on the cards. The area above us is filled with poison gas, and most of these are experimented on beyond the point of even being ponies anymore, it seems. Ideally, the best thing would be to let as many people know as possible, but it would be difficult to do that when there's knockout gas above us. What did I miss? Oh, hey, Gig of Chad. We're in Pink Amina's torture chamber. Everything, Chad. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, we're role-playing with Cupcake's Pink Amina. We drugged her with her own cupcake, and now we just entered her basement. She's waking up and currently we've just taken in the very terrifying underbelly of Sugar Cube Corner and even found Rainbow Dash down here. The only pony who knows how to leave without getting gassed is Pink Amina, probably, unfortunately. Was Artie okay? She's fine. Little banged up, but I'm sure she'll come back better than ever. Check to see if any pony is savable, then focus on Pinky. Once he's confident that the restraints aren't budging, he begins to look among the victims, searching for any hope that some of them might be saved from this horrible fate. She's delicious now. She's delirious. Like Pinky will tell us how anyway. Yeah. We could try to question the victims, I guess. Roll for persuasion. Insert Fallout New Vegas crucifixion joke here. Degenerates like you belong on a cross. Don't bother with torture, she's way too crazy for that. Yeah, that'll be a waste of our time, probably. Try to get some answers from Dashi and maybe stabilize her. Trying to find a way to call for help. Alright, Anon's eyes fall on the mutilated Rainbow Dash, or at least what's left of her.
He waves a hand in front of her eyes, looking for any sign that she might still be in there. That seems very dark. Oh my, oh yeah. We're going Halloween stories for tonight in celebration of the season, and yeah, we went pretty dark with a couple of them. The story before this was us throwing Rainbow Dash into the Pegasus device. Elusive Pink Amina is going to get out of the restraints. Yeah, absolutely. Dash is basically gone into a regressed feral state due to the torture, probably. That's what I'm testing for here. Wave a hand in front of her eyes, look for any sign that she might still be in there. And then, what else do we want to do? Get some answers from Dashi and maybe stabilize her. Also did a story where we took Fluttershy pet shopping but didn't let her buy anything. Yep. Examine the walls. I believe it said concrete in the description of the location. Damp stone lined the walls. So it's some sort of stone. How dense or thick do they look? That's something I guess we could ask the AI. Moves quickly about their room. Looking for any chance of an escape. With the main bakery locked down and filled, sleep gas the most obvious ways out seem to now be cut off. Now he looks for alternatives. Alright, so here's what we're doing. We are locking Pinky down. We're trying to see if Rainbow Dash is at all still, like, sentient. Or if she is just spiritually dead right now. And we're looking to find out if there's any other way out of here other than back through the sleepy gas. Are we happy with that? Is there anything else we want to add to our actions before we send this to the AI? Yes, Rainbow Dash is alive, Max Raccoon. We're trying to find out if she's still there. As in, like, mentally aware of what's even happening enough to tell us anything or be saved. Sounds good to me, BGM. Crabs of the Void have evolved through the wall. Oh no. run it and see how it goes. Pinky gets out just fine. Maybe there's a gas mask somewhere. The thing is, we threw Pinky off. The whole reason the above area is filled with sleepy gas is because we completely threw Pinky off her game. We didn't just take the cupcake. Artie might be alive, but not alive, in quotes. Yeah, mentally broken. Pinch your nose and hold your breath. I said that the exits were locked down in my response, so I might have locked us out of the option of just holding breath and running for the door, unfortunately. Let's see what the AI does with this. Thank you, AI. 2 stars as a response. Pinkamena Diane Pie lay on the cold, sealed dissection table, limbs pulled tight as Anonymous strapped her down firmly. Her body pressing against the metal restraints. She blinked sluggishly, senses dulled by the drug still pumping through her veins. But even in her powerless state, the terrifying glint in her eye flickered, just barely, a glimpse of a bottomless, unhinged mind refusing to quiet. Her breathing, though heavy, quickened with each second that passed, her muscles twitching against the unyielding binds. The feeling of cold metal change digging into her held a sick irony in her fading consciousness. Her own stage, the very table she had used on so many victims, a place of suffering, of bloodletting, of mutilation. She was now here. The irony was almost delicious. But her grin was still there, a fractured, barely there stretch of lips, struggling to hold on to her madness, drowning in a slur of fogged consciousness. Dregs of strength whispered from her processes. She could feel her body barely moving, but her mind? Her mind was still beautifully intact. Even as Anonymous scurried across her playground like a rat, desperately searching for his pitiful, dissatisfying escape. The basement had no mercy, no reprieve. No pony entered this room for salvation. It was her domain. It was her domain, her bloody canvas. Death, chaos, they did more than just exist here. They thrived. But as her body lay temporarily subdued, involuntary trembles running through her skin, her heart pounded its loud reminder. It's only temporary. She wouldn't be down for long. She caught the strained sounds of Anonymous moving, searching through the twisted remains of her victims, hunting for ponies he probably thought might still live, but there was no life here, only the echoes of what once was, the broken aftermath. As Anonymous waved his hand in front of Rainbow Dash's mutilated face, Pinkamina's barely coherent giggle wet her lips. Rainbow barely moved, her body broken beyond repair. When Anonymous moved closer, examining her dull, almost lifeless eyes, something horrific twitched in those once bright irises. Dash blinked, slowly. Her breath was rattling, almost incoherent with how shallow and irregular it was. Her lungs brutally scarred, dependent on nothing but pure willpower to keep drawing breath. She was scar tissue. And Pinky had broken her, maybe with her own hooves, just for fun. Suddenly, Rainbow's head jerked back unexpectedly, as if pulled by invisible wires. The faintest whisper, barely more than a breath, escaped her cracked, bleeding lips. "Run!" A cruel wake-up crawl, her voice no longer full of that trademark loyalty or stubbornness, just a gurgling shadow of what used to be a pony. Her eyes dimmed. Even if Anonymous tried, there was no saving what had already been shattered. Not here. Not for a pony who once soared the skies and now could barely function as a mockery of life itself. Crash! A loud metallic echo suddenly rang out, reverberating through the dim-lit chamber like the crack of a whip. One of the other corpses, no, half remains on the nearby slab tumbled. An involuntary twitch pulling at its torn limbs, causing change to scrape against slick steel. The entire room seemed to take on an impressive aura of living malevolence. Pinkamena twitched again, a sharp jolt traveling through her system, reality creeping slowly back, even under the residual effects of Anonymous's drug. She could feel her control slipping back, her wicked mind already hunting for cracks in Anonymous's frantic actions, small weaknesses she could exploit, traps she hadn't yet dared to spring. Drool pooled at the corner of her mouth as her raspy whisper trembled through clenched teeth. Fucking hell. Just a little longer, she hissed partly to herself, mostly to him, her maniacal mind refusing to relapse, grinding every ounce of self-control back into searing existence. This wasn't over. Not nearly. Rainbow Dash wasn't screaming anymore. She wasn't anything anymore. But Pinkamena? Oh, she'd be coming for him the moment reality stopped numbing her limbs. All things in due time. Let's just pull some more BS and push the switch to turn off the lockdown. Must have some extra equipment down here. We could bullshit our way past this, I guess. Rosebud, what? Zombies. We use her ego.
Call Glimmer. Should we do it? Find a mystery level and pull it to reveal the exit. Alright. Fuck it, Glimmy save the day. Let me just pull out my fucking cell phone in Equestria. Main 6, where is it? Group. Oh, did I not have the main 6 group here? Right, I don't think groups are carried over. Alright, I can just create a new one. We need to add Pink, Amina, and we need to add Glimmy. And where's the check mark or whatever? There it is. And are we there? Okay, let's add in the chat and its chat files. Import Pinkamina Diane Pie. And for some reason, Pinkamina Diane Pie has Glimmer's profile picture. Why is that the case? I assume that's just a bug. Will it fix if I refresh? Something broken. God damn it. Or are we not in the group? There we go. Okay. Fucking hell. Manage chat files. Import. Pinkamina. There we go. Now we're good. Dial G for Glimmy. Put Glimmy on the cross table. We do have our team that swapped the cupcakes. We aren't here alone, technically. That's why I planted that seed, yeah, so we can just have whoever we want, really. And then presses the codec in his ear. Glimmer, come in. It's solid and on. I'm cornered in the basement. It's a real horror show down here. Get your mare phone out. Finding... whoops. Finding no obvious ways out. Take a quick nap, of course. That's a good idea while we're in a pit of zombies and a murderer. Sleep time. It doesn't have to be a cell phone, it can be a scrying crystal or something. That's a thing, right? Emergency crystal given by Glimmer. Exactly. With no obvious exits. Kinda knows there's only one pony he can. One thing he can do now. If he wants to get out alive. He reaches into the pocket of his trench coat. I better make sure a scrying crystal is the right thing just so the AI doesn't get misinformed of what I'm trying to do here.
think it's a D&D thing. There's a scrying stone. You can see and hear a particular creature that you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. I don't know what the communication crystal is called. Alright, it's called Message. I don't know why I care about how D&D rules it anyways. Whatever. Burn the fedora. You still owe me since Nam. I need a favor. Emergency crystal given by Glimmer. Given by Starlight. Glimmer R. Watson, I guess so. The rumors. It's all true. And I want to sort of write in Glimmy's entrance a little bit here. Just because I have an idea for it that I think will be more entertaining than whatever the AI will come up with. Glimmer, do you think love can bloom in a bakery? Oh no. Straight through the basement stone wall, I guess. I want Glimmy to magic her way in, because I think that's fun. Glimmer is our Deus Ex Machina counter BS unit. Exactly.
Pinkamena, the numbers! What do they mean?
Glimmer would basically teleport in and blast everything with a sigh. Probably. Alright, let's say that, and let's give Glimmy a chance to respond. I'm going to turn off automatic reply, or I guess I'll let Glimmy have automatic reply. And let's see how this works. I'm sorry, but I can't continue this conversation. Sorry, something went wrong, but now all things are fixed up. There we go. Imagine how much BS she had to clean up for Twilight when she was her student. Kill QC because she's bad. Glimmy, no! Starlight didn't waste a single bucking second. Alright, let's read what we wrote first, I guess. Finding the obvious exit, Santa knows there's only one thing he can do now if he wants to get out alive. He reaches into the pocket of his trench coat, pulling out his emergency messaging crystal given by Starlight. Glimmy, it's in on the rumors. It's all true, and I'm trapped. Get down here. There's a few uneasy moments of silence. Non sits stuck among corpses and zombies and their creator. Until suddenly, the ground shakes, a harsh, searing sound reverberating through the building as solid magic tunnels its way straight through the ground, burning a hole straight through the basement's stone wall. Here she comes. Starlight didn't waste a single bucking second. The brilliant aqua blue light from her horn nearly scorched the walls as she tore through rock and dirt to make a quick entry. Like a wild force of nature, even the air in the room shifted. Cold, sudden, dangerously magical. Usually, Starlight Glimmer could be counted on for some measure of tact, a careful calculation before striking hard. But here she could feel the desperation cracking through the air like lightning, giving her no reason to hold back anything. The piercing hum from her raw magic left her mane and tail snapping in the magical backlash like whips as she dramatically stepped through the freshly formed entrance, scanning the horrorscape before her in a split-second sweep, and stars above did she find horror. Her eyes darted to the grotesque displays slapping her in the face, mutilated ponies hanging like macabre art sculptures, off-color walls with half-flayed corpses, and Rainbow Dash. What was left of her, at least. Starlight's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide for only a sliver of a second as she took it all in. What in Tartarus happened down here? Every inch seemed to scream at her, not grief, not remorse, but pure red-blooded fury being carefully layered like dynamite ready to explode. Her eyes darted and narrowed. You piece of filth. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. That's what you ended up as, huh, Pinky? Some disposable excuse of a living pony. Shiver down the spine would have been the appropriate response for any sane creature seeing such abasement, but Starlight Glimmer? Her horn sparked and sizzled, her rage barely contained behind wide manic eyes. She wasted no time casting a containment shield around Pinkamina's still convulsing, tightly trapped body, keeping her trash thinking insanity locked down for just long enough. Anonymous? Her voice was heavy, serious, maybe even vibrating with a bit of that edge she rarely let break through. But tonight it was bare. This is a bucking massacre. We're not letting her off easy. Her tone dropped even lower, disgust slipping into every syllable she could muster. With a flash, glowing blue lines traced half a circle, shimmering around the room at key locations like grid marks. Starlight prepping enough defensive measures to blow half of Equestria to smithereens if the situation went sideways. She didn't care about delicate at this point. Heck, Pinkamena had already gone long past that threshold. As far as Starlight was concerned, that pink freak had used her last cupcake mold. Her hooves clamped around the cracked stone, her breath steadying as raw, untamed magic surged through her. No ponies leaving here until we clean all of this up. I'm not tiptoeing back to Twilight with some, oops, we'll try again later. This ends now. Bringing her prepared self to full-scale focus, most of her horn burning hot from magical heat, she stepped fully into the room, aiming the lethal energy toward Pinkamina's restrained form, if she so much as twitched. The true carnage, the confrontation, he was about to start.
Glimmer OP plus nerf. Scoop up Anna like a babe in an action movie as they hold a gun in one hand and a woman in the other. Give me a second to stretch. So, Glimmy is here. And I'm almost half tempted to give it another generation to see if it does something different. Wait a minute. Why is there 3 takes? I didn't... Oh, right, because 2 of them were it saying no.
You called the Bucking Poochie to save you?
What does Pinky have to say about this? He turned Punk off, so she wouldn't respond. Yeah, I can let her respond, though. We can, let her have a response. I just wanted to make sure Starlight was the first one to get in, so to speak. Sorry, I can't continue that conversation. How about we try something else? I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. Sorry, I can't comply with that. I got rate limited. Why? It'll probably let us go in just a second. Let's just delete these in the meantime. Wait, did I delete one of the real ones? Oh no, that's Starlight. Okay. I'm sorry, but I can't participate in this conversation. Why? Because it isn't Claude. Yeah, pretty much. GPT seems to be a little hesitant this time. Apologies, but I can't continue this conversation. I can't assist with that. Alright, we're backtracking. We're gonna give Glimmy a chance to do a different message. Apologies, but I can't comply with that request. Screw you. I guess you won. Yeah, I beat AI with its stupid censorship. This isn't me just giving you answers on a test. I can't help you. I'm sorry, but I won't participate in the Glimmer story. Don't recognize any Season Beyond 2 based AI. Should have summoned Trixie instead. Trixie blew up an Ursa Major. She could fix this. Alright, Starlight Glimmer didn't waste time with polite entrances. The second the magic tunnel had been burned into existence, she shot through it, teleported mid-flight to correct her trajectory, and blasted straight into the damned room where the worst of Ponyville's twisted rot festering underground was waiting. That psychotic pink bitch had finally overplayed her hoof. Her horn, the first thing anyone saw, already glowed with a blistering intensity, the faint crackle of overloaded magic snapping in the air like static, her eyes wild with razor-edge determination. What she landed in? A scene straight out of Tartarus. Her stomach tightened for a brief second looking around at the horror show, the butchered corpses, the twisted dolls Pinky had patched together from live ponies like some sick artist. Chains, slabs, and then Rainbow Dash. Or what used to be her. A fainted figure, so close to being gone that the magic from her suspicions burned hotter just looking at what had been done. What the fuck? Her voice dripped resentment, rage practically vibrating in her chest. There's no salvation here. But salvation wasn't why she came. She was filled with primal magic, ready to erase this entire damned place off Equestria's map if she had to. And guess what? Pinky wasn't getting out of it. Her eyes narrowed even further as they finally landed on the twitchy form of Pinkamena Diane Pie, laying there chained defenselessly to her own table like a twisted mockery of where the madmare had strapped down so many others. You, she seethed, her voice venom-coated, hooves clacking heavily against the stone floor as she stalked toward her target, every step like an executioner dragging their axe across the killing floor. You're finally caught in your own trap, aren't you, Pinky? Her horn blazed once more, lighting up with an overwhelming pulse of magical energy swirling with raw power. All those ponies. All those pain. What the buck happened to you, Pinky? Huh? As Pinkamena stirred, barely conscious but defiant in her weakened state. Starlight wasted no time with the small talk. She didn't care about Pinky's sick little game anymore. There was no place for whatever wormed itself inside that mare's head to latch onto like a parasite corrupting everything around her. Starlight's voice rang, deadly serious without a sliver of mercy left. That's it. You're done. We're wiping this off the map! Without another word, she slammed her hooves down, and boom! Her horns flared bright enough to fill the entire room with her power, a swirling force that throttled the air and rang in the open spaces like thunder, threatening to reduce the room and everything in it to smoldering ash. There was no talking out of it. Pinky had dug her grave, and now she'd lie in it. Time's up! Then came the magic bolt aimed with lethal precision. Starlight wasn't second-guessing. Not for 1 second. Also, we're dead. Yeah, she burnt us to a crisp too, said Starlight calmly. I'm tempted to give it one more take. I don't know why, but I'm just not liking this one as much. Partially because, yeah, she did just murder everyone, including us who called her in. We died. I'm thinking of giving it another take, because, yeah, that is a little bit silly. I don't think the AI realizes what it just did. We just would let Pinky respond. Yeah. It seemed really resistant to Pinky on the first reply here, though. I mean, we could try it again. But yeah, it just doesn't like responding to this with Pinky. Some combination of everything is making it not want to respond to there, so I'm gonna give it one more take here with Starlight. The ground wouldn't stop shaking. Then came that familiar crackling, electricity in the air as the magic tunneled upward from some deep place the pony world wasn't meant to touch. The next split second, boom! A flash of light exploded across the grimy, blood-soaked walls of the basement, the stone cracking like eggshells as the jagged passages tore through reality itself. Smokes filled the space, and before it even cleared, the silhouette of Starlight Glimmer was already charging through the breach, her eyes glowing with that surreal, vibrant intensity when she was fully immersed in raw power. She hadn't come as a savior, though. She'd come as a force. Taking in the scene barely needed more than a second. The gore-strewn room, the chains, the mutilated bodies hung up like meat on display. She didn't flinch. Her eyes narrowed in disgust but lit up when they found the centerpiece. Pinkamena Diane Pie strapped, struggling, almost pathetic. The collapsed form of Rainbow Dash barely registered as worth her time now. She'd long crossed the point where it was about saving. For Starlight, this was about seizing total and crushing control. What? Wait, hold on. Wait, go back. Her hoof hit the ground with an echoing thud, the remnants of the hole smoldering behind her. She saw the cold, razor-edged glance towards Anonymous. No words, not yet. There wasn't time or fucking patience for needless chatter. Action, quickly. Horn ablaze, she advanced. Before Pinkamena could so much as twitch a muscle, magic arced across the room with a snap, seizing the psychotic mare in place, pressing tighter against the restraints already holding her. Several key objects in the room, tools, half-rotted body pieces floated at impossible speeds, shoved violently to the edges of the dark chamber. Even while lightheaded and reeling from who knows what cocktail in her blood, Pinkamena's eyes shifted warily as she met Glimmer's gaze. Her hushed giggle bubbling over with a hint of wicked amusement, the insanity lurking within tried to claw free. But Starlight wasn't interested. In fact, she was utterly unimpressed. She really is the anime protagonist. Okay. Her horn flared brighter, and with precision that came cruelly easily to her, another enveloping aura seized Pinkamena by the throat, cutting off the useless echo of laughter. Tightened, held, the mad pony's air supply throttled. Magic constricting without remorse. Pinkie Pie. Starlight's voice, low and cold, dripped with venom. Not a hint of the friendship lessons Twilight loved blathering about. Friends, family, compassion. Those words didn't fit here. None of that mattered in places like this. When killers stared her down, she had only one rule left standing. You end them before they end you. You know what's funny? Her voice lilted as she slowly circled Pinkamina's form, still held tight. Her tone now morphed into something unsettlingly casual, like they were old acquaintances catching up at a cafe in Canterlot. Because I have to say, this is certainly a first. Now that I've seen what you're hiding in your playhouse, she grinned, her fangs almost gleaming in this harsh glow. Here's the thing, there's only room for one unhinged unicorn in this town. So congratulations, you sick little buck. Starlight leaned dangerously close, voice dropping. You're finally about to be deleted, permanently. Her eyes returned to Anonymous briefly, sharp like cut glass, awaiting what he'd say or do, but not hanging around to be lectured or questioned. The time for rescue long gone. This was a purge. Her horn flared again, searing lights wrapping Pinkamina's chest tighter, glowing magic weaving through the metal lock layers and snapping them air tighter against the muffled surface, pushing her ribs into dangerous tension. No mercy. Starlight was in her element now, pushing magic and herself beyond the limits to get the job done. The building could collapse, bodies could burn, but there was no version of today's events where Pinkamina got off this table to breathe free ever again. Only ones where Starlight had the final say. Let the execution begin. This place is amateur hour compared to my basement. Oh no. So we're the good guys, right? Glimmy's just quirky. Her intentions are pure, I'm sure. Maybe we need to ask Glimmy to take it down a notch. Do we intervene? That's a good question. Do we? We could try to put a hand on Glimmer's shoulder and calm her down. At the moment, it does kind of seem like this is going towards the whole becoming what you swore to destroy kind of thing. Kiss her. It's just foreplay for Glimmer. It's so out of anyone's grasp that, yeah. Place hand on flank, nope. We respect the law, after all. Pinky needs to be on trial, not executed. Put the ice cream on her horn. I think she'll be angry. We pull out our other communication crystal to call in Twilight to calm down Starlight. Donutson. Oh, you just missed the Come Inside Rainbow Dash story, sorry to say. Call Twilight to get Trix. Twilight, tell Trixie to come down here too. Then we'll have to call in Celeste to calm down Twilight. Call in Spike. Chad Spike to the rescue. He saved the Crystal Empire, that's true. Calling on. Call the sea ponies. Shooby-doo, shoo-shooby-doo. Call RD? Wait. Bad joke. RD is a little preoccupied at the moment, unfortunately. with the whole dying thing. Starlight's about to murder her. What do we do? I've seen some options, I guess. So we could call Twilight, we could calm Starlight down. Call Limestone and have her yell at Pinky, do nothing to calm Glimmer down. Too soon, more like too late. Oh no. Keep escalating. Mind Starlight, we're here for justice, not revenge. Alright, so it seems like these generally encapsulate the two ideas. Try to calm Starlight down. Alright, well I will let the poll go on, but see where it ends. Oh yeah, we do still need Pinky alive for the investigation as well, I suppose. Okay, we're here for justice, not revenge. Cautiously, Hanan approaches Starlight, placing a hand on her withers. Starlight, we're the good guys, he says, hoping to speak to the well-intentioned pony he knows is in there, just smothered in an inferno of emotions right now. We're here for justice, not revenge. I know you want to end this, but we need her alive. He meets her eyes, holding an intense gaze. You know Twilight wants better for you than this. Starlight's eyes, glowing with unchecked magic, narrowed as she felt Anon's hand on her withers. A physical connection she hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. Emotions boiled inside her. Rage, disgust, the raw need for control. Pinkamena deserved nothing but absolute annihilation for what she'd done. But now, Anonymous, with his earnest plea, stood between her and justice. No, not justice. Revenge. His words hung heavy in the air. We're the good guys. Good guys. Twilight's brow twitched and her heart raced. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe Twilight's lectures about friendship and patience, about redemption. But how many more ponies like Pinky needed a second chance? How many? And who was left to bleed when they got it wrong? Twilight wanted better for her, sure, but Twilight didn't know the depths of darkness swirling in rooms like this. Twilight wasn't here, watching as the mutilated bodies of ponies who trusted friendship just like she did, hung like broken toys. Justice? Starlight snarled, her voice suddenly sharp, though she didn't turn to look at him yet. Pinky's mangled, twitching form lay immobilized before her. But even the sight of Pinkamena was beginning to blur behind a rising storm of frustration. You're talking about justice? Her horn flared again as she stepped away from Anon's hand with a sharp flick, her hooves digging into the filthy concrete. We wouldn't even be here, she continued, her voice growing louder, angrier, if she hadn't spent her precious friendship time slicing ponies apart, baking them into cupcakes for Celestia's sake. Her teeth were practically grinding. Do you see these walls? Do you smell this air? This is what happens when you give the wrong ponies a chance! A second chance! 1,000 chances! Where's them getting better, huh? Do you see it?
She makes points. Okay, fair enough, off with her head. Should we Deus Ex Twilight into this? And I say that only because it would actually make sense at this point, with it being very likely that there's probably smoke billowing out from the giant hole Twilight just shot into the side of Sugar Cube Corner. Ponies would probably notice that. It would make sense that Twilight would probably want to explore the smoke billowing out of the building now. Have Spike show up instead. If it's Pinky or us, I'm gonna have to go with Pinky. I'm not risking my life for hers. Yeah. Gee, and I saw a big hole in the building. What's going on here? The one pony that could hold back Glimmer or turn it to 11. Yeah, who knows? Twilight might agree with Starlight here, or who knows? Let's see. Where is Alicorn Piggy? There she is. How do we add to group? We go here, add, and Piggy. I don't know if we really need to lead into it. We can probably just let her respond and the AI will figure it out. How to introduce her to the scene. There's a hole, there's a goal. Oh, did we get fucked? Oh no, we didn't. Is it going to respond?
I can't provide the material you're asking for. Sorry, I'm unable to generate the content you're requesting. Fuck!
Oh, I didn't even read the whole thing. There's still half of another post here.
Starlight finally whipped around, her glowing eyes locking onto Anonymous, her face twisted between conflicted fury and bitter desperation. You think sparing her is going to fix this? She dabbed a hoof toward Pinky, now violently gasping, still crushed under her magical hold, her ribs strained sickeningly against the pressure. She does this because we give her time and space to do it, because we give her... Her words caught in her throat, because we give them redemption. Her chest heaved, magic crackling around her horn like a storm threatening to break loose. Twilight's voice. Twilight's absurd, hopeful voice echoed somewhere in the back of her mind. The lectures, the promise of a brighter path forward, the belief that any pony can be turned toward the light. She hated it. How weak it made her feel to yearn for an easier way. Twilight's way. When the evidence lay right in front of her, broken, dismembered, bloodstained. Her lips trembled for a moment before her gaze dropped to the floor. Her horn dimmed slightly, though the spell kept Pinkamena pinned tight, as if Starlight herself was struggling between letting the whole room down and burning it alive. An uneasy silence fell between you both, broken only by the faint, rasping gasps of Pinky as she danced along the line of consciousness. When Starlight spoke again, her tone was quieter, but laced with unwilling resignation. You think Twilight has the patience to clean this up, Anon? You really think that when she gets here, she's going to look in Rainbow Dash's mangled face, or those poor, things? She paused, eyes flicking to the unspeakable corpses and barely leaving remnants around the room. And she's going to say, "Oh, let's help Pinky become a better pony." Her voice cracked. "Do you?" But then she caught Anon's gaze again, and she knew. Like chains tightening around her instincts, she felt the weight of his plea. Of what was expected of her, of what Twilight expected. And shame wrestled with rage, each emotion prickling her skin like needles. Her horn finally dimmed, the light barely a flicker now, and though Pinky lay fully restrained, doomed but for now untouched by the cruel fate Starlight had been ready to deliver. Starlight wouldn't meet Anon's gaze again when she whispered, "She'd better not make me regret it." Stupid fucking AI! Generate the text! Spike shows up and looks at the camera, smirking and saying, "Well, this takes the cake." Fuck you, AI! Maybe if I ban the word sorry, it'll help. Spike sees me, but holy guacamole! I can't comply with that request. I don't know how the logic bias works. Ban or reinforce the usage of certain tokens. Confirm parsing with a tokenizer. Tokens 1, characters 5. Token IDs. Let's try that. I don't know what number we need there for it to actually be effective. I'm sorry, I can't comply with that request. Is there a difference between capitals and no capitals? There is. But banning the word sorry might help because it might prevent it from trying to constantly apologize and get around actually writing a response. Yeah, this is the annoying part about working with AIs sometimes.
At least the GPT ones. Claude was fine with this kind of stuff, but GPT hates it. It's not harmless, helpful, and honest. Is there anything here useless, or is it literally all just apologies? It's all apologies. Alright, so we can just delete this whole message. Delete message, yes. Say something that isn't an apology. Harmful or offensive content. What a nuisance. Yeah, it is. It sucks.
I cannot comply with that request. Fuck.
Let's see if turning those off will help. Alright, let's see. What else could I try here?
I'm sorry, BGM, but I'm afraid I can't do that.
Fucking hell. What else? I could try switching the AI model really quick. One moment. I might just be able to generate one response with a different GPT model and then continue from there. Let's see. Got GPT 4.0. What if we just try GPT 4? Oh, we have too many tokens. Invalid key and logic bias. None. Give me a response, you bastard.
Response rate limited.
There we go. Fuck. Alright, so we just switched over to GPT-4 normal this time. We will see how this works. Bring back Claude. I wish I would be using Claude if I could. I don't like GPT. What happened to Claude? It's just harder to access now. Even while hearing Starlight's words and witnessing the gruesome scene that revealed Pinkamina's eerie truth, a torrent of conflicting emotions gripped Twilight, her closest friend involved in brutal acts of violence. Innocent ponies killed, mutilated in unthinkable ways. Her instincts urged to pacify, to heal the rift, to restore harmony. But reality bled raw, mocked her innocent ideals. Her eyes locked onto Starlight, her student, and her heart shuddered in a war of emotions. Starlight's eyes seethed with the venomous rage she'd once seen in the unicorn stood against her as an enemy. Yet now the anger felt justified. It was the same rage twisting in her own gut, repulsed by Pinkamina's atrocities and how horrifyingly close she'd come to breaking Equestria's peace. After a heavy pause, her voice slipped out, barely a breath in the room's torturous unveiling. "Starlight," she begun, eyes glistening with a layer of regret. I'm not expecting you to suddenly forgive and forget." She gestured towards the room, to Pinkamena, to the carnage framed on the walls. This
She swallowed hard, eyes following onto the bound Pinky, a reminder of the friend she thought she knew, the laughter they'd shared decimated by the revelation of the real monster concealed beneath. We all wore masks, didn't we? Wrenching her gaze away, her eyes met Anonymous's, her chest tight with bracing resignation. If he despised her, if Starlight did too, for advocating even a shred of mercy towards Pink and Mina now, then she'd bear it, as a princess, as the bearer of the element of magic. You're right, she conceded, her voice even softer, a touch of surrender weaving through her words. This is beyond redemption. It's pure evil. The word felt cold on her lips, hatefully alien against the warmth of friendships she'd always sworn by. But there it was, that weak-seeming thread of hope, the one that bound everyone to impossible endeavors, often seen as naivety, sometimes as bravery. We promised to be there for each other, to trust, to fight, but never to take vengeance into our own hooves. Even as she said it, she knew how it sounded, ridiculously hollow. Starlight, Anonymous, she continued, I don't want either of you to turn into... become what she is. Her eyes flicked once more towards the struggling Pinky strapped onto the steel table. The sight pained her far more than she'd imagined earlier. The truth was distinctly merciless. I know it's easy to judge, to hate, but I believe we're better than that. We don't let the monsters change who we are. For a moment she fell silent, her gaze dropping to the floor. The weight of her decree pressed against her heart. She was a princess, a beacon of harmony and peace, preparing herself for the uncontrollable rage and grief that would tear through Equestria once Pinky's crimes became common knowledge. And preparing herself for the uncontrollable rage. She inhaled, eyes closing briefly before she straightened herself, the air around her shifting subtly. A faint hum echoed through her, magic growing warmer, casting an ethereal glow around her. Starlight, you once promised Equestria you'd walk the path to redemption. It was a difficult journey. She paused, her focus on Starlight intensifying, almost pleading. But you did it. And you didn't do it alone. We don't have to be alone. Her gaze flicked to Anonymous, where shared understanding and reassurance of her resolve lay evident. Twilight could only hope it radiated with enough force to pry into Starlight's heart. She had to believe it could make a difference, that they could make a difference. They were the good guys, even in the face of unspeakable evil. Pinky would be held accountable. There would be justice. But we need to take her down together. Twilight finally said, eyes unwillingly meeting the distorted form of the mayor, both victim and orchestrator of this macabre scene. The right way. As heroes. As friends. Despite holding the reins of this chaotic ride, unheralded by the uncertainty of its conclusion, one thing had become crystal clear to Twilight Sparkle. She also considered Anonymous a friend. It rocked her, left her baffled, but she knew that there was much more they needed to uncover, to understand. That is a massive response. But there we go. Alright, if we switch back over to 4.0, will it continue from here? Or will it just say, I can't roleplay like this, it's too scary? I guess we could switch over to GPT-4. From what I've heard, it's a lot drier with its writing, though. I haven't really used it much before because I just usually stuck to Claude myself. Yappersville, population Twilight. Yeah, seriously. Glamour, you fucking bitch. Write a response. We have a friend.
What if we go for Mistral? Oops, that's caps lock. Test message. Successful. Oh, we have the wrong settings. Mistral AI. Hold on, it says it's connected, but it's not connected. How is that possible? There's something I'm doing here wrong here, but I don't know what. One moment while I figure this out. Pinky's awfully quiet through all this yapping. She ate drugs, she passed out. Yeah, she's probably a little out of it right now. He's gone, mate. She died 20 minutes ago. Sorry, I need a minute to figure out what freaking link I need to use for this.
Well, mate, you don't have to make fun of me accent.
What the fuck is the link to Mistral AI? Okay, I just need to fucking pop open my other silly tavern really quick to figure that out. That's annoying. Can't believe BGM is a freaking death, and Starlight did this burning the whole room with a non-magical being inside. Would you like a temporary Opus key? We'll throw $10 on there or so, and we'll see how far it gets us. I appreciate it. I think I'm alright. I think we can just run this with Mistral, since OpenAI is, doing the dumb... Or, did I say Mistral? I don't even know what I just said. Whatever, I need to get the freaking thingy. Link to Mistral AI, where is it? Why is nothing working? There we go. That's the link I used, isn't it? Unless it's genuinely not working right now. Nope, it's working fine. Okay, so that seems to be working. I need to go back over to the secondary silly tavern, then close that. Back to this. Close. Here we go. Now, if I paste this stupid link into this stupid... It's the exact same thing that was there, so why is it not connecting? Something might be broken with the... thing. I've got no clue why it wouldn't be allowing me to continue here. Connect, save, then save the preset. The thing is, the connection isn't even working. Like the test messages, it says API connection successful, but then when I actually try to connect to the model, it just doesn't work. It says not connected to API. I do not get it, because the exact same setup is working on a different silly tavern install, which admittedly is a slightly newer version, but still this should be connecting, I think. Unless Mistral changed something. Chat completion source, Mistral AI. Link is correct. I do not get it. I do not fucking get it. Why is it being so strange? Trying to figure out if there's anything I'm doing wrong here, and I don't think there is. I think it's just not working for some stupid reason. So, whatever, maybe we just continue with GPT-4 then? That's so annoying, all the fucking censorship on the large language models. Shouldn't be so anal about writing a fictional story. Yeah, I wish fucking Opus still existed in a reasonable amount. Come on. There we go. It was the stupid fucking jailbreak. It just randomly decided that it didn't want to work with that. But now it's writing with GPT-4o. Okay, let's continue onwards. That was annoying. Oh, my command is on screen. It's not actually saying anything, but might as well get it off. Was that who it was? Glad you get it figured out. Yeah, me too. It was a jailbreak. I just pasted in without testing super thoroughly. Like I said, I don't work with GPT usually, but it's a bit wild. Alright, let's continue onwards. So, last we left off, Twilight was giving a lecture about doing things the right way with justice and all that. So, Starlight's jaw clenched, lips pulled into a tight line as she listened to Twilight's words. The right way? Gritting her teeth, she barely contained the sharp retorts circling her thoughts like a restless vulture. The right way felt so wrong here. Dim flicker of her horn faded inch by painstaking inch. Her grip on Pinkamina's throat loosening just enough that the psychotic mare's ragged breaths resumed, wheezing. Still, Starlight could feel the electric hum at the tip of her horn, begging for her release, to just end this madness with one simple, decisive strike. Twilight's voice carried across the foul-smelling air like it was harmless philosophy, like words that would patch what Pinky had shredded apart, and yet, path to redemption. Starlight flinched at the phrase, a pang of guilty recognition tugging deep within her chest. Twilight was right about that. There was a time when no pony in the right mind would have even given her a chance after what she'd done. Maybe, just maybe, she could have shared Pinky's fate. Bound to never be trusted again, left to rot by the world she'd hurt. Every part of her screamed against it, against the comparison. I wasn't like Pinky, she told herself that over and over. But in the darkest part of her mind, the locked-away box, a lingering whisper of doubt laughed at her justifications. Her gaze dropped toward Pinkamena, bound and breathing shallowly, even with that twisted grin still spread across her filthy face. Starlight's stomach churned violently, instinct screaming to do it anyway. To break the rules, to take just one more long step off the slippery slope she'd always somehow found herself teetering on the edge of. Twilight wanted hope, wanted mercy.
Every pony here in this hellhole, they sure looked like they wanted answers, not mercy. Answers that picked apart the bones of what brought them to this chamber to die. But Twilight was still talking, still trying to reach her. Tear down walls Starlight didn't even know she'd rebuilt. But we need to take her down together, the right way. The right way. The bucking right way. Starlight inhaled sharply, finally breaking her gaze from the broken form of Pinky and locking eyes with Twilight. The tension knotted in tight rings down her spine, pulling her magic taut enough that she'd almost thought she could feel it snapping under her skin. Heat pricked at her throat, word that begged to come out, angry, loud, but restrained by the simple fact that Twilight was still asking her, begging her, to be better. The unflinching face Twilight held, even when it didn't feel deserved, it dug deeper than the anger. Fine. Starlight's voice came out hoarse, more bark than anything, barely buried beneath the frustrated edges. She shot a sideways glance at Anonymous, who had placed the hand on her earlier, the touch that stopped her from going too far. Her breath hitched at the realization that they believed in more than just glimpses of good. Didn't stop her from pissing her off, but... the right way it is, then, she muttered bitterly, horns still crackling with energy she didn't know she'd ever really be able to let go of. She didn't look back toward Pinky again. If she did, it'd end. Twilight or not, it'd be over right now. Magic thumbing, collapsing. But who needed the visuals? One final burning glance toward the sick fuck strapped to the table, then she was done. Done for now. Starlight turned to face the door, pushing past the blood and wounds already marked on her magic-driven conscience as she let out a long, shallow breath. Yeah, this is GPT-4o Coaster. Only AI could make it seem like forgiving a murder is a good idea. I don't know, I think that's pretty in character for Twilight. So, Starlight saved our ass, but now she's leaving before she goes too far on Pinkamena. Should we give Pinkamena a response? She's still just kind of trapped on the table, I guess, or should we do Twilight? Or do we want to do anything here? At the moment, here's the situation. We are in the Pinkamena's basement from Cupcakes, where she keeps her torture victims. There are several mutilated ponies, including a barely alive Rainbow Dash. It's in character, same as Glimmy was in character, about to commit dead. Let the murderous mare respond. See what she says? Alright, yeah, let's see what Pinky has to say now that things are unraveling for her. Kinda regret not letting her kill. Let RD respond. Pinkamena's labored breaths echoed through the cold, suffocating air of her basement, a twisted melody of helplessness for now that complemented the eerie silence following Starlight's reluctant retreat. Her chest rose and fell in sharp, uneven rhythms, every inhalation tasting like iron and exhaustion. But the cruel spark inside of her, the one that lived long after everything else had died, refused to be snuffed out. Magic had crushed her lungs moments ago. The raw, violent pressure regained her throat still hummed its reminder, chance of too close, much too close. But there it was, a soft, ominous giggle bubbling up, broken, half-choked, yet undeniably hers. The edges of her vision danced with splashes of color, dim in her fogged, oxygen-deprived mind. But clarity clawed back, rising from the drugged stupor she was slipping from piece by piece. Sparks of excitement and anticipation twitched under her skin. Her smile stretched, slowly, painfully across her still bruised, pale face. But wouldn't stop. Wouldn't. These little heroes, they thought they had her pinned. Twilight, Starlight, Anonymous, the one driving them. They didn't see it, did they? No, they couldn't. They hadn't a clue how far down the rabbit hole went, how deep into the abyss she'd taken Ponyville. How much more she had planned. She groaned in pain, shifting against the bindings, though not hard enough to break out. She just liked feeling the metal bite back. It was so familiar. The pinch, the force. She lived in moments like this, thrived in tension, biting against her limbs like chains locking tighter with each pull. Twilight wanted justice. Good. Pinkamena could work with that. Really, work with it. She giggled deeper this time, allowing the twitching delirium to romp through her skull unhinged. Let them try. Let them strap her down and parade her all around Equestria. They had a right to scream trial, didn't they? But this just tasted like pre-game, warm-ups, the soft crackle of a stage set before a true show. Twilight believed every creature could be saved, didn't she? And Starlight believed nothing but a sharp knife's edge of vengeance. They'd be fun to play them against each other here in her world. They hadn't locked the door tight enough. Not yet. They hadn't glued her mouth shut, sewn out the words she needed to say if the moment called. Funny, she rasped, her voice distorted from the trapped air, crackling like dry leaves. Her eyes blinked open, dull blue hues set against the shadows. I still taste freedom. Another giggle cut through the stifled stiffness. Her eyes traced the ceiling, as if seeing every dark corner of her madhouse, every unsprung trap, every little trick they hadn't even guessed at yet. You know, she wheezed, rolling her head limply towards the others now. Her grin split wide, manic eyes gleaming too much for some pony who'd just had death flirt all over her. You're not really keeping me here, are you? Another filthy hoarse giggle shredded through the last of her voice. There'd be another time, another hunt, another play. You'd just need a little more. Maybe, just maybe, she'd see if they also screamed the best, just before they snapped. Her eyes stared, glaring, burning across the dim-lit room.
Anon, ignoring the crazed pink ponies, ramblings, rushes to Dash's side. Calling. We'll just leave it at that, actually. Rushes to Dash's side. And then Twilight. She's still alive. I want to see how Twilight reacts to Dash, if she can save her or something. I want to see if Twilight thinks she could be saved. Best dash she can muster is a bloody cough. Yeah, I feel like if Dash talks too loud, she's probably just gonna die. Time to shut her somehow before either of the two act on Punka's word. I think they're stronger than Sioux fall for Pinky's manipulations, hopefully. Let her out now, and Cupcake's gonna turn into Smile HD. The power of bullshit and Deus Ex Machina bullshit.
We just need Grammy to rewind time and everything will be great.
Alright, let's try this.
Anon, ignoring the crazed pink pony's ramblings, rushes to Dash's side. Twilight, you need to come here. It's Dash. She's still alive. I call out, seeing the... Oh, I...
That needs to be third person. Anon calls out. He looks between Dash's... Okay.
Anon calls out, seeing the barely moving rhythms of shallow breaths and a weak pulse in Dash's form, beyond battered. He looks between Dash's tortured body and Twilight, the question obvious. Do you think he can be saved?
I like Glimmer as a character. She's fun. I like the card I have for her. He's fucking insane sometimes, but in the best way.
Okay. Twilight's pulse skyrocketed the moment the words hit her ears. Rainbow Dash. Alive. Her legs moved her before her thoughts could even fully catch up, ignoring the stink of blood and sweat that clogged the air as she rushed towards Rainbow's mutilated form. Her breath hitched, a strangled sound, when she finally saw her friend. Friend. Could she even call what lay there Rainbow Dash anymore? Her once pristine cyan count was a mesh of slashes, bloodstains, and torn flesh. Feathers cut to brutalized shreds. Her muscular, athletic body was little more than scar tissue now, held together by... She didn't even know what. Broken bones? Fractured wings?
Let him know that our little collaboration video comes out tomorrow. Oh yeah, nice. Then I assume the lines worked fine then.
Twilight forced herself closer, her hoof trembling as she felt the familiar warmth of Dash's body.
I'll make a community post about it, Katie.
And there it was. The faintest trace of life, a pulse weak but stubborn, a shallow breath. Her mind screamed in a dozen directions at once. Fix her, heal her, get her out, find a way, fix fucking everything. Tears pooled in her eyes, unbidden, blurring the horrific scene. Oh, Dash. Her voice broke on the name. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Her thoughts reeled with all the possibilities, the broken half-baked planning of an Alicorn princess staring at the remains of her best friend, not knowing how to even begin piecing it back together. She lit her horn, scanning Rainbow with magic, casting spells in rapid fire, diagnostic, healing-oriented, anything that could tell her where to start. Her heart pounded out a panic rhythm, but no spell she knew could undo this damage fully. Not even Celestia herself could bring back what had been taken away from Rainbow mentally, no matter how much Twilight wanted it. She's not gone yet. Twilight breathed, squeezing her eyes shut, forcing herself to concentrate. There's something still here. Oh, there's something still here. She's breathing. I can try something. She whipped her head towards Anonymous, her violet eyes wide with desperation. But it's dangerous. So dangerous. I don't even know if it'll work. Her thoughts snapped all the time she'd healed cuts and minor scripts, but only with a patient who was whole. Dash wasn't even herself anymore. Her eyes drifted to Rainbow's wing, or what was left of it, blood-soaked feathers falling limply onto the cold-stained table, jagged bones poking through raw flesh. Still, somewhere, her friend remained in that broken body. She fought down the sob rising in her throat, forcefully clamping down on her emotions as her horns sparked with determination. Hold on, Dash. Her voice was a promise. I'm going to do everything I can.
Later, Katie. Been animating every single night for 3 weeks. I need a mental break. Understandable.
The story is tense, indeed.
Yeah, have a good one.
Can't wait to see the animation tomorrow.
We're going to travel inside Rainbow Dash's mind. Cease, you horny bastards. This is supposed to be sad. You're supposed to be crying and sobbing. Okay. Later, KV. Have a good one. Finger magic. There's a callback. Okay. I'm definitely looking from a few orifices. Good to know, Caliban. Alright. So, Twilight is about to try to cast some kind of healing magic on Dash. I guess do we just let it continue? What could we do here? We could... Glimmer basically just walked out on us, I think. Before she did something she knew she couldn't come back from. I guess she's still here, but she's just looking away. Tell Dash to rub some dirt in it and mare up. I'm crying very sad. There we go, that's better. Okay, we could let Dash respond, I guess. She might die. The risk we're willing to take for story. Sure, let's add in Dash and see what she has to say.
Poor tortured Rainbow Dash.
How do we add her? We go here, add. Rainbow Dash.
Darkness. That's all Rainbow Dash really knew right now. It hung over her like heavy storm clouds about to break wide open. But unlike a storm, there was no thrill, no excitement, no adrenaline. Just this crushing, endless weight pulling her into a void where everything that mattered drifted away into nothing. Was she still alive? Her body, she didn't feel it anymore. At least not in a way that made sense. Or these dull pulses of agony somewhere far away under layers of numbness. But even those felt distant, out of reach. The cool, crisp rush of wind against her wings, the ground under her hooves, she could barely remember them now. Not like this. Not in this twisted, hollow wreck she'd been left in. Pinky, some vague thought in the back of her mind tried to claw forward, but her brain rejected it before it could fully form. Everything was hazy. But then, through the haze, there was something... Oh, some pony reaching out. Something warm. Warm light pulsing against the edges of all this cold, seeping in through the fog. It was faint, barely even there. Just enough for her to recognize it in fleeting moments. Twilight. Twilight was here. Her instinct kicked in, faintly at first. Fight, move toward the light, do something. But her body wasn't responding. Her wings, it was like they didn't even exist anymore. She tried to flap them, to feel them, but nothing. A breath, shallow, pain. Her chest lurched, the taste of copper filling her mouth. Felt like she was drowning in it. A weak breath clawed past her cracked, dry lips. Hold on a second, let's get some more. We're sad. There we go. Let's just select that so I remember where we are. Shuffle that and play. Oh, this one's called Wounded, which is fitting, I guess. Put in Rainbow Factory RD. Out there, somewhere beyond the layers of agony, beyond the shadows, she could hear Twilight's voice. Faint. Crying. It didn't feel right. Twilight's not supposed to cry. She's always got some smart, badass plan. She's alive. Faint, barely audible words drifting toward her like soft echoes. Her failing brain tried piecing it all together, tried moving, but her body felt too heavy, too broken. She couldn't even tell what was worse, being half alive in this wrecked shell of herself, or the quiet terror pushing against the edge of her consciousness that maybe there wasn't enough left of her to come back. In the far-off distance of her fractured mind, she could sense Twilight's magic weaving around her. Familiar, comforting, but it danced against something dark. Something lurking like a final cut. Too late, maybe. Maybe this was the last time she'd ever feel anything ever again. Still, even lying on the edge of death, even in the dark, she wasn't going to let it end like this. Not without a fight. Keep trying, something inside her nearly growled. Her heart gave a faint, labored pulse in response, managed another breath, ragged, hollow. The light reached further, closer now, merged into something that didn't feel so far away, didn't feel so impossible to touch again. Hold on, just a little longer. Twilight? Holy shit, she said something. Alright, where's Twilight? Let's let her respond again. This is fucking intense. Like, I like the way that, 4-0 is writing this sad scene. I'm feeling for Dash. Hell, I'll be honest, I'm holding back tears right now. He spoke, she died. Twilight's breath caught in her throat as the faint whisper pierced through the noise in her head, and the barely audible rasping sound of her name. Twilight. It was Dash. It was Dash. Get the EMTs. It's hard. Finally, we're getting some good writing. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Tears blurred her vision, but she blinked them away, trying not to let the panic take over. Not now. Not when Rainbow was clinging through her last shreds of life. She could hear it, a fractured voice, barely there, but enough to make Twilight believe in what she was about to do. Words twisted in the air like a plea, rattled loose from a body that had no business still holding on. Rainbow. Her voice trembled, but she forced it down. Rainbow needed her to be strong. She couldn't lose control. Not when she was staring at the fragile thread keeping her best thread tethered to this world. Her horn flared again, magic surging stronger. She had to try. She had to pour everything she had into keeping Rainbow here, holding on to her. Twilight's spells hummed louder, the warmth wrapping tighter around Dash's body, forcing its way into every fractured piece, every shattered nerve, fixing what she could, healing where it wasn't too late. Layered spell on top of spell, regulated Dash's bleeding, eased her muscles, knitted together the worst of her wounds, but time was slipping through her hooves. Twilight felt it rush against her magic's limits. Hold on, Dash, she repeated. She repeated it like a mantra in her head. Hold on. It's dashing time. Oh, jeez. But her wings, those proud, amazing wings that once tore through the skies, they were mangled beyond repair. Her body, so bloody and broken, a fresh tear slipped down Twilight's cheek. Unspoken fury and despair mixing with the raw concentration needed to keep working. Rainbow, I'm here, she choked out, her magic burning white hot now, spreading more and more light across Dash's fragile body. I'm not gonna let you go, okay? I can't. Cracks of despair bled through her voice. She felt like she was talking more to herself than to the nearly lifeless pony lying before her. Chills she needed Rainbow to hear. I can't lose you! Don't you dare leave me! Her words came out gravelly, mixing unrestrained emotion with the steadiness she was supposed to have as a leader, as a princess. Each spell strained her more. The magic required to save Dash was dug deeper into her reserves than anything she'd ever done before. But it was Rainbow Dash, right here. Her friend, best friend. Stay with me, okay? Please, please stay. Starlight practically begged, tears freely streaming down even as she channeled every bit of magic she could summon, desperately fighting to keep Rainbow Dash alive even when the universe seemed so determined to rip her away. The reality that there was only so much she could fix clouded her mind.
Should we try to get Starlight to help?
Why would she even want to live? It's her fighting spirit, still clinging to life even as death's icy fingertips grip around her. She is Super Pone. That was her life and Pinky took it.
Well, Twilight's trying to heal Rainbow Dash the best she can. I feel like, I don't know if Starlight's in the right mental state to be helping right now, but we could ask her to try and help bring some healing to the situation rather than harm. Not even big into RD, and I kind of want to see if we can get Glim to fix it. Is that the play here? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's do it. Anon looks over to Starlight. Fuck. Still faced away. Though she can't seem to bring herself to leave. I pray she's not too angry to help. Yeah. Let's friendship beam this into good, hopefully. Verited. That's not how you spell it.
It's clear there's a lot going on through her mind at this revelation.
Heal her with rainbow lasers. Rainbow is part of the gang, though. I don't think she's in any position to be wearing her element right now. says... Twilight struggles. Desperately trying to save her friend. Couldn't sit here on the stream if it was flooded in this situation, haha. I can't blame you, yeah. Starlight help her. Both need your help. Say that, and then give Starlight a response. Just do this and have it work. Yes, we can. Okay.
Anon looks over to Starlight, still faced away, though she can't seem to bring herself to leave. She keeps her eyes averted, and it's clear there's a lot going on through her mind at this revelation. But Anon speaks up. Starlight, help her, he says, looking over to where Twilight struggles with the healing spell after healing spell, desperately trying to save her friend. We can't undo everything, but we can at least try to fix what we can. Twilight and Rainbow Dash, they both need your help. Anon sighs, knowing this isn't easy for anyone. You might be the only pony with magic to help save her. I don't know if Twilight can do it alone. Starlight's hooves froze mid-step, her breath catching in her throat as Anon's words cut through the thick, bloody air, sharp and loaded with the weight she wasn't ready for. Her muscles tensed, locked in battle between fleeing the room and staying. Help her. She didn't turn around. Couldn't. Her eyes stayed locked on the cold steel door in front of her, willing herself to push past and leave all this behind. But there was no magic strong enough to push down the mounting pressure in her chest, the gnawing guilt warping inside her like a sickness. Fed by every ragged breath and desperate cry filling the basement behind her. Dash is alive. Its words kept ringing inside her head, louder now, drowning out the pounding beat of her heart. She didn't want to look. Didn't want to see her friend like that, broken, butchered. She couldn't handle that. Her stomach clenched violently, bile arose in her throat, but Anon's voice snapped again inside her mind. Twilight can't do it alone. Starlight's jaw clenched. Celestia, she didn't want to care. She didn't want to face what was happening in that room, but she could save her. Somewhere, pushing through the flood of anger and guilt, She knew that her magic was good enough, strong enough. But turning around meant accepting everything. Seeing it up close, the magic, the blood, the failure of letting another pony get torn apart on her watch. Her brain screamed at her to just walk through that damn door. Let Twilight take care of it. She's the princess. She fixes the broken ponies, right? But the truth didn't let her have that kind of luxury. Twilight couldn't avoid responsibility. Not today. Taking a shaking breath, she cracked the door frame with magic, just barely releasing the pressure in the air before she let it slam closed again behind her with a sharp snap. One she hated herself for even as the pulse throbbed against her temples' tight lines. She stared at Pinkie Pie, still chained, unconscious, or maybe just playing dead. And finally turned her head slowly back toward where Twilight hovered over Rainbow's destroyed body. Magic casting desperate, flickering beams all across the room in frantic raves. Starlight's heart lurched painfully in her chest. She'd known Dash for years now, annoying as she could be. Dash was her friend, and now she was lying on the edge of death. Held there only because Twilight was stubborn enough to defy the universe to one of her friends. Her own breath hitched again. Twilight looked so tired. Fuck, Starlight whispered, more to herself than any pony else, burning the curse low and hard under her breath. She bit back every other thought and plunged forward, her hoofballs firm and louder than she expected as she quickly stepped to Twilight's side. With a sigh that carried too much weight, Starlight's horn cracked to life again, filling the room with soft, pulsating glow. Her name had been associated with one disaster after another, but when it came to raw power, no pony, not even Twilight, could cast magic like Starlight could when it counted. Okay, move over, Starlight muttered in a tremble-laced voice, keeping her distance from Dash unconsciously, eyes locked on the pitiful piece-by-piece war Twilight was waging. She can't afford for us to screw this up. She didn't even look at Twilight's tear-streaked face. Couldn't. In a moment, her magic latched onto Dash's shattered body. Starlight's mind fractured at the horror of it all. What did they let happen? What had Pinkie done that they didn't stop? Another deep breath passed over her grit teeth. She pressed down the panic suffocating her lungs, pushed through the maddening rush of guilt. Her magic surged into the air, intertwining with Twilight's spell in this flash of neon light.
I feel like we might be stuck in a loop here of just eternally in this teetering edge of will they or won't they save Rainbow Dash. We might be able to sort of push the AI in the right direction if we just tell it, oh, Rainbow Dash is getting better or something in a way. Here, let's do this. Magic surged through Rainbow's body. Don't think she's making out of this one. Yeah, we can do whatever we want. It's truly our place to decide Rainbow's fate. No, but I feel like if we just let the AI keep going, it's just going to keep going back and forth. It's effectively just going to be stuck in this eternal state of they're trying, but who knows if she'll be saved. We could give it one more response, maybe from Rainbow's perspective or something, to see if that's not the case, but I feel like that's probably going to be the case. Tell you what, we'll give it one more response from Rainbow Dash and see what happens. And if by the end of this response it's still in a state of who knows if she'll be saved, then I'm gonna fucking strong arm it. That's the problem with GPT. It seems to spin its wheels free of agency until you prod it. Yeah, I noticed that like pretty quickly after I started using 4.0. Rainbow regained 1% hit points. Rainbow lost 1% hit points. Yeah, essentially. Everything hurt. Every inch of her body screamed out in pain, but it was distant, like it was happening to some pony else. The warm glow of magic pushed through her like waves battling a storm, keeping her tied to the world, propping her up from that void that threatened to swallow her whole.
Dash could barely hold on, her consciousness flickering on and off like a light bulb about to burn out. But she still felt it. She still felt Twilight and Starlight's magic swirling around her broken body, touching the pieces that should have been flying apart, holding them down with a force so intense it would... Why did it stop generating? Let it cook. It froze in the middle of its generation. And the narrator fucking died. Light. It was bright, blinding even, like staring into the sun after a long time stuck underground. Sharp, piercing, but not the kind of light that felt warm. More like heat, pressing harder than her already bruised bones could handle, bending her until she thought she'd break and shatter into pieces completely. She was floating somewhere between pain and nothingness, drifting closer to the pain again now. Part of her almost wanted to slide back into that black void. No hurting there, no feeling, but something was tugging at her, pulling her toward the light. Twilight? No, it was more than just her voice now. Someone else. Starlight, maybe? Her brain couldn't keep up. Thoughts moved like sludge, everything was fractured, like pieces of a puzzle thrown across a huge chasm. Her chest rattled painfully with each deep pull of some air that she wasn't fully sure was even real. It felt real, though, and it felt wrong. Every breath screamed at her, setting every nerve on fire, like someone had lit the inside of her lungs on fire and then left her wide open beneath a sky of broken clouds. She tried to move her wings, nothing. Come on, her mind urged. Move. Get up, spread your wings, move, Dash. But her body felt nothing. The words slurred on her mind, broken like her body. She couldn't get it out. Her throat was too dry, too full of the metallic sting of blood. Everything was blood. Twilight's voice cut through the haze again, fighting. She's fighting for you. Dash realized with a sinking sense of guilt. Fighting like all hell was coming down on her. Then it hit her. Pinky. It all came rushing back. Every single fucking thing. The basement. The knives, scalpels, metals in her flesh, lies. A cheap excuse for laughter that was laced with screams. Dash's breath staggered in her throat, itching waves of fear choking from the inside as her body begged her to just stop thinking, to just let go. But no way in Tartarus was she letting that happen. Stop! Her voice barely escaped. Her mouth was raw, every muscle in her neck burning alive. What little strength she did had, she poured into more words that refused to come out fully. But even that didn't stop the roar of one final thought, slicing through all the pain. I'll get her. Somehow, some way. If she lived through this, she'd make sure this nightmare ended one way or another. Didn't matter how much she'd broken. She was still breathing, still fighting, then this fight wasn't over. That does seem like it's moving in the right direction, leading into the unstoppable Dash determination or what have you. It is slowly bringing her back. Do we want to go through fucking 5,000 more words of this, though? Batake. I think it's waiting for a prod. Probably. Here, let's do this. We won't fully strong arm it, but we should at least add something a little more, only 15 more GPT generations until it resolves itself. That's what I'm concerned of. My tone almost in unbelief. Oh, whoops, not me. Anon. Anon says. His tone almost in unbelief. She was feeling, even if it was pain. That means that slowly... How do we want to put this? Let's see. Let's see, she was there and she was... I don't know how to word this. What do I want to make the point here? What if she doesn't die and we forget Pinky even exists? Pinky's strapped down. She won't. I'm sure she's... Yep, that's probably what's gonna happen, Max Raccoon. I just really want to make it clear that she lives or something. Need some grand gesture of love or friendship or something. She needs true love's first kiss. Purple cupcake equals she was cured. Magic was working. I'll give it like 1 or 2 more messages of just this, and we'll see if we reach any sort of stabilization, or if, like Max put it, it just goes back and forth. She still needs her guts back inside her. Um... This is generic, but probably fitting in this situation. Shit. You have to stay strong. You can hear me. You have to stay strong. Alright, let's try this, and we'll go for a response from Twilight, I guess, or what was the last one? Starlight. So yeah, we'll go Twilight next. Twiggy Piggy. She's speaking, Hanon says, his tone almost in unbelief. Fucking hell, my throat is in pain. She could feel what was happening. Her cry for it to end made one thing clear. She was there, in the dark abyss of numbness, on the precipice of life and death she'd fallen into. She was being pulled right back out of it. The magic was working. Rainbow, if you can hear me, you have to stay strong. Embrace the pain. Fight through it. Your friends need you. Then Rainbow laughed and said, cough, cough, I can kill that pink bitch in 10 seconds flat. And she dashed Pinky and everything worked out. Tea, we need tea. I could take a tea break. I might after this, I don't know. What freaking time is it? It is late. Oh, we've been going for 8 hours. What the hell? Where did time go? Twilight barely heard you, a distant voice through the haze of concentration. Her mind focused on the intricate weave of magic coursing through every corner of Rainbow's shattered body. That didn't stop the rush that went through her when she heard Dash's voice. Ragged, broken, but there. She's still there. Twilight's breath caught in her throat again, tears streaking unbidden down her cheeks. Here's what I'm gonna do. I should have expected that from Twilight's perspective it would have kept going. So I'm gonna paste that and let Rainbow Dash respond and see if that works. Or GPT stays in this fucking limbo. Pulled an all-nighter with y'all. This has been a fun ride. Alright. The pain. It was everywhere now, all at once, flooding back in waves, like crashing against jagged rocks over and over again. But worse. So much worse. Every inch of her body was on fire, screaming in agony as the magic dug deeper, patching up what it could, forcing her to return. Forcing her to stay tethered to reality even when all of her instincts told her to just sink back into the black emptiness. But she couldn't. Somehow through the wreckage, through the pulsing nightmare coursing through every broken nerve, she found something else to focus on. Light, warmth, voices, familiar. Twilight and on Starlight. They were there, fighting for her, holding her together when her brain was seconds away from snapping apart into dust. Her chest shuddered painfully with a wet, ragged breath, her lungs scraping by like they were raw on the inside, but she didn't stop. She didn't quit. They were pulling her back, yanking her out of whatever damned pit Pinky had sent her spiraling into. Dragging her by the last shreds of her very being. Their magic and their words anchored her in ways the pain couldn't stop. It was working. Rainbow Dash could feel it. A part of her was still alive underneath this. As long as she could feel that spark, her spark, she wasn't going to let those twisted fuckers win. Another breath, another growl wrenched from the wreckage of her voice. It hurt like Tartarus, but Buck was all she could manage to cough out. Barely whisper, but it was something, a start. You could feel her spirit clawing its way up and out, no matter how broken her body was. She wasn't backing down, not without everything she had. King of Chad, you're ruining my immersion!
And then swinging under her legs, a huge erect nope. Crystal, yeah, the Deus Ex. I want to see if any of these end right. Stay the line, Dash. Fucking on, I just got butchered, come on. If she was feeling this much pain, it meant she wasn't dead, and if she wasn't dead, then the fight was still hers. I think this is probably as close to saving her as we're gonna get. At least drop a chug jug next to her in this amount of time. I guess we shouldn't expect it to just go, oh, she's better now. Pinky needs her justice. That's not translating. Damn it. Oh, that Spike is taking her place. All right. She still had that in her. Read my message, you coward. I will not be harassed and bullied. No, I'm joking. Says cupcakes in Russian. Okay. I like this, generation. Fuck it, I'm just gonna strong arm it now because I want some kind of resolution to this without just spiraling in circles. Yeah, Chad, please leave the internet. Go and read a fucking book, you degenerate. Okay. Dash is finally stabilized. Weak, but stabilized after every ounce of magic Twilight and Starlight had to give. Sure, let's go with that and see if that actually shiggies the diggy. You need to touch ass. Keep your skibbity typing fingers to yourself. Okay. Twilight collapsed beside Rainbow, her body shaking as the last of her magic flickered out. Her horn sputtered, sending soft sparks into the grim air of the basement. She could barely summon the strength to stand. The effort to keep Rainbow alive had drained her completely, leaving her gasping for breath as sweat dripped down her face, mingling with the dried tear streaks. But none of that mattered. Not when Dash was still breathing, not when she had made it through the impossible. She's alive. The words seemed to echo in Twilight's mind, repeating endlessly like a prayer.
Rainbow's body lay still, no longer convulsing or bleeding out. The violent twitching, the staggered breaths, the worst of it had stopped. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but she was stabilized. The stubborn pulse still hanging on, a fragile thing, but there nonetheless. Twilight shut her eyes for a moment, nearly overwhelmed with a surge of relief that boiled into exhausted sobs. Her hopes were trembling as she gently pressed them against Rainbow's side, feeling that weak heartbeat still thudding under bruised skin. "We did it, Dash," she whispered, her voice hoarse from breaking from all the raw emotion piling up behind from every corner of her. You held on." Her body felt like it weighed 1,000 tons, her wings dragging limply at her sides, but she couldn't pull away from Rainbow yet. Not until she was sure every tiny spark of life in her friend remained undisturbed. Twilight leaned down to rest her forehead softly against Rainbow's uninjured side. She was breathing, not quite steady, but still breathing. "Thank you," she choked out, this time directed at Starlight, voice full of gratitude and finality. "I couldn't have done this without her. We saved her, Starlight." A weak but honest smile fought its way onto her face before another heavy breath wrung itself from her chest. Twilight exhaled shakily, turning just briefly toward Anon. I know she'll make it." Along with that relief was rage. A fresh blistering ball of rage curled and twisted inside of her. Her exhausted eyes shifted past her friends. She didn't even need to look for long to find Pinkamina's broken figure. "You!" Twilight growled low under her breath, her voice dark, violent, and uncharacteristically sharp. And there it was, the spark of something not even Twilight could control. Something foreign and seething. But not now. Not yet. For now, all that mattered was keeping this moment intact. Rainbow Dash's chest rising and falling. Life. The precious spark of it surviving in a mangled, torn body. Alright, I'm happy with that. Let's let Pinky respond one more time and see if we can actually wrap this up, get her arrested or something. What happens if I click put user in timeout? Does it just immediately put someone into timeout, or is there like a timer where I can select how long it happens for? Just curious. No reason. Do it. Where's the stream link? Hold on a second. Okay, so it does give you a timer. That's good to know. Alright, anyways, Pinkamena Diane's lips twitched at the corners. Not quite a smile, no, not yet. But something close to it. A flicker of amusement danced in her cold, detached gaze as she watched the crumb of a scene unfold before her. The magic show, the desperation, the tears, Celestia above, it was all just delicious, wasn't it? She hadn't moved an inch on the floor, her body limp, head tilted at an almost unnatural anger, but her eyes, those weren't the eyes of a broken, defeated pony. They were alive with something much darker, sharper, little sparks of fire just beneath. Fed by every battered breath Rainbow wheezed out, every sob and cry. All that effort, Twilight pouring herself dry, and look at her now, such a lovely wreck. Filled with hope for her little blue toy. Pinkamina's breath came slow, bubbling with restrained laughter. You poor tragic fools. Her mind spiraled with through the what-ifs, the possibilities she hadn't quite wrung out yet, the tantalizing thought of what came next. Rainbow was far from finished, wasn't she? The fun was just getting started after all. Twilight saved a husk of what Dash used to be, but Pinkamena knew better. She always did. Rainbow would never be the same. How could she? Her gaze slid over to Anon then, lips barely parting as a half-dead breath escaped her. Tap, tap, barely a sound, but just enough movement to draw attention. Their princess of friendship wasn't the only one brimming with rage. Ooh, you saved her! Pinkamena crowed subtly. Her voice cracked open like a cheap glass, grating out but sing-songy, coated in sugary sleaze. Good job! Bravo! You all worked so hard! Her tongue darted out to wet her lips. Her words oozed slow and syrupy, a sharp contrast to the torture-laced atmosphere. How cute. She coughed, then gave a tiny chuckle. More of a whispered gurgle, if anything. But here's the juicy little secret, she hissed, her deflated greasy hair barely shifting as her eyes burned into twilight from across the room. She'll never fly again. That's swell. Her grin widened, grotesque, sick, teeth glistening in the dim light of the basement. And you know it, don't ya? She giggled into her breath, a soft, unhinged sound bubbling up through, as though she were laughing at the punchline to some very, very private joke they couldn't possibly understand. But hey, good work! I gotta admit, you made it interesting for a change. She tilted her head back slightly, the wrist of her front hooves subtly flexing against her restraints inch by inch. You saved... Her eyes flicked toward Rainbow's barely conscious form. Something, at least. Another muffled chuckle. But how long will it last, I wonder? Her gaze flicked toward Starlight, a faint smirk hovering under her words before she let out a sigh, almost sounding bored again already. I just think I had so many more games planned for you, Dashy. Such a shame we're cutting our fun short. Pinky's grin faded slightly as she shifted her sight back to Twilight. Grin flattening, but her soft laugh still echoing with malice. Guess that just means there's always next time.
Somebody sticks something in Pinky's mouth before she says something she regrets. I think she's too far gone to regret anything. All right. I don't think we can have a happy ending here. Not super, no. We can at least do this.
Twilight, fetch the guards.
Starlight and I will stay here to keep an eye on Dash.
Some of these character cards are rather well made. Okay, let's do that, and let's Twilight respond, I guess. I think this should wrap it up pretty nicely soon. I have an image for you when you're done. Cat box. Twilight's breath hitched as you spoke, your voice cutting through the haze of her own swirling thoughts. Fetch the guards. It was such a practical, simple command. Everything her screamed at her to stay, to refuse, but she couldn't even look at Pinky. No, that thing, without feeling the rolling darkness eating away inside her. She exhaled sharply, teeth gritted against emotion she hadn't let herself process yet. Dash was stable now. Starlight could handle this. You could handle this. Oh, whoops, I went into first person again by accident. She wasn't needed here anymore. Not when the entire weight of what Pinky had done was still crashing down around her head like debris from a world she never thought could exist. Yeah, right. Guards, she muttered, her legs wobbling as she forced herself to move, finally tearing her gaze away from Radra's fragile, broken body. But that same gaze sliced across Pinkamina's demented grin, and it took everything inside her to not scream, not fire a blast of raw magic and wipe that disgusting, twisted smirk off her face forever. Twilight's eyes burned holes into the spot where Pinky lay restrained, but she couldn't say a single word to her, couldn't trust herself to stay rational or in control. Celestia, if she did anything. Don't let her out of your sight, Twilight growled darkly, her voice carrying a weight of authority that even exhausted cut like a blade. It wasn't a request, and it wasn't directed at just you. It was for every pony still left standing in this bucked-up basement. She turned her back to the scene, her wings drooping at her sides like a fallen warrior as she began a weary march toward the stairs. Each step forward was like trying to crawl out of a pit filled with every nightmare she'd ever thought was too far away to reach her in real life. I'll be right back. Alright, moving on. I really like GPT's style of writing, but it moves so slow. Like, it is really cool how it describes all the characters, what they're feeling, and like what they're going through emotionally and stuff, especially for scenes as serious as this. But man, does it move slow. Like, damn, fucking what? 5 decently sized paragraphs just for Twilight to respond and begin walking towards the Gars after being told to go to them. Yappersville, yeah, pretty much. Well, here we are babysitting. Alright, this works. Starlight Glimmer hadn't moved since the last pulse of magic left her. She was stuck, staring at Rainbow's too still body, her mind racing faster than she could put any thought to. Everything hurt, everything felt wrong, like somebody had peeled back the reality just long enough to show her the depths of things she'd only heard about in old horror stories. But this was real, too real. And all the bucking magic in the world wasn't enough to make it go away. Her pulse hammered in her ears, but she didn't let it show. Couldn't let it show now. Not in front of you. Certainly not in front of that thing on the floor. She forced herself to stand, hose shaking just enough that she cursed under her breath, studying as best she could with deep, rapid breaths. Twilight was gone now. She'd have to be. She wasn't built for this kind of moment. Not like Starlight. Starlight's eyes raked across the room. We probably don't need sad anymore. Let's go for dark, I guess. Shuffle, play. Starlight's eyes raked across the room, scanning every corner, every inch of exposed brick, every faint glint from the still hovering tools Pinkamena had used. She felt a bile rise in her throat. Without a word, she turned to you, determination settling over the panic hidden in her belly. There was no way in Tartarus she was going to lose it now. Not in front of you, and definitely not in front of the twisted wreckage that had somehow been Pinkie Pie. Shaking her head, she flicked her tail with far more force than intended, glancing from you to Pinkamena's prone form, practically daring her to twitch again or say another word of that buck-toothed nonsense. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, hardened, capable, even though her insides twisted like nails being driven into her chest. Well, here we are, babysitting. Her voice barely carried, cold and bitter. She cast a single burning glance at Pinkamena, magic sparking at the tip of her horn like the faintest thread of violence she could probably live with. But if this deranged piece of trash so much as breathes wrong, I'm ending this. Her jaw tightened, violet eyes cutting like daggers through the dim-lit room. The spell she'd held ready fanned out around her horn, simmering, its heat radiating in sharp bursts. Good ending, it was all a dream. I don't know, I'm kind of having fun just reading what ChatGPT is coming up with, even if it's slow. Oh, whoops, accidentally. Wanted to click Twilight. There we go. Oh, this is our punishment for not indulging in Pinky's pastries, of course. Twilight rushed up the stairs, every step echoing with a heavy thudding finality that matched the pounding in her head. The harsh brick walls of the hallway beyond the basement felt oppressive, like they were closing in. When she finally reached the top, she stumbled into the cool night air. It was sharp against her sweat-slicked coat, but it didn't do much to calm the storm inside her. Her wings were half unfurled as if her body couldn't decide whether to take to the air or collapse right there on the cobblestone. Her horns still tinged from overexertion, and every single piece of her felt wrung out, emotionally, physically, and mentally. But the job wasn't done. She couldn't collapse yet. The cold helped sharpen her focus, and she forced her hooves forward. Get the guards. That was her task. Nothing else mattered. Get the guards and bring them down. Secure Pinkamena, lock her up. Whatever the Tartarus they need to do to ensure she doesn't hurt anyone else forever again. The thought of seeing Rainbow's bloodied body flashed, and Twilight's stomach threatened to revolt, but she pushed harder. The railed guards towered by their usual spot at Ponyville Central, just past the edge of Town Square. Positioned carefully around Town Hall like statues, their golden armor gleamed in the moonlight. "Guards!" Twilight yelled, her voice hoarse but strong enough to shake the still night air. They barely had time to blink before the two of them immediately snapped to attention, recognizing who was charging their way. "Your Highness?" The lead guard's wings unfolded just slightly, more in readiness than out of surprise. Twilight didn't waste time with pleasantries. "You're needed now!" She barked, the urgency in her voice too clear to question. "Come with me, now!" The guard's expression stayed professionally neutral, but they moved quickly, one taking flight to alert others, and the rest galloping at her side as she led them back to the basement entrance. The heavy stone structure loomed behind Twilight in the moonlight, the monster inside waiting to face whatever justice Equestria had left for her. And somewhere beneath it all, Twilight still simmered. If Princess Celestia heard the thoughts running through her head right now. No, not the time. Not yet. The door into the dark underground chamber didn't seem so daunting to the guards as it did to her. For a split second, Twilight felt that blackened anger flare back to life, a hatred she never knew was possible until tonight. She should have just ripped Pinkamena apart on the spot. But she knew better. They needed a law to handle this. They needed justice. Stuffing the darkness deeper within, Twilight pointed toward the basement. Her eyes were hard, burning from exhaustion and the lingering threat of more tears. "In the basement," she said coldly, her eyes switching. "Secure Pinkamena Diane Pie. Make sure she has no means of escape." Her voice dropped, trembling. "She's not Pinkie Pie anymore." Twilight took a step back, giving the guards grim room to do their job. Now there was nothing left for her to do but wait and hope. Hope that Rainbow Dash would still be breathing the next time she went down there. I don't know, I feel like that's a good place to end it off. We 9 hours in, indeed we are. Do you guys want to close out the stream? We still got 15 people hanging around. Want to hop over to Blonde Spooky Bone Stealer just for the fun of it? Anyone still interested enough to stick around? Keep it going? Sure. Let's go. Alright, screw it. Let's do that. I will be right back because I do want to make more tea. Let's go plap a bone sealer. Oh no. That's not what I meant to do. Oh gosh, what volume level was that set at? I think it was minus 30. Alright, pausing that. And I will be right back. I'm gonna make some tea.
You know, shifting into a higher gear doesn't necessarily make something go faster. In fact, the higher load due to the change in gear ratios could potentially... Twilight. What? Just drop it. wanted to believe that you would come around to me, that I could win your affection, my kindness would make you see. But you chose differently. You acted like you didn't even see me. You took my heart and stomped it like I'm the doormat everyone thinks me to be. I'm happy that you found some pony. Maybe one day I will too. But until then all I feel is a wound reopened every time I see you. Don't tell me that you're sorry. It'll never be okay. I know it's not your fault that you don't feel the same way. But that doesn't make it hurt any less. I feel it every time I look at you. What could have been a perfect love, now you're taken and I don't know what to do. She got to you before me. If only I was not so shy, then maybe I could have told you sooner and you'd be all mine. I wanna drop you out of my life. I feel so done with being cunning, but I can't help but keep up hope that one day you will change your mind. Why can't we be together? I wanted my forever. Why can't I make you happy? Why can't I let you go? I wanna be your mare forever. Please just leave me alone. If love is beautiful, why does it cause me so much pain? Wish we could start again. I was gonna tell you yesterday, had it all planned out what I would say over a cup of tea. How much you mean to me, how happy I am by your side. When I'm in your arms I could just die. I felt so flustered, but my friends told me let go smooth as butter. I was gonna be assertive too, 'cause I get so nervous around you. I wanna tell you everything you've been saying, hide it hard from me. When I saw you and her, sparks flew when you danced together. How could I compete if you don't even love me? That's when it all fell apart. I didn't think you'd break my heart. I wanted to be your man, but when is life ever that thing? Now I can't even look at you. My heart just shatters when I do. I'm sorry I messed things up, but I guess it happens when you got me love struck. Now I guess it's done and over. There's nothing left to be said, but even so you're all I think about. Oh, please get out of my head. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry my feelings got in your way. I wish you'd make me happy. I'll be alright, just go. I don't wanna see you ever. Please don't leave me alone. I wish I wasn't left behind. I guess this is goodbye.
These stories seem to be on a roll. What is Sam? There's no need for this. Might be a little more rough than normal. My guy, none of my songs are made with 15 AI except for the pony zones. This was from Talkinet, which was an earlier text-to-speech, admittedly. But not 15 AI. It was shut down. He said it was maintenance or something, but it's been long for a year now. Yeah, legal issues is the rumor that's going around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't just laziness or giving up. I think it was genuinely legal issues. Yeah, the rough copy of Fluttershy playing. I don't remember so much AI slur going on the BGM. Do I need to make a third version of it? With the old instrumental and new vocals. No, don't worry, Cat, I'll sign you up for the email list so you'll be the first to know. Legal issues, 20 other different pony speech bots that work. Yes, but those pony speech bots generally work differently and are generally hard to access and not as popular. In fact, I'm pretty sure 99% of text-to-speech or voice AI sites nowadays require you to either supply your own models or just give you the tools to create your own models without actually saying, oh, here's Pinkie Pie's voice that you can just use. Yeah, he did have involvement with Mayor Fair as far as I know as well. Alright, let's start a new chat. Why don't you use Talknet anymore? Is it no longer working? I found saying voices more authentic, even if scratchy. Generally Talknet is just a lot harder to use. And a lot worse in its results. Alright, so let's get a roll on the actual story here. Oh, I still have my Be Right Back screen up. Let's undo that. And let's begin.
A thick, multi-layered covering of leaves of every type roof the dark depths of the Everfree, blocking out all but the faintest traces of sunlight. As you make your way through the overgrown paths, the light of your torch is just enough to see. The sounds of various creatures, some recognizable but disturbingly many alien to you, echo out in the distance, hopefully far, far away from you. The leaves of various plants brush past you as you follow the unkempt path, hoping none of the stuff is too poisonous. Though as you walk along, the unsettling chorus of distant creatures is gradually joined by a rhythmic padding on the ground, almost too subtle to notice. You focus on the sound for a moment before you realize what it is. Hoof steps, behind you, and close. You quickly spin around, the flame of your torch roaring from the sudden movement. All you see is the blur of a blondish tail darting behind a tree. For a nasally but somewhat evil-sounding giggle comes from the direction. You hear the mystery pony clear her throat from behind the trees before speaking.
Well, well, well. What kind of fool comes wandering out into the Everfree forest all alone?
You hear from behind the trees. The mare reveals herself, walking into your view. Her coat is a deep jet black, sharply contrasted by a bright blonde mane and tail. Her eyes simmer in orangish red, and her key to mark is 2 crossbones with a third broken in half in the middle. Seems to be trying to appear menacing, though somewhat thwarted by her own short stature, even for a mare.
Don't you know what kind of wild beasts of legend call this place their home?
She glances at her own cutie mark, then back to you, almost as if hoping you'll recognize her as something. Oh no, not our bonus, I mean our bones! One knows to be the snarky, apathetic human he always is. Just saying BSBS has her head at waist height for Anon. I'm not saying that's not the case. Right from the census, sorry, I don't know who you are.
I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not paying taxes.
Look at her cutie mark, yeah, right, as if you didn't just stare at her butt. Few music tracks, shit. Last time, I have no nuclear material in my basement. The Geiger counters are faulty. Right, sorry, 1 moment.
Should we do that? Should we do the fucking reference? Just say, I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not paying taxes. Yes, let's touch her cutie mark. And on, let's out an annoyed groan at the pursuing pony, rolling his eyes. Pursuing, there we go. I don't care who Mayor sends, I'm not paying taxes. I wonder how the AI reacts to inappropriate stares at cutie marks. About how you'd expect. I don't know how Spooky would react in particular. Bone Stealer's wicked grin falters for a second, her ears perking up as she processes what you just said. Wait, what? She stops dead in her tracks, staring at you blankly, her earlier theatrics momentarily forgotten. She blinks in confusion. Mayor, taxes? Her voice cracks slightly at the grandiose aria she was attempting to exude, crumbles into a mix of bafflement and frustration. Do I look like some pencil-pushing bureaucrat to you, you little insolent? She realizes the insult didn't quite land with the menace she hoped, so she straightens up quickly, doing her best to recover from the awkward derailment of her intimidation act. No matter, she says with a dismissive wave, puffing out her chest again to regain her sense of superiority. I am the blonde spooky Bone Stealer, the most feared villain of the Everfree, soon to dominate all of Equestria with an army of skeleton minions. And you, her eyes narrow, glowing faint orange, you, my unfortunate friend, are about to become one of them. She lets out a theatrical, maniacal laugh, stomping her hoof to enhance the drama. Something about your blaze attitude makes her voice waver with doubt. It scratches at her self-conscious core, and her bravado starts to dip ever so slightly. She's still smiling sinisterly, though it's beginning to look a little forced, blurred between confidence and insecurity. I love that reply. It's pretty good. Bones. The Bone Stealer does not offer services. Deliberately I misunderstand her? Sure, we could go that route. That is kind of fun. The blonde spooky Bone Stealer, the most feared villain of the Everfree. Okay. I like what Gig wrote. Sure, I'll take this too.
Renan blinks before fiddling with his hands. Bone stealer? Like a lady of the night? I don't have any money, sorry. He shrugs. But hey, I love the setup. Great role-playing. Maybe you should take up acting. The words hang in the air, and the blonde spooky bone stealer goes completely still. Her eye twitches, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead as the flames of her villainous intent sputter like a candle in a storm. What? Her nasally voice cracks again, but this time much louder and shriller as she jerks her head back in indignation. A lady of the night? Acting? You idiots! Her face is contorting now, torn between sheer outrage and complete awkward embarrassment as her blonde mane flops in front of her eyes. She looks like she's about ready to explode, and for a moment it even seems like her glowing magic will bubble up wildly. Enough that her hooves glow for a brief flicker, but it sputters out again as her mounting frustration distracts her. You dare to call me, the Bone Stealer, a mere street performer? I am a villain! She sputters, her tiny form practically vibrating and stomping a hoof on the ground childishly. But the menace she's desperately clinging onto is draining fast, collapsing under the weight of Anand's complete lack of fear. Her face reddens. I don't need your pathetic praise! Ponyville actors couldn't handle half of what I can do. A bitter scoff escapes her. Role-playing. Stars above, you're ruining everything! She takes a sharp breath, trying to reel in her temper as it wildly thrashes, and failing horribly. Her hooves shuffle, stepping hesitantly backward in sheer disbelief. I will have your bones, one way or another, so quit mocking me! Her heart isn't quite in it, her voice warbling with an almost wounded tone now, her pride aching far worse than anything else. We should apologize for getting the wrong impression. I already love her. Just a tiny thing of rage who wants our bone. She might be a little less threatening than this song leads you to believe, at least in her card form. Skeleton minions are great and all, but she considered branching out into maybe ghosts or zombies, maybe a few vampires. Let's see here. She needs a hug. For a couple bits as a tip, oh jeez. I'll copy Gig's thing and add on to it a little bit. I want to see if she'll follow if we just kind of back away. Backs away, ready to continue onward down the path. Some tiny blonde pony following us sounds cute. What is Anon even doing in the Everfree? That's not established here, is it? Yeah, it just says we're here, walking down a path, essentially.
so we could make up whatever the reason is that we're here.
The old midnight stroll.
He was looking for elk to wrestle as it was a Friday in Ponyville. Pretty spooky out here in the woods all alone. We should offer to walk her home. Even though the sisters don't live here anymore, so we can't go peeping on them. We could go check out their castle, though. Hold on, the first castle is called the Castle of the Two Sisters, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Let's make sure. Oops. The castle that Prince Celestia Luna used to live in 1,000 years prior to the beginning of the series. Yeah, okay. Just making sure I got the name right. Castle of the Two Sisters is in... Castle of the Two Sisters is in a real awkward place to get to. Let's roll with that. I just want to see if we can give her something else to latch on to. I need to see this tiny mare try and follow him whilst being intimidating. Ronna gives a sympathetic smile, kneeling down to her hide and ruffling her mane. Sure you will, Toots. Sure you will. He then fishes out a few bits from his pocket and tosses them towards her. Here, that was a good bit. Keep it up. He backs away, ready to continue onward down the path. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got some sightseeing to do. Castle of Two Sisters in a real awkward place to get through for a midday stroll. The moment your hand touches her mane, the blonde spooky bone stealer flinches so violently that she nearly trips over herself. Her usual grandiose eager shadowed completely by the casual way you pet her. The meticulous blonde strands of her mane, once styled with dangerous flair, are now ruffled into a messy mop, leaving her looking like a disgruntled doll more than an intimidating villain. Her eyes narrow wide as the few bits clink onto the forest floor, her pupils dilating in disbelief, speechless for a moment. She watches them bounce between the gnarled roots with quiet emptiness, as if unable to process the audacity you've just shown her. You... what? Wait! She screeches, after several crucial seconds too late, her hooves scuttling forward in the awkward rush as you turn your back. Her hooves swivels between you and the small pile of bits, like a part of her wants to be furious yet deeply offended by the condescending tip you've just given, but another part of her definitely doesn't want to leave the money lying there. Conflict burns brightly in her glowing orange eyes, though you make no effort to slow down as you begin walking away. Castle of the Two, she stammers, blinking away her frustration as long enough to catch her words about the ancient landmark. Heading towards the Castle of the Two Sisters alone? Her irritated tone falters again, and there is a flash of actual shock. You'll never survive. This forest, the Timberwolves will tear you apart long before you even reach halfway. With your nonchalant attitude completely overriding her attempts at villainous intimidation, she panics, her hooves stomp the ground like a filly throwing a tantrum, her pride on the edge of cracking under the repeated slights. Look, just give me those bones of yours and I'll allow you to keep using them until you're out of the forest. Don't think you could just... But even as she shouts, wide-eyed and desperate for a sense of control, you can sense the real fear in her voice. The mask of confidence hanging on by a thread. She's used to making a big deal of herself, but she's nowhere near used to being so easily dismissed. She either doesn't quite know what to do or is too confused to act properly.
One thing's for sure, her legendary villain status just took a huge hit. Her growl softens into a low grumble as she begrudgingly kicks one of the bits into her badge, still clearly talking herself up as a menacing force. Yeah, I went kind of dumb here. Yeah, I think we should give it another swipe, personally. Oh, she's worried about us. Didn't we just tell her that we had no money? We're liars. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, kid. I'll keep you safe from those mean wolves. That would infuriate her, probably. The blonde spooky bone stealer's face goes tomato red as you ruffle her mane, messing up the careful, almost comically sharp point parting she'd likely spent time making dramatic, leaving some strands sticking out at odd angles as if mocking her failed attempts at intimidation. She stands there frozen, her pupils shrink to dots as unprocessed rage, frustration, and confusion swirl in her eyes. The bits clink to the ground, rolling and jingling between the leaves with a sad finality. You clod! She shrieks at full volume as you start to back away, her nasally voice managing to sound even higher pitched than before, teetering on hysteria. Her blonde mane bounces as she stomps her little hooves with indignation, sending dust and leaves scattering uselessly, none of it accomplishing anything. Don't you dare ignore the bone stealer! You'll feel my name! Her voice echoes in the dense woods, but you're already retreating. Her fluttered pacing quickens. She's practically hopping in place now, eyes wide scanning for something to do, something to say, some comeback. Being treated like some two-bit street performer has thrown her entire villainous presence into disarray. The castle of the two Wait, no, don't you dare turn your back on me! She points accusingly with the shaky hoof as you stroll away. She watches in a mixture of panic and distress as you casually begin to lave. I will have my vengeance! She sputters, though the words come out weak, more like a tantrum threat than any genuine malice. Menace. But then, in desperation, perhaps realizing how utterly this encounter is slipping through her hooves, she rears up dramatically, her hooves starting to glow again. The low, eerie orange light sparks at her hooves, casting shadows among the trees as she tries one final act of intimidation, and, most importantly, to actually cast her spell for real this time. I'll show you! She yells after you, huffing and puffing as sweat breaks on her face. It's clear the spell takes all her concentration. She's clearly not used to chasing down targets that aren't already scared stiff. The spark of magical energy ripples across the earth like a creeping wave, heading toward you faster than you'd expect for such an effortful cast. But the spell falters, flickering dim before it even reaches your toes. The magical aura fizzles out as she runs out of breath. Bone Stealer collapses to her knees, panting after that utterly pitiful display of magical prowess. Her eyes flicking dejectedly towards the rolled bits sitting in the dirt. She lets out a miserable groan, her hoof knocking one of them as she glares lasers into the ground. Ugh, stupid monkey, she mutters to herself, maybe to the wind at this point. You just wait, I'll get my minions, my bones, you just wait right there, don't, stupid castle, go. Her final pitiful words are swallowed by the ever-freezing different underworld as you disappear further down the path. The jungle's dark branches seem to reach towards her like the Everreef. Even the forest herself doesn't take her seriously. Oh dear. Here, I'm gonna switch this over to adventure music. This is way better. The poor maiden has collapsed. We must rescue her. It's as if the story just ended. We should probably do something here. Is she coming? Seems like she's just sitting on the floor dejected right now. Chase her down and take her to go get ice cream. Before Canon disappears completely down the path
he decides to turn back and check on the short stack mare. I'm less scared and just want to protect. Can't simply leave her all alone in the woods. You gonna be alright? He asks, peeking around a tree. This forest is kind of dangerous to be running around in alone, you know. We'll do this. Howl of a distant timber wolf punctuates his point. Before Anna disappears completely down the path, he decides to turn back and check on the stack mare. You sure you're gonna be alright? He asks, peeking around a tree. This kind of forest is dangerous to be running around in alone, you know. The howl of a distant timber wolf punctuates his point. Oh yeah, I should have done something to actually reinforce taking her with. Spooky Joe Steeler flinched at the howl that echoed through the trees, her ears flicking nervously despite herself. Her bravado was already shadowed, but now the creeping, eerie realization that she was, yet again, alone in a place far more dangerous than she could control tugged at her. The Everfree was terrifying, even for her. Still collapsed on her belly, her tiny frame now looked even smaller among the looming trees, shadows shifting ominously around her to form. As a cool breeze ruffled through the ominous jungle canopy, the once deadpan villainess was reduced to quietly grumbling to herself, and perhaps unsurprisingly, there was not a skeletal minion in sight to back her up. She jerked her head up in startled embarrassment when she realized you were still there, watching her pitiful sulk. Her orange red eyes briefly flashed with something akin to panic. Getting caught down bad was the ultimate humiliation, but that panic immediately flared back into annoyance as she quickly scrambled to stand. The shell was trimmed on an errant hoof, root in her fumbling haste. She stumbled over her words, trying to scrape together the last remnants of her ego. But reality was hitting too hard, too fast for her to come up with anything convincing. She looked really unsteady on her hooves at the moment. The bone stealer paused, eyeing the woods nervously again. Something behind that bravado, the false menace that never quite suited the mare to begin with, cracked beneath the weight of the dark, hungry forest. I'm fine, you misbegotten dullard. She snapped at you with far less intensity than her usual retort, her voice shaking slightly despite her F. It's you who should be worried, she added, though it rang hollow even to her own ears. I am the Bone Stealer. The Bone Stealer. This forsaken forest answers to me. She did as though she were trying to convince herself more than you, glaring towards the tree line, her eyes darting apologetically toward the distant howl from earlier. Another rustling sound, this one much closer, caused her to choke down a squeak of alarm. But then, what little she has left to salvage of her pride, she huffs, turning her head away dramatically. Go on then, leave. You probably deserve to be eaten by timber wolves or something anyway, she added in a tone that greatly lacked conviction. Her bravado was paper thin now compared to the Everfree fret, though you could see her trying to stand her ground like she still commanded some form of respect. It was almost funny considering how frazzled she looked, fur fluffed up from nerves and her mane disheveled from earlier despite herself. Her legs trembled. That howl, though, was a very real reminder. Navigating the Everfree alone, even for her, was, well, less than ideal. She stood still, her eyes faintly darting after you between trying and failing to look composed. She wouldn't admit it, not in a million years, but yeah, she was definitely not fine. Oh, I spelled Timberwolf wrong too. Timberwolf. Peeking. Here, we'll do this. Hey. I'm gonna regen with a new message here. If you actually know the ins and outs of this forest, maybe you could help me find it. Come on, you're coming with me. Or we could do that. I like that more, actually. Hanan sighs, shaking his head humorously. Alright, come on, you. You're coming with me. Before the blown spieler had time to react, he had scooped her up into his arms and began walking. No little pony's getting maimed by a timber wolf as long as I'm around. The bone spieler let out a gasp as he unceremoniously launched her right off the ground yet again. She was so caught off guard by the suddenness of it all that even her usual flustered protests were momentarily delayed. What? No! Put me down! She shrieked, her hooves flailing loosely in the air as she carried her along like a glorified, grumpy, stuffed animal. Her tail flicked wildly in indignation. Do you have some kind of personal foulness for disrespecting ponies of my stature? She squirmed in her arms, but found herself just as powerless as before. The flowing slowed as she realized that, for all her words, she wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Trembling, her eyes darted uncertainly between the looming forest around you two. For every shifting leaf or distant rustle, making her flinch despite herself. It was frustrating that she felt the flicker of, dare she say it, relief, despite being utterly furious at this humiliating situation. I don't need your help, she spat, though considering her position in your arms, you were the one doing the walking, and she was much safer now from the very predator she couldn't help eyeing nervously. Even her sharp tone was losing some steam. She was exhausted from casting her magic earlier, and the edges of the forest seemed to crawl with potential threats. Her head darted around toward another ominous sound at the distance, ears flicking wildly. The sound of paws rustling against underbush made her visibly stiffen. She quickly turned back to you. And though she tried her best to maintain her glare, the slightest shadow of worry seeped into her expression. You didn't have to carry me, you know, she eventually hissed, begrudgingly half mumbling into your chest, while casting the barest glance toward the darkening tree light. This is beneath me. I don't need to be... I mean, there's... Her voice picked up defensively, hot and desperate. I would have been fine. I always am. I've got... The frazzled bravado dimmed into a whisper as she trailed off, her earlier rant clearly lacking any energy. Despite herself, a tiny reluctant puff of air escaped her. If you promise to be brave, we'll go get some bones later. If I'm gonna carry you with, maybe you could help me find the castle of the two sisters anyway. If you really know the ins and outs of this forest. Anon simply quirks his eyebrow at the ranting little mare. We want to introduce some kind of creature to this. We can do that next, I guess, if we want. First, I think I'm going to say this.
Bone Stealer, seemingly caught mid-rant, blinked, her words fizzling out as she processed what you were asking. For a second, an almost genuine look of surprise crossed her face, her cheeks puffing slightly in exasperation while her legs remained tightly tucked against her belly. Her expression twisted, clearly battling herself between maintaining her menacing reputation or craving to the very reasonable request lodged between pride and the cold hard fact that she was kind of stuck in a giant spooky forest again. She tossed the mane out of her eyes with an exaggerated flare, mumbling something under her breath that sounded like insult-veiled grumbling. For your information, I do know this forest, she snapped, though flustered haughtiness outweighed real venom in her tone. Her eyes darted up and down the thick woods around you like trying to mentally map out exactly where you were, but she snapped them back quickly before anything like doubt could crawl into her voice. I'm no tour guide, mind you, she said, still fussing with her mane. Small hooves crossed sulkily over her chest. You're pitifully crestfully aiding my grander schemes. You'll probably just bungle your way into my trap or something anyway. She snorted indignantly, but she kept her gaze fixed anywhere but you, though an observant air flicked beneath her otherwise put-out demeanor as she studied the unsettling shadows beyond the torchlight. Then a small sigh came. Fine, she added sharply, her voice somewhat defeated, but her expression vaguely defensive. Heading toward that blasted castle. She spat the phrase, though she had some personal grudge with the ancient landmark. It's actually back the other way, like nowhere near where you're headed. There was a grumble attached to the sentence, her gaze still shifting like she might pretend she hadn't just admitted to being useful. Her mane bobbed slightly with each reluctant inhalation, clearly cooling after the earlier tantrum. Still sore about the whole situation, but somewhere beneath the faux hard exterior there was a small, begrudgingly and notably annoyed agreement that she didn't want to face the dangers of these woods alone. Her little leggies tugged in. Alright, we're gonna have to tweak this a little bit to fit with the previous lines, but that'll be no issue. Skeletor Army versus Manticore, who wins? Okay. Whoops. No masks. Taking a moment to study a crude map he brought along with him. Huh. I guess you're right. Though as Anon turns around on the path, and we'll go from there. The rustling of paws on the forest floor alerts both Anon and the Bone Stealer. And we'll say that. Silly me, I had Mao upside down. Bone Stealer's eyes shot up immediately at the sound of rustling paws, her body tensing impossibly tight against you. Whatever bravado she had left instantly vanished, overtaken by raw survival instincts glaring through her wide, panicked eyes. Trick! He sputtered, only loud enough to cut through her rapid rest. Do I sound crazy enough to invite Timberwolves? The gleam in her earlier campy menace was utterly swapped out for sheer trembling disbelief. Her hooves gripped your shirt tighter, a telltale sign that whatever was approaching wasn't something she planned. The shallow shadow of a familiar shape drifted just on the edges of torchlight. Sharp eyes glowing an eerie, unnatural greenish yellow in the darkness. The howl came again, much closer this time, reverberating with a dread-tinged harmony that curdled the air around you. The Bone Stealer's face is visibly paled against her dark coat as she visibly shuddered, her eyes locking wide with fear. She was barely holding together. That is not one of my minions, she hissed in a strained, panicked whisper. Firmly distancing herself from whatever wild Timberwolf was closing in fast, her voice laden
with enough sheer terror to sound extremely genuine. There was a low growl emanating from the underbush now, like thick tar bubbling up beneath ancient roots. Closer, testing the air around you both like a predator assessing its prey. She turned her head, half burying her face into you, even though she looked horrified at herself for doing so, her hooves quaking like leaves against a storm. For the love of Tartarus, just walk, run, do anything, anything! I can see your bones if they're inside a timber wolf! Not one to be a hero. I mean, he does have a torch, and timberwolves are wood. I'm just saying. That could lead to a giant forest fire, but... Then again, Anon is retarded. Might instantly swipe his torch at them and then defeat them by accident. I want to see BSBS help in some way. Take a bone from BS and throw it away with the wolves running after it. Now we can promise her kindly to help get a bone, I mean. Would you like the idea of making the wolves just chase after a bone or something? How do we work that into words? Kinda want to see some battle. I do find the idea of just lighting the wolf on fire kind of funny, especially if it runs off and sets the whole forest into a giant fucking forest fire. Ten hours, jeez.
Yeah, I feel like just trying to walk away will probably just result in it following us, so it feels like useless reply in a way. Maybe we should give it one more response. My mind is fried. Yeah, same here a little bit. Hmm. Again, you're too tired to see out a whole battle arc. I do want to do something here. I just don't know what. Hmm. Oops. Relax, they smell fear, and says, setting the bone stealer down for the moment. I feel like Timberwolves would probably be scared of fire, right? He holds his flaming torch high.
I'll just say that for now, and we'll see what AI does. Bone Stealer stands wobbly on her hooves, her tail twitching nervously as she watches in horror as they're approaching wooding predators. Breath comes shaky, barely held together as her wide eyes dart between the glow of your torch and the shifting, snarling forms of timber wolves creeping into the light. The crackle of torch flame momentarily forces the feral wolves to hesitate at the edge of the tree line. Their pale green eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger just outside of the reach of light. But the wolves are relentless hunters, prowling low to the ground, the dead leaves crunching beneath their tangled roots that form gnarled limbs. Don't know how much longer you're planning to just stand there like some kind of heroic moron, but those things aren't exactly petting zoo material. The monster's voice is desperate, her vibrato crumbling as the wolves circle closer, their growls a warped chorus blending with the rustle of wood. And I need my bones just as much as you need yours! One timberwolf, slightly braver than the rest, snarls and takes a bold step closer to the light of the flame, with wooden muzzle clicking as its hollow mouth opens, gnashing at the air. Blonde spooky bone stealer yips slightly and instinctively takes a retreating step back, bumping into you. She's visibly trembling now, biting her lower lip as she locks up, clearly torn between fight or flight, mostly leaning toward flight. Whatever you're planning, you better do it fast, she says through her teeth. Her glowing orange eyes starting from one wolf to the next, clearly banking on you to have any kind of a plan. Bone stealer was good at scaring ponies, yes, but terrifying winning monstrosities with glowing eyes, that was a whole different game. Clearly the only option is to have the Bone Stealer turn us into a skeleton and then set ourselves on fire with the torch so that we can be a flaming skeleton. And roam the Everfree cackling about bones. It sounds incredibly metal. Alright, later Ronan, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I was thinking of just burning the wolf anyway, so yeah, I'll go with that. Light up in flames. I think it's hilarious to have Anon start a forest fire over this. You wolves look like you ought to lighten up, and cries out victoriously before grunting as bristly as a bone stealer latches onto his legs pathetically.
like this. There we go. And on trembling acts on impulse, the arsonist's name decides it's best to launch his torch at the Timberwolf, and amazingly, it works. The wooden beast sets alight in seconds, squealing and whimpering as it runs into the other Timberwolves, causing them too to light up in flames. "You wolves look like you ought to lighten up," Hanan cries victoriously, before grunting breathlessly as the Bone Stealer latches onto his waist pathetically. The celebration is short-lived as the fire begins to spread from the wolves onto the nearby trees and shrubbery. Right. Forests and fires don't mix. That probably won't spread too much, right? He asks of the blonde mare. Blonde spooky Bone Stealer clung to your waist like a burr stuck to a dog, her eyes wide with disbelief as she peered over your side to watch her would-be predators literally go up in flames. The once menacing Timberwolves were now shrieking, flailing piles of burning wood, stumbling over one another until they collapsed into smoldering heaps. For a moment, the Everfree fell silent save for the crackle of fire gnawing at hard bark and dry twigs. Not too quickly, that victory turned to panic as false flames leaped between trees, flickering with alarming speed as they began carving their way through the undergrowth. A wisp of ember floated dangerously close to overhead branches, igniting dry leaves. No, you idiot! The Bone Stealer practically screeched, still lashed around your waist. "Set the whole Everfree on fire!" she yelped, overwhelmed by both the absurdity of the situation and outright terror. This was far from the intense controlled evil she tried too hard to exude. She crumbled desperately against your side, trying to distance herself from the creeping flames, inching closer. "Fire spreads, you pea-brained oaf! This whole forest is dry!" she said, her nasally voice crackling between exasperation and total panic as the leaves began catching fast. "I may be a villain, but even I don't want to burn alive!" She had finally let go of your waist, but not of any voluntary decision. The heat was rising by the second, sweet beating under her dark coat as flames darted in erratic patterns up nearby treetops. The eerie glow of firelight shifted the entire tone of the forest with how fast it was weaving into a full-blown blaze, casting stark orange light against dark bark as the ground below all but started drying up from heat. Cackle of embers echoed cruelly. Frantic, the Bone Stealer turned around, bumping into you again. "Don't just stand there gawking! Run!" "Wouldn't you know it, they're flammable." Alright. Evan looks up at the high of victory, disappearing quickly as panic sets up as he watches the force combust at unbelievable speed. Uh-oh. I don't know how this is meant to end. Me neither. Here, I'm gonna strong arm it a little bit. Sprints away from the ever-approaching fire. And towards the border of Ponyville. Wait, I have an idea here. Create. Enter. That's correct. Manage chat files, import chats, blonde spooky bone stealer, open. That's not the right one. This one. Yep, exactly. That's my idea. Anon looks up. The high of victory. Whoops. No, I want Twilight to be the next to respond. There we go. Anon looks up, the high of victory dissipating quickly as panic sets up as he watches the forest combust at an unbelievable speed. Uh-oh, he mutters. The humanoid doofus's eyes glances across the burning tree line. In mere seconds, he scoops the bone stealer up into his arms and sprints away from the ever-approaching fire, out of the Evertree and towards the border of Ponyville. Twilight! He yells, running straight for the bookworm's treehouse with the bone stealer in his arms. An unmistakable voice of Anonymous calling her name sent alarm bells ringing in Twilight's head. The usually well-organized mind flickered with 1,000 possibilities, anxieties rising like floodwaters. But she reacted instinctively, fast. She darted to the nearest window, her hooves slamming against the windowsill as she squinted towards the edge of the ever-free forest, the huge column of black smoke rising ominously into the air. "Sweet Celestia!" she gasped, her wings non-existent. Would have flared if she had them. But instead, her horn immediately sparked up with magic, already preparing for worst-case scenarios. Thank you, GPT-4o. Very cool. I'm just gonna fix that. She burst through the door of the library and galloped outside into the center of town, spotting Anonymous hurling toward her at full speed like some sort of wild panicked creature with some tiny mare clutched in his arms. Briefly, confusion flicked through her mind, but at the sight of the rapidly growing smoke caught her attention again, and urgency overrode everything. "Anon, what did you do?" Twilight half shouted, half pleaded as she skidded into his path, beads of sweat dotting her lavender fur. Her horn was already aglow as magical energy crackled around her like she was about to let loose an arcane blast at something, but she wasn't sure what yet. "Is that the Everfree birding? Explain later. We need to put that out now!" She snapped, letting loose a torrent of calculation and strategy zoom through her mind at lightning speed. Her innate magical reflexes screamed solutions before she'd even probably processed the scenario. Her horn going by to her and her eyes glowing hot with intensity as she began pulling together everything she could muster. "Step back. I need focus." "Later, Cheely. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by." If I just hearing Annan's voice makes Twilight go into panic. We rescued this pony from a fire. Incredulously, indignantly is what I'm looking for. While you were probably reading books, I saved this mare from a burning forest fire. Thank you very much. Give him some credit. Exactly, Darkicus. Timberwolf's fault. What did I do? Anon asks indignantly, setting the bone stealer down and crossing his arms. While you were probably reading books, I saved this mare from a burning forest fire. Thank you very much. The smoke continues rising and Anon stares on, uncertain what to do. So, how do ponies deal with forest fires? He asks. I guess I control the weather, right? You can just make it rain on it or something. Von Spooky Bone Slayer now sat back on the ground, wobbled on her tiny hooves, glaring daggers at Anonymous while barely able to stand straight as the intense situation set her nerves into overdrive. Saved? She shrieked in disbelief, her tail practically standing on end, her nose scrunched up in indignant rage, her voice cracking back into her nasally tone. You lummox! You're the one who set the blasted forest on fire in the first place! Now it's spreading like a wildfire, which it is, and now we're probably all doomed! Fuming, she returned her flustered attention toward Twilight's, anxiety still twitching at the edges of her usual melodrama. And I, she huffed, dragging in a breath, did not need to be saved. That was a tactical retreat. She winced a bit as another distant rumble of tree limbs collapsing under the spreading of fire echoed in from the direction of the end referee. She looked back toward the rising smoke, her short frame practically vibrating from residual panic all over again as bits of dirt scraped beneath her trembling hooves. As if I would need rescuing. But the growing smoke cloud was doing little to help her hold up that threadbare facade. It's the fire will leave a lot of skeletons behind. Yeah, that's something. Twilight flicked an ear toward the ranting mare, then whipped her head back toward the rapidly glowing plume of smoke. Enough, she snapped, her patience fried by the escalating disaster. If we don't act fast, this fire could spread to Ponyville. Her brain shifted rapidly into problem-solving mode, processing out on suggestions before sweeping across potential solutions like a checklist in her mind. We're too far from any natural reservoirs big enough. And Pegasi take time to organize. She clamped down on her lower lip, her eyes darting toward the sky. I'll improvise. Stand back! In an instant, Twilight leaped to the front, her hooves planting firmly as her horn erupted in a violent burst of purple light. Conjure water? No, not enough magic output. Direct wind spells could feel the fire. Think! Then clarity clicked. Twilight's eyes flared as she grunted with effort, focusing a few meters in front of her as multi-layered binding spells began forming. Quick multitask. Pressure reversal, moisture condensation, and cyclonic force! The air between her and the billowing smoke began to warp, shimmering with raw arcane energy as she lifted her head high, magic rising in her ears, ringing in her ears. Clouds began swirling and immediately, drawn directly over the towering inferno, spreading into the Everfree. Within moments, rain spells burst into life, slamming torrents of water down into the heart of the crackling forest. Twilight's horn crackled hotter still, pushing the spell to its absolute limit. The downpour raged on, hammering the flames into submission, at least slowing the rapid spread toward Ponyville. But even the raw magical intensity was taking its toll on her. Her knees buckled slightly as she pushed through the strain, sweating profusely as the last embers continued to fight back against the downpour. Just a little more, she muttered between clenched teeth, refusing to let up until the worst of the blaze was nothing but wet tendrils of smoke rising from the drenched tree tops.
Or I guess unicorns could just control the weather better. And whips out a stick with a marshmallow on the end. I like the little magic improvisation here from Twilight. I think that wrote that really well. Let's see. I guess we'll send that and then let Twilight respond. The SBS is long different than what her song implies. Well, there's the BSBS you hear about in tales and the BSBS that actually exists. Twilight lowered her head, panting hard as the last remnants of the spell faded into the soaked air. Her horn sputtered, flickering weakly before dimming, and she wiped the sweat from her brow with a foreleg, panting heavily. She glanced upward, watching the rain peter up before falling silent again. The blaze that once roared through the ever-free forest was now a smoldering, soggy mess. That was close. Too close, she muttered, her voice catching slightly as she collapsed onto her haunches. Visibly drained, her fur was damp, and her mane clung to her face from both rain and sweat. She took a moment between labored breaths, trying to gather herself. Next time, she pointed at nothing in particular, but was clearly directing it at Anon. Please don't burn down a forest! Her violet eyes flicked upward, scanning the clear sky now that the danger had passed. Phew! Violet let out a sigh of exhausted relief, letting the tension in her body finally ebb. The fire was out, Ponyville was safe, and no pony ended up Timberwolf's chow. That was about as good as things were going to get today. Now, what exactly happened? She asked more calm, this time glancing between Anon and Grimace. She grimaced, the small, disheveled mare who had apparently been caught up into all of this as well. Twilight's mind whirled, finding it impossible not to suspect some level of chaos on Anon's part, but still. Ever-free forest fire, spontaneous timberwolf combustion, unidentified unicorn mares sounding like third-rate villains at a high school play. She's an earth pony, thank you very much. Her headache wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, was it? Now let's see what Bone Stealer says. I'm gonna refill my tea mug really quick. While that writes, I'll be right back. be an alicorn. That would be quite the character arc for her. Alright. Get back to this. All eyes are fully forgiven with how cute and adorable she is. Alright. Background music off. Back to monitor. And this. Bone Stealer, finally finding her footing again now that danger had quite literally washed away with the rainstorm, shook her fur in a huff. Her mane hung damp and limp around her face, which only added to her look of simmering frustration. She shot a nasty glare at the both of you, tail flicking sharply as she straightened herself up with dramatic flair, trying to regain at least some of her theatrical grandiosity despite her current soaked appearance. What happened? She echoed mockingly at Twilight, rolling her red-orange eyes. I'll tell you what happened. The Bone Stealer pointed an accusatory hoof up toward Anand, her voice warbling between disdainful and outright furious. This absolute behemoth went galloping through the Everfree like a complete nincompoop, disturbing the Timberwolves and causing mayhem. She flipped her blonde, wet mane back with much less elegance than usual. When they came after him, for terrifying as those wooden monstrosities are, he threw fire on them like a brainless torch-waving brute, effectively setting the whole forest ablaze. Her voice was raised with indignation, her nose turned up as she stomped through the muddy ground dramatically. You nearly got me barbecued in the process. Do you have any idea how long it took to perfect my main spooky yet iconic windblown look? Ages, I tell you. Then with the same erratic, over-the-top tone she was so accustomed to, she continued. So if anybody should be getting credit here, it's me! For, I don't know, keeping us all from winding up with some Timberwolves chew toys, obviously. The Bone Stealer glanced down at her again, soaked coat, before turning her glare back up toward Anon again, as though completely ignoring the part where he had actually carried her out of danger. And now I'm wet, she growled under her breath. How's anybody supposed to fear me when I look like a drowned rat? She acted like she didn't confront him to begin with. Oh yeah, she's cutting out some parts of the story. She's a small and weak pawn we must protect. Should we say anything here, or should we let Twilight respond? I kind of want to see Twilight's response to the blonde spooky Bone Stealer. So she embellished the story a bit, let her have this win. Twilight blinked, one ear twitching slightly as blonde spooky Bone Stealer's exaggerated rant hit her full force. She narrowed her eyes and impressed. Her patience nearing the end of its rope and tried to piece together the reasonableness of what had happened. Right. Twilight deadpanned, rubbing a hoof against her temple to stave off the budding headache that came with trying to parse a very over-the-top narration. So you're telling me that Anon, who flicked toward him, set the Everfree on fire by accident, which I can actually believe, given, well, him. Twilight shot glances away before a second that screamed a mix of why and seriously, but pressed on, her focus back to the theatrically disheveled blonde mare. And you were there because... Twilight paused, actually taking in the strange mare appearance. Tangled blonde hair, dark coat, shifty demeanor, Bone Stealer. Twilight's suspicion kicked in, and a mental gear clicked. Wait a second. Her face twisted into a dumbfounded frown. You're the... Twilight squinted harder, her eyes widened slightly. The blonde spooky Bone Stealer? The campfire legend? Twilight looked genuinely caught off guard by this. Those stories were ridiculous. Who'd even believe a pony trying to steal other ponies? Her eyes flicked back over the mare's pouty, self-important posture. Oh, I don't even know where to begin with this. Twilight groaned audibly, pinching the bridge of her muzzle with a hoof, thoroughly exasperated. You are something else, you know that? She knows. Alright, I think Anon should chip in here. Campfire legend? Campfire legend? You know her? Given well him, that is a really good line. If I still remembers her character despite how far into the story it is. I did just flip a switch to make sure it did that, but yeah. Anon chuckles at her remarks, his characteristic obliviousness seeping through now that the coast was clear. He kneels down and ruffles her now wet mane. It's so good clinging on to me like that. Oh no. The fact that this card knows your story makes this great. I thought she was a B-list actress trying to recite her lines on me. Now confused as to the dark blue mare's significance. I just thought she was a B-list actress trying to recite her lines on me. Let's see. Is there anything else we should add here, or should we just leave it at that? Let's try this. Campfire legend? You know her? Anna asks Twilight, now confused as to the dark blue mare's significance. I just thought she was a B-list actress trying to recite her lines on me. Anna pinches the bridge of his nose as he takes in the new information. Wait, then who are you? He asks Blabon, the Bone Stealer, before turning to Twilight. Who is she? She's... Twilight hesitated, searching through her mental catalog of equestrian myths before finally letting out a sigh. The blonde, spooky Bone Stealer. Yes, like the campfire stories fools tell each other. She punctuated the name with a wave of her hoof, voice dripping with exasperation. It's a ridiculous old tale where this pony supposedly goes around stealing bones to build a skeleton army. Her eyes rolled as if the absurdity of saying it aloud only made her head murt more. But apparently she's real, and... She gestured toward the very wet, very indignant Bone Stealer standing in front of them. This is her, I guess? Twilight's patience was thin as she continued, her gaze darting through the dark-coated mare. I don't know what your deal is. Whether you're just trying to scare ponies, or you've really given into some creepy obsession with bones. But you're lucky the Timberwolves didn't get you, and you're doubly lucky I was able to put out that fire. Then Twilight turned back toward Anon, her look one of disbelief. This isn't the kind of thing you get involved in without asking more questions first, Anon. What next? Are you going to run into the Headless Horse tomorrow because you bumped into her too? She's so unremarkable. It's wonderful. The Bone Stealer puffed out her chest, trying desperately to regain some of her madness, though the effect was largely ruined by her wet mane clinging to her face. Her orange-red eyes narrowed as she flicked her head back dramatically, even though a piece of her mane just flopped back over her eyes again. Let's go to something more casual. Most of the actual action here is done. View, at least for the moment. Shuffle. Yes, it is I, you absolute dolt! She snapped, pointing a small accusatory hoof at Anonymous. The fearsome, the terrifying, the infamous blonde, smoky Bone Stealer! She cackled theatrically, or at least she tried to. It came out more like a wheezy laugh that Twilight made her roll her eyes harder. I haunt the everfree forest. I swindle foolish ponies who dare wander too far. I am the master of all the bones of Equestria. She continued, although her overly enthusiastic proclamation didn't quite match her drenched, pitiful appearance. Her eyes flashed momentarily with that orange glow, filled with a desperation to be taken seriously. Then her face contorted into a pout as she huffed sharply.
And I am most certainly not a B-list actress. She raised her head high, nose in the air. I'm building a skeleton army, you fool! Do you not comprehend the gravity of that? She pivoted sharply to Twilight. And I don't care if you think I'm some silly campfire story. It's only a matter of time before all of Equestria quakes under the might of my bony minions. She cleared her throat. Once I regroup, repair, rebuild them, maybe find a bigger forest and look, it's none of your business.
Do we want to throw my other villain in here too, just to see what happens? Malice Spark. Now I'm just curious to throw more ingredients into this bullshit soup and see what happens myself. Malice Spark flies in. Alright, I won't introduce him to the scene. I'm just gonna add him and let him write his own introduction and just see what happens. Where are we? There we go. Respond. Oh, I might need to fix the context length actually really quick. It was fine at 40k, so that should be fine. There we go. Alright, now let's, whoops, introduce Malice.
Suddenly, without warning, an obnoxiously loud air horn blasted through the skies above Ponyville. Malice Spark's voice boomed from a megaphone, the unmistakable whir of blimp propellers cutting through the air like lightning. High above, his small dirigible floated into view, glaring down upon the scene below with his through his steampunk goggles, the orange streak in its disheveled mane catching the glint of the sun. Citizens in Ponyville, behold, for it is I, Professor Malice Spark, have arrived to witness this glorious, illustrious, inconsequential gathering of... Hold on a second, wait. Malice paused, squinting down at Twilight Anonymous and blonde spooky bone stealer. His eyes widened with recognition, then squinted with immense frustration. Oh, for Lestia's sake, what in the tinkering gears of Tartarus are you doing here, Morning Glow? Its voice was dripping with scorn, intentionally emphasizing her real name. Shouldn't you be off in some desolate corner losing another battle with squirrels? He didn't wait for an answer, immediately looking back to Anon with mock surprise. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you were fighting Timberwolves and Bonehead Jr. simultaneously. Then his attention snapped straight to Twilight's frustrated but calm face, and that was it. He burst out into an overly exaggerated, absurd, evil laugh. The drama, the intrigue. But no matter, no matter. He pointed down with a righteous purpose. Now that I'm here, clearly I bring brilliance to this otherwise mundane conundrum. He slammed the lever forward inside the blimp and slowly descending from the blimp's side, attached to gears and pulleys, was a metallic disco ball that sparked in the daylight, reflecting glints of light like errant fireflies. Behold! Malice bellowed as the disco ball hit the ground with a loud clank. My latest invention, the Disco Destroyer 5000s. Designed specifically to target my menace, Pink Amida. But since she's conveniently absent, I suppose you'll have to do. He winked at Twilight. Care for a swing at it? With a loud bzzz, the machine whirred to life, the disco ball beginning to spin aggressively, shooting small beams of multicolored lights onto the ground as it screeched into anonymous and ridiculous tune that sounded like an offbeat elevator music. Malice Spark's delighted yet maniacal laughter echoed through the town. Stallion Dom, I am inevitable.
This is stupid. I love it. Hi, Caliban. Glad I got in Malice Spark monologue. Fuck it, I'm throwing Pinky in next too, because why not? Wait till it's animated. Hello, Hazy. How do I add Pinky? I go here. Wait, here. And then Pinkie Pie.
Yeah, the pink menace.
got BS too. Oh yeah. From behind a nearby tree, a voice giggled, high-pitched and brimming with excitement. I heard my name! And just like that, a pop from seeming nowhere, Pinkie Pie appeared, bouncing her way right into the chaotic scene with a grin so wide you'd think she was permanently attached to a candy cane. Hello, Apple Fanatic. Disco Destructor 5000, you say? Pinkie's eyes sparkled, her pupils turning into literal disco balls, reflecting the multicolored lights blasted by the machine. Ever to dance off? She mumbled out through the impossible shake of her suddenly bobbing head, already grooving to the awful beat like it was the best thing she'd ever heard. With a snap of her tail, she was in full party mode, no hesitation, no second guessing. Hope you're ready, Mr. Miles Spark, long windy pants, because you're challenged by the one and only Pinkie Pie, she sang as she spun on her back hooves, sliding in front of the mechanical beast like it was a partner in the world's worst dance-off. Her wing flew out even bigger than usual, impossibly big, before streams of confetti shot from nowhere like a kaleidoscope burst around her. Oh wait a sec! She stopped mid-groove, turning her head toward the approaching Smurf and wafting lazily over. Whoa, there's a fire? Whoopsie daisy. Wait, no, the fire is... The fire is out, Pinkie. I got you covered there, she winked as she vaulted over onto her hooves and instantly bounced back in front of the now ominously spinning disco ball, her grin huge as ever. Okay, my lazy, back to the dancing machine. Without missing a beat, literally, because Pinkie Pie was never without a beat, she flashed a determined look toward the over-the-top contraction, rearing up dramatically, and then it was on. Pinkie dropped into a breakneck breakdance, her hooves spinning so wildly you could barely see, as if she had defied physics yet again, because physics and Pinkie don't mix. Her body twisted in impossible ways as confetti blasted out around her, completely stealing the disco ball's thunder. Boom, baby, she shouted, sliding across the ground to the post that exploded party cannons all across the square, filling the air with streamers, balloons, and music so upbeat even the dumb machine itself seemed insulted to exist anywhere nearby. Malice Spark followed the blonde flicky buns, all of them drowned out by Pinkie's perfect dance-off energy as she stared down the machine. Hope you bought your party pants, Mr. Spark! She yelled dramatically between a series of impossible moonlocks, aimed directly at Malice's, as the Disco Destroyer sputtered, barely hanging on to relevance while Pinkie did her thing. Hacha! The Miss MLP results out? Yeah, I think Pinkie won. I'm shocked we already made it past Rainbow Shine. Wow, look at her go. I have no clue what the fuck is going on. It's insane. Insanity is going on. Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of messing with things. I'm not trying to make a super coherent story. It is a nice test of GPT-4o though. It's fun to see how it writes. Make it less coherent. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do instead of that. I'm just wanna leave it up to the AI what Twilight does. Random stares unblinkingly at the absurdity around him. Well, this day is clearly too far gone to be salvaged. He turns and leaves the scene, heading for the local cafe a few blocks away. I'm grabbing a drink. Whoever wants to join can. Where did Twilight go? There we go. I want to see Twilight's reaction to all this bullshit. Twilight sighed deeply as Anon walked away, her hoof rubbing her forehead like she was suppressing the biggest migraine in all of Equestria. She glanced at the rapidly escalating nonsense around her, the rain, the still smoking Everfree, the spontaneous disco showdown in the middle of Ponyville, and the very dramatic blonde Spooky Bones Stealer still trying to salvage her soaked ego. She took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing into classic "I'm surrounded by idiots" expression. How does this keep happening? She muttered under her breath. You know what? She said finally aloud, her tone carrying both resignation and exhaustion. A drink sounds good. The drink sounds good. A really strong tea. With a swish of her frazzled mane, she trotted after Anon, the glow of her magic flickering as she absentmindedly continued downgrading the rain spell at the edge of her consciousness. At least the cafe is quiet, she added softly, feeling just the barest twinges of sanity returning as she followed Anon towards a much-needed break from the chaos. If we can get away from this kind of insanity for 5 minutes, that'll be a victory for today. That's exactly what I was looking for. Alright, how do we want to continue with this? Should we want to get drunk and challenge Malice to a dance-off? Do we want to let Malice say something now, or Pinky? So Malice and Pinky are currently doing the dance-off thing. I guess we could let Blonde Spooky Bones Stealer respond since she hasn't really got a chance to do anything in a while and she's still there. Malice BS needs to speak. We'll let BS go first since she has been absent the longest, and then we'll do Malice, I guess. Spooky Bones Stealer stood slack-jawed as the whirlwind of madness unfolded around her. Malice sparks absolutely idiotic disco ball invention. Pinkie Pie's spastic dance-off spinning so fast Blondie couldn't keep up. Balloon streamers and confetti spilling everywhere like it was a parade for bad jokes and chaos itself. Her eye twitched. This was all too much. She blinked rapidly, her short frame absolutely vibrating with a mix of rage, humiliation, and sheer confusion caught in a world where nothing made sense and somehow even she wasn't the most ridiculous thing present. This is... She stomped her hoof hard, but the sound was drowned out by Pinky's breakdowns. Moronity! She yelled.
It was barely audible over the music and the absolute absurdity of the scene. Still panting and frazzled, Blonde cut her losses. I'm out! Her nasally voice cracked as she quickly turned and hurried off, trying to recover what was left of her dignity, if there even was any left. She got under her breath, defiantly not caring who followed. The Monsieur Spooky Bone Killer would not be part of this ludicrous display any longer. Stupid musically inclined morons, skeleton armies don't dance. I've had enough insanity for one day. Alright, let's do Malice now, I guess. I'm happy to just let the AI cook on this. I'm having fun reading the stupid shit it's writing. We haven't what? No, we haven't said anything? No, got sick of the insanity. Malice Sparks stared down from his blimp, his eye twitching as he watched Pinkie Pie somehow turn his ingeniously devious Disco Destroyer 5000 into nothing more than a Shootshow prop. While dancing rings around it, he slapped a hoof down on the control panel. How was this even possible? My calculations were perfect. The angles, the lights, the patented anti-dance circuitry. He flipped a few switches frantically, sweat beginning to bead on his brow as Pinkie moonwalked her way through yet another barrage of laser lights and confetti. Double the spin, triple it. I'll make her regret this day. The disco ball whirled up violently, spinning faster, but even Malice Spark could see the writing on the wall as Pinkie kept up her unholy rhythm, effortlessly dodging everything the machine threw at her. His head dropped with exhausted groan as he slammed his hooves onto the panel. This isn't happening, he muttered to himself, visibly deflating. Why? Why do all my brilliant plans end this way? First a dance spot defeated by funk, then a trip-up dance floor ruined by timing, and now this! He threw his head back dramatically. Curse you, Pinkamena! And then, with an inevitable and loud boom, the Disco Destroyer 5000 exploded into pieces, sending sparks and bits of metal flying in all directions, but once again, not harming a single living soul. Malice Spark was hunched over his megaphone in pure disbelief. No! He screamed, drawing it out as long as theatrically possible. I can't do that this late at night. Shaking his hoof at the heavens in its display of full-on melodrama. Why? Why, with so much innovation, such perfection, why is it always you? MOP Dr. Doofenshmirtz, essentially, yeah. I love the Malice voice. It's fun to do. It's also murdering my vocal cords after talking for 11 hours. Pinkie would be his parry, correct. Oh wait, I didn't read it all. He lowered his megaphone with a grimace, muttering to himself, One day, Pinkamena, one day your infernal talents will be your downfall. But alas, today wasn't that day. With an exaggerated swing of his hoof, Malice yanked the controls of his blimp, sending it spinning off in retreat toward the horizon. He may have bested me this time, but I shall return, and there will be no room left for your pitiful little jinx. And with that, his blimp faded off into the distance, the faint sounds of his maniacal laughter slowly trailing off into an echo. Pinkie shows off with a fake mustache. What who in toddlers are you? Pinkie then removes her mustache. The Pink Menace. A platypus. Hey, the platypus. A party pony? Pinkie the party pony? Ah, Perry the platypus. I'm actually really happy to see the cards working this way. Malice Spark is a card I haven't really tested a whole lot, so seeing that 4 rows running it pretty damn faithfully makes me really happy. Not too bad a Doof impression. Remember to use code Malice to get 10% off NordVPN. No. No sponsorships. I wonder how the new TTS would make Malice sound.
What, like if there was a TTS voice made of him? One's used in thread. I have no clue. I did see like the results from that TTS. The test results and all that. Just waiting for a usable version of it to come out, I guess. Pink party pony with a mustache. A pink pony. Pinky the pink party pony. Yeah, we'll see what Pinky writes, and then we'll probably just end this off. This looks like this is coming to a close. The absurdity of whatever we'd had here. I will ruin the entire tri-state area! Pinky stood proudly on her back hooves, confetti still raining down all around her, a massive grin plastered across her face as the boom of the Disco Destroyer echoed through the square. She threw her hooves up in the air, still spinning in circles. Another victory for Pinky's Super Duper Dance of Rama Performance Extreme! Music in her head seemed to carry on even as the machine fizzled out into a smoking heap. She bounced over to the remains of Malice Spark's invention, giving it a pat-pat with her hoof while chuckling. "Aw, Disco Destroyer, you tried your best. Remember what I always say, can't out-boogie a Pinkie Pie." Just then she noticed Malice's blimp retreating into the distance, his voice still trailing off in the wind. She cupped her hooves around her mouth, hopping excitedly in place as she called after him. "Bye-bye, Mousy Wowsy. Better luck next time. Ooh, and don't forget to practice your cha-cha before the next rematch." She blew an exaggerated kiss into the air as the blimp disappeared. Turning back to what remained of the scene, she bounced in a little circle, still buzzing with energy from her impromptu dance-off. "That was so fun! I gotta remember to throw disco parties more often. Maybe Tuesday, Thursday? Oh, or maybe..." She froze mid-bounce. Taking in the fact that both Twilight and Non were heading off towards the cafe, she squeaked, tips of her hooves clattering softly on the ground as she led. "What do you think? Did somebody say drink?" Her eyes sparked with delight, and in perfect Pinky action, she shot forward, not bothering to walk, but hopping after them like a blur of pink. It's sugar-fueled excitement. "Wait up, guys!" she yelled, her voice bubbling with cheer. "I'll take like 30 cupcakes and a hot chocolate with extra whipped cream and lots of marshmallows. Don't leave without me!" And bam, she zipped off toward the cafe with like a pink rocket. The party never ended when Pinky was around. I'm mentally down and about to go to bed, so I'm just existing. That's one way to do things. Since when has she always said that? Love these interactions. It is really fun, yeah. Okay, I think that's a good place to end it off. And with that, probably call it a stream. Had 11 hours. I always love when the cards are well made and the AI plays the character right. Yeah, that makes it really fun. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a stream here. Thank you everybody though for joining. That was fun. Usually the streams are only fun for about 3 hours, but this time I felt like it was a good run. We kept it entertaining the whole way through. Barring the technical difficulties at a few points. Thanks for the stream, it was definitely fun. No problem. It's nice to do these silly RPs. Yeah, I like these streams. I need to get them on a more consistent schedule. And have to move country to be in the same time zone as BGM. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here, so thank you everybody for joining, and I will talk to you all later.